Liu Meng held the documents in her hand. The Wang family head is indeed perceptive, far more so than certain others. Wang Xiaolin's heart was eerily calm, devoid of even the slightest ripple. It was as if he had long accepted this outcome. Assistant Luo's methods are remarkable, truly worthy of being President Luo's right hand. I'm impressed. I'm relieved that the doomed corporation found a helmsman like President Luo. Just as he spoke, Chen Qingtian arrived. The moment she saw Wang Xiaolin, she was stunned. President Wang, it's me, Chen Qingtian. I didn't expect to run into you here. Of course, Wang Xiaolin knew Chen Qingtian. As the owner of a media subsidiary under the doomed corporation, how could he not recognize a top-tier actress? Chen Qingtian had single-handedly pulled in massive box office numbers for the doomed cinema chain. But audiences weren't exactly flocking for her acting skills. The most common praise she received was, "Her beauty is unmatched." No one ever really talked about her performances. Wang Xiaolin smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm here to discuss matters with President Luo." Chen Qingtian wasn't the least bit intimidated. After all, she wasn't just a star. She was also the heiress of the Chen family, accustomed to rubbing shoulders with tycoons. "Oh, aren't you currently competing for the Tech City bid?" Though the results of the Tech City project hadn't been announced yet, rumors were swirling. Most believed it was already a sure win for Luo Corporation. Indeed. But there's no need for competition anymore, because from now on, the doomed corporation will bear the Luo name. Huh? Chen Qingtian looked utterly bewildered. Liu Meng cut straight to the explanation. "The doomed corporation has been acquired by us." Chen Qingtian, not based on reality. The novel's doomed corporation has no foreign investors. What the hell? Just kill me already. Here I was, dreaming of becoming a boss, and now my little sister-in-law is out here acquiring whole corporations. Liu Meng nearly laughed. She actually quite liked Chen Qingtian's personality. "Miss Chen, young Master Lin is currently inside with President Luo. It's best if you don't disturb them for now." Chen Qingtian blinked in confusion. "Why?" Liu Meng lowered her voice. "For the sake of survival." Chen Qingtian nodded. "Oh." But Liu Meng had a feeling she hadn't understood at all. Wang Xiaolin was eager to return and finalize the next steps. "Assistant Liu, since the acquisition is complete, I'll take my leave now. We'll issue a statement as soon as possible." Liu Meng gave Chen Qingtian an apologetic glance. "I'll escort President Wang out first. Please wait a moment." With that, she led Wang Xiaolin's team away, leaving a puzzled Chen Qingtian behind. Staring at the closed doors of the meeting area, Chen Qingtian rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "Are they?" Time ticked by. When the doors finally opened again, Lin Ran was the first to step out. After concluding discussions with Wang Xiaolin's team, Lao Yao had instructed Liu Meng to see them off while she and Lin Ran discussed other matters. They had completely forgotten about Chen Qingtian. Lin Ran stretched, feeling like his body was about to fall apart. "Assistant Liu, Yao Yao wants to see you." "Understood." Liu Meng took the documents and entered the meeting room, leaving Lin Ran outside. "Cousin, did you need something?" Chen Qingtian had been waiting for a while. Through Liu Meng, she'd pieced together what Lin Ran and Lu Yao had been up to inside, so she'd wandered around on her own, keeping herself entertained. When she saw Lin Ran emerge, her gaze held a mix of resentment and envy. Glancing at the assistants moving about, Chen Qingtian lowered her voice. "Can you ask them to step away? This is something I can only tell you." Lin Ran found Chen Qingtian's behavior odd. Inside the meeting room, "How much usable funds do we have left?" "President Luo, there really isn't much this time." Luo Yao nodded. It had been a long time since she'd worried about money. "Then we won't wait any longer. Once Wang Xiaolin announces the takeover, find an opportunity to cash out." Liu Meng agreed. How ruthless was capital. Using Luo Corporation's funds, Liu Meng had helped Luo Yao personally dive into the doomed corporation's stock market, stabilizing its plummeting shares amid continuous scandals. Once the doomed corporation announced its acquisition by Luo Yao, its stock would skyrocket. In essence, Luo Yao was using the profits she'd made from the doomed corporation to buy it outright, a brutal display of financial dominance. Of course, pulling this off required massive capital. It also helped that the doomed corporation was already on its last legs, making it an easy target. A company like Samsung would never be this vulnerable. No matter how dire its situation, it would always keep emergency funds. That's why crushing the three major families was far simpler than taking down Samsung. To put it bluntly, Despite prolonged attacks, Samsung had held firm, even transferring cooperative funds to the corporate account. If Samsung lost the bid, those funds would return to them, buying them a brief respite. But it would only be a delay, not enough to stop Luo Yao from orchestrating their decline or even their downfall. Ran, what secrets are you two whispering about? The moment Luo Yao stepped out, she saw Chen Qingtian speaking mysteriously to Lin Ran. Chen Qingtian felt a sudden chill, though she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. Little sister-in-law, listen, I've uncovered a huge secret. You know Uncle Fu, right? He might be a mole. And Jiang Feihua, she could be one too. At least one of them is shady, maybe both. Chen Qingtian blinked. That's it? What else? You've said your piece. No, I'm not done. Jiang Feihua, do you know how strong she is? Yesterday, she almost outhanzia 6%. She went on to recount last night's events, but Luo Yao and Lin Ran remained expressionless. You guys already knew, didn't you? Fine. Seems you're aware there are snakes in the house. I'll head out first. After Chen Qingtian left, Lin Ran and Luo Yao exchanged glances. Shouldn't it be black sheep? Luo Yao replied coldly. Bird or sheep, it makes no difference to me. What do you mean? Both can be crushed effortlessly. That's my wife, always dominant, no matter the situation. Luo Yao arched a brow. You and Chen Qingtian seem quite close. A faint, lethal aura seeped into the air. Lin Ran was acutely sensitive to it. Yao, she's kind of cute, honestly. Chen Qingtian didn't deserve death. Besides, Lin Ran had a feeling Luo Yao didn't entirely despise her, probably. Cute? Compared to me? Was this even a question? How can she compare to you? She doesn't stand a chance at all. She's just cute, but you're not only cute, you're also my love. Only then did Luo Yao retract her icy demeanor. President Luo, Lu Yuqi has personally driven to the estate to invite you to the Lu family residence. Will you see him? Lin Ran and Luo Yao exchanged glances, both wearing expressions that said, just as expected. Ran, it seems he's truly desperate. Last time, Luo Yao had made it clear that if he wanted a meeting, he'd have to come in person. Later, Chen Buhei arrived, and today, Wang Shaolin showed up. Finally, though belatedly, Lu Yuqi made his appearance. Then let's go meet the so-called first family of Shanghai. Fine. Tell him to wait in the villa's living room. By the time they returned to the villa, Lu Yuqi had already been waiting for quite some time. He was chatting idly with Chen Qingtian. Qingtian is a rising star in the entertainment industry. Her acting skills are nothing short of mesmerizing. Even an old man like me gets lost in admiration. Chen Qingtian rolled her eyes. She had no interest in entertaining this old man's small talk. The moment Lu Yuqi walked in and saw her playing games on the sofa, he had started rambling incessantly. My acting is as laughable as a pig's, yet you call it mesmerizing? Patriarch Lu, you really are something. A true master of verbal flattery, you sly old fox. Chen Qingtian didn't even glance up from her gaming device as she replied. Lu Yuqi maintained a refined smile, but his irritation was simmering beneath the surface. Chen Qingtian was just a junior from the Chen family. Sure, the Chen family had political influence, but the Lu family wasn't to be trifled with either. Why was everyone connected to Lin Ran so blunt? None of them knew how to respect their elders. Even if Chen Qingtian's grandfather, Chen Xiao, were here, he wouldn't dare speak to him like this. Qingtian is quite spirited. I like that. I won't hold it against you. Finally, Chen Qingtian set down her device, took a deep breath, and prepared to unleash her verbal barrage. Who said you could not hold it against me? Go ahead, hold it against me. I'd love to know what exactly you plan to hold against me. That you disturbed my gaming, or that you tried to butter me up. Kindan this, kindan that. Since when are we so close? If you want to flatter someone, go find my sister-in-law. Don't waste your efforts on the wrong person. I don't have any money to tip you. Lu Yuqi's smile stiffened, his anger teetering on the edge of eruption. Why were young people nowadays so disrespectful and reckless? He was 80 years old enough to be her grandfather, yet she dared speak to him with such insolence. Just as Lu Yuqi was about to teach Chen Qingtian a lesson, Lin Ran's voice cut in. Patriarch Lu, I'd advise you to talk less with my cousin. Her tongue is even sharper than mine. Lin Ran and Luo Yao walked into the villa just in time to witness the exchange between Lu Yuqi and Chen Qingtian. Haha, President Luo, young Master Lin, this old man came unannounced. Please forgive the intrusion. If you knew it was an intrusion, why come at all? Luo Yao's voice was frosty. Lu Yuqi choked back his frustration. These youngsters had no sense of respect, and their words cut deep. President Luo, you misunderstand. After all, we are business partners. Today I've prepared a grand banquet at the Lu family residence, and I sincerely hope you'll honor us with your presence. Luo Yao and Lin Ran exchanged another glance before Lin Ran spoke. You invite us, and we're just supposed to go. What about our dignity? Lu Yuqi smiled confidently. Young Master Lin, President Luo, I've prepared a generous gift for you at the Lu family residence, one that will surely satisfy you, and my unfilial son is waiting there to offer you both a sincere apology. Lu Yuqi had always assumed his relationship with Luo Yao was purely competitive, with only minor clashes during their last two encounters. Besides, at the Li family banquet, Luo Yao had been the one to strike first. Even after learning his granddaughter Lu Shangting had her tongue cut out, he hadn't made a fuss. If anything, Luo Yao should owe him a favor for that. So why was he here? Two reasons. First, he was afraid and wanted to end the feud. Second, his youngest granddaughter, Lu Shangxi, an avid shipper of Lin Ran and Lu Yao, had analyzed Lu Yao's hostility and personality for him. Only then did Lu Yuqi realize Luo Yao was a full-blown yandere. Lu Shangxi, well-versed in fandom culture, had explained the concept in detail. After understanding, Lu Yuqi was stunned. He'd truly lived long enough to see everything. No wonder Luo Yao had reacted so violently to Lu Shangting's provocations. It all boiled down to Lu Shangting saying the wrong things. Thus, Lu Yuqi immediately ordered Lu Lutong to prepare at the Lu family residence, while he personally came to invite Luo Yao, both to apologize and negotiate a truce. An apology? Indeed. I've instructed my worthless son to await your arrival so he can offer his sincerest regrets. Originally, Lu Yuqi had considered dragging his son over by force, but he worried about gossip if outsiders saw. So, he decided to host the apology at the Lu family residence. More importantly, it was the only way to get Luo Yao to come. Once, he had looked down on her. Now, he wouldn't dare. Luo Yao saw right through his little scheme. She turned to Lin Ran. Ah, Ran, do you want to go? Lin Ran smirked. Last time, your two grandsons offended me too. Lu Yuqi didn't hesitate. Lu Lutong, Lu Xiangdai, Lu Xiangji, Lu Xiangting, even Lu Ludu are all there. Once you arrive, handle them as you see fit. I won't utter a single word of protest. Lu Ludu hadn't provoked Luo Yao during this trip to Shanghai, but he had in the past. Though Luo Yao had already broken his bones as punishment back then, Lu Yuqi had no qualms about sacrificing him again to appease her. After all, Lu Ludu was the family's designated scapegoat. Might as well make himself useful before taking the fall. Really? We can do whatever we want? Lu Yuqi nodded solemnly. Even if you cut out all their tongues, I won't say no. I, Lu Yuqi, swear on this. If I break my word, may my entire family die horribly. Huh? Lin Ran thought, isn't that my line? Suddenly, Lin Ran was intrigued. But he still deferred to Luo Yao, who responded with her usual domineering flair. Since Patriarch Lu has extended such a sincere invitation, I'll grant you this face. Let's see what kind of scheme the Lu family is brewing. Lu Yuqi's eye twitched, but he swallowed his anger and kept his composure. Chen Qingtian suddenly raised her hand. Me, take me with you. I want to see the Lu family residence too. May I, Patriarch Lu? Lu Yuqi, ever the diplomat, acted as if their earlier clash never happened. Of course, your young master Lin's cousin. You're more than welcome to join. As they walked out, a meaningful glint flashed in Lu Yuqi's eyes as he spoke up. I saw the Wang family's car on my way here earlier. I wonder. Luo Yao replied flatly. The doomed group has been acquired by us. What? Lu Yuqi stood frozen, stunned that his business partner had been silently absorbed without a word. So what the hell had he been doing all this time? Of the three great families, one had been taken down, another absorbed, and now only his remained. Struggling under official investigation, barely holding on. Damn it, so after all this, we're just completely wiped out? As the top family in Shanghai, are we just destined to get stabbed in the back? Ridiculous. How did it come to this? Could Luo Yao really be this formidable? No way. Absolutely no way. President Luo's methods are truly masterful. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have competed with you, making things so difficult for everyone. Luo Yao walked expressionlessly toward her convoy in the estate. I'm not the one suffering, you are. Well, Lu Yuki suddenly felt like some character from a foreign movie. Little did they know, the Lu family had already undergone a complete upheaval at that very moment. Lin Ran and Luo Yao rode in one car, driven by Wang Bao, with Little Tong in the passenger seat, assistant Lu Meng, cousin Chen Qingtian, and a team of bodyguards following behind. Chen Qingtian thought of herself as the life of the party, hoping to build a good relationship with Lu Yao to pave her way to riches. But she gradually realized she'd boarded the wrong car. Yao Yao, do you think the people at the Lu estate will bully us? No one can bully me. If they bully you, I'll just eliminate them all. Chen Qingtian. Once we arrive, what identity should I present myself with? As the husband of Luo Corporation's CEO. If you don't like that, you can go as the Lu family's undertaker. Lin Ran. Thida. Chen Qingtian. Luo Yao suddenly flashed a meaningful smile. Ah Ran, I know you love drama, so I arranged a special show for you at the Lu estate. You'll see it soon. For some reason, Chen Qingtian felt her mental fortitude was on the verge of collapse. Lin Ran, however, perked up with interest, wearing a blissful smile. Having such a wonderful wife is truly my blessing. Sometimes I wonder if this is all a dream, but every real sensation tells me it's all true. After saying this, Lin Ran sighed from the depths of his heart. I'm so happy, looking back to see you still by my side. Luo Yao. I'll always stay by Aran's side, loving Aran. Chen Qingtian. Dana She glanced at Lu Meng, who sat with her head lowered, expression calm, except her lips kept trembling. Do you have Parkinson's? Liu Meng. Huh? No. Then why are your lips shaking? Oh, I'm reciting scripture. What scripture? The heart-cleansing mantra. Chen Qingtian began questioning her life choices. Was her emotional resistance really this weak? Luo Yao shot them a glance, and Lin Ran also felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't meant to flaunt their affection. Yao Yao, I wasn't with you during your lowest moments, yet here I am sharing your peak. Isn't that a bit selfish? No. I'll bring the highest summit to you so you can stand atop it, because you're Aran, you deserve the best. Puff. Chen Qingtian finally snapped, feeling her entire body break out in goosebumps. You two are too much. Ugh, I need to find someone to whisper sweet nothings to me every day too. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. I think there's someone perfect for you. Who? Wang Dakeng. You two, a playboy and a gold digger, are a match made in heaven, except he's actually had his fill, while you haven't even taken a bite. You son of a, stay calm, stay calm. If I rage, who benefits? I'm celebrity Chen Qingtian. I must be poised, not irritable. Watching Chen Qingtian start reciting mantras too, Lin Ran sighed helplessly and looked at Luo Yao beside him. Suddenly, he noticed something. Luo Yao didn't actually seem to dislike Chen Qingtian that much. He wasn't wrong. Luo Yao indeed didn't resent Chen Qingtian anymore. First, Chen Qingtian was fundamentally different from other women. She was Lin Ran's cousin, came from a politically influential family, and wasn't likely to compete for Aran's attention. Second, Luo Yao had investigated and confirmed Chen Qingtian's sexual orientation was normal, so no risk of her falling for Luo Yao either. Moreover, Luo Yao had noticed something subtle. This woman, who seemed carefree on the surface, was actually quite perceptive. For instance, she always greeted Luo Yao first whenever they met. Beyond her money-making motives, it was also a deliberate act to show she wasn't overly attached to Lin Ran, a performance meant for Luo Yao. She was signaling that, as family, she wouldn't divert Lin Ran's focus. Chen Qingtian never said it outright, but Luo Yao could sense it. Once or twice might be coincidence, but consistently? That was intentional. Who could say such a woman wasn't sharp? She knew her boundaries, was bold yet meticulous, and understood what she wanted. Her carefree nature was her personality. Her attentiveness was her essence. Two traits that rarely coexisted seamlessly in one person. Her only flaw was being a bit promiscuous, but upon closer inspection, her promiscuity was all talk. She hadn't actually been with a single man. Luo Yao had said she hated players, but Chen Qingtian didn't know that. And she wasn't really a player, at least not in action. At most, she was just mentally adventurous. Ran, I heard the guys in Capital University's sports department are quite something. Since cousin here loves men so much, why not arrange a whole platoon for her? Chen Qingtian. Huh? Lin Ran. A whole platoon? Could Chen Qingtian's petite frame even handle that? And did Luo Yao just call her cousin? Wang Xiaolin just went public. Liu Meng suddenly cut in, handing Luo Yao a tablet. Lin Ran leaned over to look. The official statement from Doomed Group's account was simple. From today onward, Doomed Group belonged to Luo Yao Holdings. A glance at the comments. Doomed Group is Luo Yao's now? Right after Lu Corp took down the Li family, they swallowed the Wangs too. Is she trying to single-handedly dismantle Shanghai's three great families? That's so damn cool. Holy crap, no wonder everyone's talking about buying stocks next market opening. Old Wang's move was genius, using Luo Corp's clout to bail himself out. Don't you guys know? The three major families of Demon City are competing with Luo Yao for the official project. I suspect this was a predestined outcome. Luo Yao is no ordinary person. Those old money families think they're untouchable, but they can't even see how powerful the new generation has become. And have you noticed? It was Luo Yao who acquired the Doomed Group, not Luo Corporation. When it comes to real brutality, our top chaebol heiress takes the crown. The sheer bloodiness is chilling, and if I remember correctly, the former members of the Luo family seem to have vanished. Where did they all go? Did Luo Yao have them locked up? This message was instantly deleted, and the user was banned. The acquisition case sparked nationwide debate, even catching the attention of Lu Yuqi, who was leading the way earlier, as he stared at the news in deep thought. Under the official account of Doomed Group, comments were piling up. Luo Yao's acquisition is hands down the most explosive deal of the year. And did you notice? Within just 10 minutes of the news breaking, all the negative buzz around Doomed Group vanished, like the internet just forgot. Doesn't anyone else think Luo Yao is way too ruthless? And what about Wang Dakeng's scandal? We can't just let Doomed Group off the hook, nor let Capital run this wild. This message was instantly deleted and the user was banned. Every day, I envy Lin Ran. Who wouldn't want a wife this capable? Who wouldn't want to live that cushy life? Watch your mouth, buddy. Unless you want a lawsuit. Lin Ran stared at the flood of comments with a wry smile. Whether in his past life or now, Luo Yao had made sure the entire nation knew her name. Heh, the netizens are talking about you way more than me these days. Luo Yao nodded. They're just not used to hearing about acquisitions this big. If you want the spotlight, I can hand Luo Corporation over to you. Guaranteed to... Shh, I don't want the attention, and I don't want to manage some massive conglomerate. I just want to be a useless bum. Chen Qingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't fathom what kind of love would drive someone to give so much. She knew Luo Yao had yandere tendencies. She'd even Googled, do yanderes make better money? But she couldn't wrap her head around what kind of love would make someone break their own bones to make soup for their man. Chen Qingtian's worldview finally shattered. As the car entered Lu Manor, the group quickly understood why the Lu family was considered a major dynasty. Lu Manor was a place of antique elegance and staggering luxury, not a countryside estate, but something closer to a high-end villa district. After driving deeper into the grounds, they arrived before a palatial structure. Stepping out, they realized even the outdoor flooring was made of premium hardwood. Lin Ran was seeing the place in a whole new light. When they reached the main hall, even Lin Ran was stunned. This wasn't just a hall. It was more dazzling than the lobby of a 7-star hotel. Compared to the ancestral hall at the Luo family's old residence, the difference was night and day. His gaze drifted to the wall behind the main seat. Good. No ancestral tablets. If this place had followed the Luo family's style, how many memorial plaques would they have needed? President Luo, young Master Lin, this is the Lu family's... Lu Yuqi suddenly frowned, sensing something off as he scanned the empty hall. Logically, as the family head, his return should have been met with a grand welcome. But not only was it eerily quiet outside, there wasn't a soul inside either. Something was very, very wrong. Even Lu Tong and his sons, whom he'd left in charge, were nowhere to be seen. Where is everyone? Don't they know I'm back? Someone. Lu Yuqi's face darkened with embarrassment. Just then, a servant rushed in. Family head. Compose yourself, Lu Yuqi snapped. If this servant weren't somewhat special, he'd have banished him on the spot. Meanwhile, Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. The servant kept his head low as he reported, "Oh, Lu Tong, young master, can you speak faster?" Lu Yuqi was genuinely furious now, already plotting the servant's punishment. Young Master Lu Tong secretly released young Master Lu Du. Now they've rallied much of the family to overthrow you as head. What? Why wasn't I called? Lu Yuki was floored. Lin Ran patted his pockets but found nothing, suddenly feeling uneasy. Ran, looking for this? Lin Ran stared at the handful of sunflower seeds in Luo Yao's palm, baffled. Where'd you get these? I had Lu Mang prepare them in advance. Lin Ran was starting to think he didn't understand Luo Yao at all. Lu Yuki, seething, waved his hand. Someone. No response. Family head. I'm afraid young Master Lu Ludu has taken control of the entire Lu Manor, the servant cut in. What? And you just let it happen? Lu Yuki couldn't believe it. The servant blinked innocently. I'm not part of the main family. How could I stop them? Lu Yuki's eyes narrowed. He knew full well this man could have intervened if he'd wanted. Lu Meng smirked. Family head Lu, is this the show you invited us to see? Quite the spectacle. So, where do we sit? At her mocking tone, Lu Yuki's expression turned stormy. Then he caught Luo Yao's derisive gaze, and suddenly understood. President Luo, must we be at each other's throats like this? That depends on your sincerity. Luo Yao casually took the seat of honor, while Lin Ran settled into the other. Lu Yuki closed his eyes and sighed. He knew that once Luo Yao made her move, victory was certain. Just like with the Li and Wang families. Right then, the sound of hurried footsteps filled the air as dozens of Lu family members poured into the hall. Outside, the grounds buzzed with activity as more clansmen gathered. Leading the security team was a man in his 70s. Lin Ran marveled at the sheer size of the Lu family. Their numbers were staggering. At the front, Lu Lutong pushed a wheelchair carrying the injured Lu Ludu. You traitor! Who told you to release him? And all of you, what do you think you're doing? Lu Lutong smirked. Old man, you've been head for way too long. We, your sons, aren't happy. Why do you get to sit high while we're just tools for your schemes? So you're rallying them to dethrone me and take my place? Lu Lutong shook his head, patting the wheelchair. Inside, Lu Ludu sat perfectly calm. My abilities are limited, and I don't believe I'm fit for the position of family head, but the eighth brother is capable. Today I nominate him as the new head. If you know what's good for you, I'll let you retire peacefully at Lu Manor. But if you refuse to cooperate, then I'll have to make you cooperate. Lu Yuki narrowed his eyes as he looked at his 8 sons. You're all such filial children, laughing your father to death. Seated in his wheelchair, Lu Ludu glanced at Luo Yao and nodded before addressing Lu Yuqi. Don't act so indignant. Born into a great family like ours, what choice do we have but to fight? Take you, for instance. Didn't you seize power by eliminating your own brother? Nonsense, Lu Yuki denied immediately. Lu Ludu smirked in disdain. You think you covered your tracks well, but I've got irrefutable proof. Otherwise, why do you think everyone here is standing behind me? Seeing Lu Yuki's face twitch, Lu Ludu's grin widened. Honestly, there's no point denying it. It's the truth, one of the tragedies of great families. Even the head of the Li family, already taken away by the authorities. How many of the major families in this city, aside from the Wang family, have gained their positions cleanly? If you could do it, why can't we? After years of patience, Lu Ludu finally let loose. Old man, stop struggling. Look around. Do you see even one of your sons standing with you? You know exactly how we've lived all these years. Young masters of a wealthy family sounds nice, but in reality, we were just your tools. Which one of us wasn't abused growing up? The room fell silent. No one could refute Lu Ludu's words. To the outside world, Lu Yuqi was refined and amiable, but within the Lu family, he was a notorious tyrant, violent and cruel to his own kin. Lu Yuqi felt his heart turn cold. He had anticipated this day might come, but never imagined it would be such a complete betrayal. Where's Luxon? He asked, referring to his favorite 9th son. Ah, 9th brother. Right, the only one you never laid a hand on, but you won't be seeing him. What do you mean? Lu Ludu feigned sorrow. You accused me of drug trafficking, but it wasn't me, it was 9th brother. I've already handed him over to the authorities. After all, for a crime this big, someone from the main Lu family line has to take the fall. Don't you agree, Lu Yuqi? The sorrow vanished, replaced by a chilling grin. Lu Yuqi's scalp prickled. He understood now. Lu Ludu was framing Lu Luxon for this, just as he had once tried to force Lu Ludu to confess, except Lu Ludu was actually guilty, while Lu Luxon, at least in this case, was innocent. You unfilial wretch, have you no shred of familial love? Lu Ludu scoffed. Familial love. Royal families are the cruelest. We may not be royalty, but our infighting is just as vicious. If love meant anything, so many wouldn't have died. If you truly care about your son, why not take the blame yourself? do one last thing for the Liu family. Though I have to say, ninth brother really was the most filial. When I told him his father would die unless he took the blame, he actually went. Hilarious. And you pinned your hopes on this fool? How could he possibly lead the Liu family forward? Luludu paused, eyes burning with hatred. Too bad he doesn't know what'll happen to his dear father after he confesses. Even I can't predict how ugly it'll get. Lu Yuki took a deep breath, stunned by Luludu's ruthlessness. This was his own flesh and blood. So now you're staging a coup? A coup? You really think you're an emperor? I'm just following your example. How you came to power, need I remind you? I'm doing this for the Liu family's future. Lu Yuqi felt the bitter irony of his life. Yes, he had seized power unjustly, but at least he'd done it quietly. Now these traitorous sons of his had outdone him in cruelty. You really think I'm some pushover? Fine, if this is how it is, I won't hold back. Lu Yuqi saw the full picture now. He wouldn't wait for death. If he acted fast, he might still save Lu Luxin. Lu Yuhu, seize these traitors. Lu Yuhu, Lu Yuqi's cousin, oversaw the Liu family's entire security force. Brother, my apologies. I prefer your sons. You're old. Time to step down. Shock. Disbelief. Numbness. What? What did that wretch promise you? Lu Yuhu showed no shame. Nothing much, just double what you gave me. And let's not forget, you did the same to our eldest brother. What goes around, comes around. You should have known this was coming. Rage burned in Lu Yuqi's eyes. Fine, fine, my own dear brother. Don't blame me for cutting ties. You think I've no cards left? Ah-san, it's up to you now. Take down Luludu. Ah-san, the seemingly unreliable servant. To outsiders, he was just another underling. Only Lu Yuqi knew the truth. This man was a top 3 assassin on the dark web. For years, he'd stayed by Lu Yuqi's side. Loyalty bought with money. His servant identity just a cover. Lu Yuqi had absolute confidence in him. Crushing Lu Yuhu and subduing Luludu would be effortless. Patriarch, my apologies. I now serve young Master Ludu. Lu Yuqi nearly spat blood. Then why the hell did you report to me earlier? Just walk over to their side. Ah-san wore an aggrieved expression. I had to be steady. Lu Yuqi. Wanami. You. All of you. Ugh, I'll die of rage. Ah-san sighed. Patriarch. Steady. Steady? Steady your mother. The outburst left Lu Yuqi lightheaded. Then he remembered one last hope. He turned to Luo Yao. President Luo, help me. Lu Ludu sneered. Old man, President Luo is my ally. Why would she help you? Lu Yuqi was floored. How had this bastard Lu Ludu pulled this off? Luo Yao rose and approached Lu Yuqi. Beg. What? Beg. Without hesitation, Lu Yuqi dropped to his knees, knocking his forehead against the floor. President Luo, I beg you, save me. The Liu family will submit to you. Luo Yao looked down in contempt. This was the man who dared oppose her? You had such an air of authority before. What happened? Done pretending? Lu Yuqi shook his head like a rattle drum. No more pretending. Never again. At last, the old dog groveled at her feet. Luo Yao felt like a victorious general. Years ago, Lu Yuqi had sent his sons to harass her while squeezing Luo Corporation in business. If not for her ruthlessness and decisiveness, she'd never have made it this far. Today, it all ended. The Liu family's fate was sealed. Lu Ludu stared at Luo Yao in disbelief. President Luo, we had an agreement. Luo Yao couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Fooled you, didn't I? You actually believed that? Is this your first day in the game? Shock filled Lu Ludu's eyes. He couldn't comprehend Luo Yao's thoughts anymore. If Liu Meng hadn't contacted him 2 hours ago, he wouldn't have taken this risky move. But Lu Yao's reasoning was simple. Neither Lu Ludu nor Lu Yuqi would emerge as the final victor. She glanced at Lin Ran and suddenly asked, Ah Ran, are you afraid of me? The question instantly silenced the room. No one understood why Luo Yao would ask such a thing. Seeing the eager, expectant look in her eyes, Lin Ran felt his heart melt. I am afraid that you might think I fear you. Luo Yao laughed, genuinely delighted. Old dog, remember this. Today I can save you, and tomorrow I can uproot you completely. Lu Yuqi nodded frantically. I understand. Hearing Lu Yao's words, Lu Ludu paled. His brother Lu Lutong, however, remained indifferent. He knew Luo Yao was formidable, but how powerful could she really be? With just a dozen bodyguards by her side? And herself? How could she possibly walk out of the Liu family manor, guarded by hundreds of security personnel? President Luo, I admit you're impressive. You turned all of Shanghai upside down in just a few days. But this is the Lu family manor, not the Luo residence. If you want to cause trouble here, I suggest you think twice. After all, no matter who leads the Lu family, it benefits you. Why stir up trouble? Luo Yao didn't even bother standing up. With a mere wave of her hand, $2 air bodyguards instantly formed a barrier between her and the Lu family. Forgotten the pain already? I wouldn't mind sending you the same way as your daughter, Luo Yao sneered, her gaze icy. Chen Qingtian looked around, then at himself, before pulling out his phone. What are you doing with that? Lu Meng asked, puzzled. Luo Yao also shot him a glance, using it as a brick. If anyone touches my brother's wife, I'll smash them with it. Lin Ran nearly face-palmed. Sure, you're absolutely shameless. That's some next-level flattery. Lu Ludu's expression darkened. He knew there was no turning back now. With a signal from him, all the security personnel outside flooded in. Luo Yao trembled, not from fear, but excitement. It had been so long since she'd experienced a real fight. Ran, stay behind me. Don't move. Let me show you what your wife is capable of. Lin Ran frowned. He knew Luo Yao was strong, but the numbers were overwhelming. Then he remembered. She had a barbecue. After all, they were all carbon-based life forms. Who could withstand the enlightenment of a 7.62 mm caliber? But with so many people, was this really okay? This wasn't just a brawl anymore. Legally speaking, this was organized, large-scale activity, what you'd call a black society operation. Yet, Lin Ran felt an inexplicable thrill. The Lu family's security moved first. Luo Yao's people remained still until the last moment. Then, in unison, they drew their enlightenment tools. Lin Ran nearly stumbled. He'd braced for a brutal fight, but this? The Lu family froze. They never expected Luo Yao's bodyguards to be armed like this. Lu Yuhu spoke up. President Luo, you've gone too far. What do you take this place for? Only then did Luo Yao reply. I'm a top-tier government partner. Think you have what it takes to touch me? Lu Yuhu's face darkened. The Lu family was powerful, but no family could oppose the government. Lin Ran was still confused. If that's the case, why did you ask if I was afraid? I thought you were going to fight. Luo Yao didn't move. Instead, her gaze locked onto one person across the room. I am going to fight, but only one opponent. It was the servant called San. Wang Bao and Little Tong stayed close to Lin Ran, ready to intercept any sudden attacks. Only 3 people remained seated now. Lin Ran, Luo Yao, and Lu Ludu, who was slumped in his wheelchair after Lu Yuqi had beaten him senseless. Chen Qingtian still held his brick, but it seemed useless now. After a moment's thought, he pocketed it again, but his eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Luo Yao. His brother's wife was absolutely badass. Despite their numbers, the opposition didn't dare charge. Finally, San sighed and stepped forward. Ungrateful wretch, I've waited a long time for this. Let's go. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. You were never my match before. Did you think a few years abroad would change that? Like lightning, she lunged. Yes, she knew him, the only one who'd escaped the jungle alive. Many had assumed he died, but Luo Yao knew her strike hadn't been fatal. Luo Bangsheng, San, drew a slender, flexible sword from his waist, his expression fierce. Luo Bangsheng, still using that piece of junk? Can't afford a new weapon? Luo Yao scoffed. Seeing her shift into combat mode, Lin Ran tensed. Luo Bangsheng's swordsmanship was unique. His whip-like blade moved with uncanny precision. But Luo Yao was even more terrifying, her dagger a blur of motion. Watching her dazzling movements, Lin Ran finally understood. No matter how strong he became, he'd never escape Luo Yao's grasp. She truly loved him. If she wanted him dead, it wouldn't take a second strike. Yet here he was, alive and well. Apart from Luo Yao and Lu Bangsheng's duel, the entire room stood still, watching in silence. Her bodyguards held their positions, awaiting orders. The Lu family's security didn't dare move under the threat of those enlightenment tools. The psychological pressure was unbearable for most. Even Luo Bangsheng, ranked among the top 3 on the dark web's assassin list, struggled. In a direct confrontation, his underhanded tricks were useless, and with Luo Yao's bodyguards aiming their weapons, he was a fugitive of the Luo family, not a dead man. How could he not be afraid? How could he not feel the pressure? Under such strain, mistakes were inevitable. 30 seconds later, Luo Yao's dagger shattered Luo Bangsheng's sword and pressed against his throat. The room was dead silent. It was like watching a sci-fi martial arts film. Their battle had surpassed everyone's understanding. Even Lu Yuhu was stunned. How had a Luo family member reached this level? Unbelievable. That's it? I thought I could finally have a satisfying fight, but it turns out you haven't improved at all after all these years. What a waste. Hearing Luo Yao's taunt at Lu Bangsheng, Lin Ran wore a bitter expression. If Luo Bangsheng was a waste, then what did that make him? Luo Bangsheng couldn't understand. No matter how hard he had tried, why did he still lose to Luo Yao? Luo Yao stared down at Luo Bangsheng beneath her dagger. Speaking of which, you're a traitor to the Luo family. As the current head, I have the right to deal with you, Liu Meng. Liu Meng immediately restrained Lu Bangsheng. Take him back to the estate and hand him over to Uncle Fu for custody. Got it. Luo Bangsheng sighed. Lu Yao, I admit defeat, but can you at least make it quick? Luo Yao didn't respond. Instead, she turned her gaze to the stunned group led by Lu Lutong. Just now, you said I was acting lawlessly? Lu Yuhu was too terrified to speak, but Lu Ludu quickly diffused the tension. What my uncle meant was that you, Chief Luo, are the sky over the Luo family. Honestly, we have no real grievances with you. Luo Yao's expression turned icy. You once dared to lay a hand on me. How can you claim there's no grudge? Your brother offended Ran, your nephew crossed me, and as for your niece, I won't even bother mentioning her. She deserved what she got. At that moment, Lu Yuki stepped forward. Lu Ludu, never thought I'd be the last one standing, did you? Do you know why Chief Luo sided with me instead of you? Because I can offer better terms. The Lu family's external affiliates will listen to me, not you. Liu Meng rolled her eyes. Who said you won? Lu Yuki. Oh. By then, Lin Ran had already positioned himself beside Luo Yao. Luo Yao cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yuqi. By harboring a traitor of the Luo family, are you trying to oppose me, Luo Yao? Lu Yuqi's face fell, his dignity as a family head completely shattered. By now, he fully understood Luo Yao's power. The Lu family wasn't even in the same league. She dominated not just the business world, but was also terrifyingly formidable in combat. Chief Luo, I swear I had no idea Ah-san was your family's traitor. If I'd known, I would have handed him over for benefits long ago. He wasn't lying. Good. Remember this. Today I can save you, and tomorrow I can wipe you out completely. Lu Yuqi let out a relieved breath. Those words were his reassurance, though he knew it would come at a steep price, but he had already accepted that outcome. Just then, a young girl burst in from outside. Are Luo Yao and Lin Ran here? Move aside. The girl was none other than Lu Shangxi, an avid shipper of Luo Yao and Lin Ran's Luo Shen Jianglin pairing. Freshly 18 and full of mischief, she was a beloved but politically irrelevant figure in the Lu family. Having just returned from a wild outing, she saw the crowd and heard Luo Yao and Lin Ran were inside, so she charged in without hesitation. As a favored granddaughter with a cheerful personality, no one stopped her. Oh my God, it really is Luo Yao and Lin Ran. Can I get your autographs? I'm a huge fan of your CP. Both Luo Yao and Lin Ran were stunned. They had shippers now? And what the hell was Luo Shen Jianglin? Lu Yuki, ridiculous. Lu Ludu, absurd. Lu Lutong, insane. Lu Shangxi, I love it. Luo Yao ignored the girl, her disgust barely concealed. Liu Meng, bring out the contract. At this point, Lu Ludu finally snapped. Chief Luo, this is a private matter of the Lu family. Isn't this overstepping? Don't ask me. Ask the ones who will judge you. Suddenly, the blaring sirens of police cars pierced the air as a fleet of vehicles swarmed the scene. You called the cops? Luo Yao looked at him like he was already dead. You should know I was the one who reported the Lu family's drug trafficking, and you should also know the evidence I have is enough to bury you. Even I wouldn't dare touch that filth in China, yet you did. How many bullets do you think you'll get? Lu Shangxi gasped. Eighth uncle. You're that hardcore? You dealt drugs? Lu Ludu glared at Luo Yao. Why? I just love watching you despair. Lu Ludu's eyes darkened. So you've never let go of that incident where I offended you years ago. I apologized, explained it was the old man's orders, and you even broke my bones. Wasn't that enough? Luo Yao smirked. If apologies worked, we wouldn't need police. Besides, I hold grudges. A chill ran down Lu Yuki's spine. That unfilial son had pinned the blame on him, and Luo Yao just admitted she never forgets. So what did that mean for him? Suddenly, Lu Ludu burst into manic laughter. You think it's over this easily? Did you really think I had no backup plan? This was meant as a last resort to take the old man down with me. Never thought I'd use it now. Luo Yao's pupils contracted. She sensed an unprecedented threat. Police officers stormed in, their numbers overwhelming. Given the Lu family's influence, the armed response was justified. Protect Ah Ran. Luo Yao's bodyguards encircled the two, while she threw herself over Lin Ran. Lu Ludu slapped his wheelchair 3 times. A series of deafening explosions erupted across the Lu estate. If I can't have it, no one will. Let's all die together. Lu Ludu descended into madness. Even his own allies stared at him in horror. The newly arrived officers dropped to the ground in trained unison. Lu Yuhu, caught off guard, was blasted away like a cannonball, landing motionless. The bodyguards tightened their formation around Lin Ran and Luo Yao. Liu Meng yanked Chen Qingtian behind a table, shielding them from debris. In a flash, Lin Ran pulled Luo Yao aside. A sharp stone grazed his cheek, drawing blood, but he didn't flinch. He had protected her. Ah Ran, are you okay? I'm fine. Don't worry. Before anyone could recover from the first blast, you thought that was it? Not a chance. Ha ha! I buried more than just these. After the first wave of explosions, even Lulu Tong beside Lulu Du was severely injured, and many others were hit by flying debris. This indiscriminate blast was like a lottery. No one knew who would be hurt next. At this moment, the Lu family estate was in complete chaos. The explosions were bad enough, but the fires were even worse. No one knew how Lu Du had planted all these explosives and incendiary devices. Lu Du raised the remote control in his hand. Whoosh! Just as he was about to press the button, a cold glint cut through the air with a sharp whistle. Ah! The dagger struck Luludu's hand with perfect accuracy, and the remote clattered to the ground. At the same time, the police officer tackled Luludu, wheelchair and all, pinning him down without hesitation. Lulu Tong, his leg blown apart, lay on the ground staring in disbelief at his youngest brother, the one he'd been closest to. You lunatic, you absolute madman. We all betrayed the old man just to make you the family head, and now you want us all to die together? At the same moment, a younger member of the Lu family knelt beside a lifeless body, sobbing uncontrollably. I'll kill him. He murdered my mother. Pinned to the ground, Luludu grinned at Lulu Tong's furious expression. Ha, ha, did you really think I didn't know? You just wanted to control me after I took power. You and Lu Yuqi are the same kind of people. Lulu Tong froze. He'd never actually thought that way. While he coveted the position of family head, he'd been content with securing more benefits for his own branch. He had genuinely supported Luludu's rise and genuinely believed they were close. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Ran couldn't help but sigh. That had been too close. This was the nearest he'd come to death since his rebirth. Too close. As the dust slowly settled, Luo Yao tenderly brushed her fingers along Lin Ran's face, wiping away the blood and dirt before tasting it on her tongue. A little salty. It was a familiar taste. Ran, does it hurt? Lin Ran shook his head. No. Protecting you makes me happy. Luo Yao's eyes weren't just sparkling now, they were filled with pure adoration, as if she wanted to tear his clothes off right then and there. Ran, I want to. Phew. Lin Ran nearly choked. Here they were, surrounded by danger and enemies, and she was still thinking about that. I want to go home with you. Oh, home. Right. Maybe he'd misunderstood. Okay, let's go. Luo Yao nodded and had someone contact Uncle Fu. Then she glanced down at Lu Yuqi, who was curled up on the floor, miraculously unharmed. Her eyes narrowed. If Lin Ran was hurt, why did this old man get to walk away unscathed? Liu Meng handed the dagger back to Lu Yao, the same one she'd thrown earlier. Without her quick action, many more lives might have been lost. Even the police officers looked at her with gratitude and admiration. Luo Yao took the blade, its surface still clean and unblemished, and fixed Lu Yuqi with an icy stare. Lu Yuqi, remember my words. Lu Yuqi was truly shaken. He'd never imagined his own son could be so deranged. I understand. Thank you, President Luo. Luo Yao glanced at the busy officers and armed personnel, then paused. Come to the Luo Corporation branch tomorrow at noon. Yes. Lu Yuqi didn't dare refuse. Only then did Luo Yao turn back to Lin Ran. Lu Meng, handle the rest. Ran and I are leaving. Huh? Oh, right. At this point, who would lead the Lu family? Who would be arrested? Who would die? none of it mattered anymore. As Luo Yao and Lin Ran walked out, neither the Lu family nor the authorities made a move to stop them. This was no longer the Luo Yao the world had seen on variety shows. The moment she stepped out of the Lu estate, everyone understood just how terrifying she truly was. Outside, the fires raged on. The entire Lu estate was ablaze, all thanks to Lu Ludu. What a beautiful sea of flames. Quite the welcoming ceremony he prepared for us. Luo Yao admired the view as if the screams within the inferno meant nothing to her. Lin Ran was stunned by the sight. That Lu Ludu was ruthless. If he couldn't have it, he wanted to destroy it all. If the second explosion hadn't been stopped, we'd really have been in trouble. Luo Yao fell silent for a moment. It's my fault. I didn't investigate thoroughly enough. Shh. Not your fault. You did everything you could. Lin Ran had never blamed Luo Yao for danger. His stance remained the same. If Luo Yao lived, he'd stay by her side. If Luo Yao died, he'd follow her. Fire engines wailed as one after another arrived. Uncle Fu's car trailed behind one of them. Young miss, thank goodness you're safe. Uncle Fu had been terrified when he got the news. If anything had happened to Luo Yao, the global business landscape would have shifted overnight. Most saw her as just a businesswoman, but few knew the truth. When she spoke, the world's economy trembled. Even world leaders hesitated before crossing her. That was why they'd orchestrated the bidding war, hoping to pressure her through the three great families. But no one expected things to escalate this far. Now, even the authorities were struggling to control the fallout. As Luo Yao and Lin Ran got into the car, Chen Qingtian came running after them. Wait for me. Wait. The car drove off without him, leaving Chen Qingtian gaping. Sister-in-law, don't leave me behind. Sister-in-law, wait. Sister-in-law, take me with you. On the way out of the Lu estate, Lin Ran watched the devastation and heard the cries of the wounded. For the first time, he felt a pang of sorrow. He wasn't a saint, but Lu Ludu's kamikaze tactics had shaken him. Never underestimate the destructive power of a man with nothing left to lose. The most dangerous people in this world are those with no way out. How did he even plant all those bombs without anyone noticing? Even Luo Yao was baffled. Were the Lu family members blind? Ran, why did you protect me earlier? You're my wife. Who else would I protect? You're the only one left in my world. Lin Ran wasn't lying. His so-called relatives? Non-existent. As for the Chen family, he acknowledged them, but that didn't mean he cared. You should know that when someone takes things seriously, they've already lost. Lin Ran might yearn for familial love, but after being hurt, he no longer dares to hope for it. As for friendship, does Lin Ran have friends? Of course. Wu Jishang, Uncle Fu, even Little Black, they're all his friends. They matter, but never as much as Luo Yao, nor as much as himself. Luo Yao was overjoyed, her happiness radiating from within. The way you protected me just now was so manly. I loved it. But next time, promise you'll protect yourself first. No, I can't do that. I won't stand by and watch my Yao Yao get hurt. You're my bottom line. No one touches you, or they'll answer to me. Luo Yao wrapped her arms around Lin Ran, admitting she was completely won over by his sweet words. She adored this feeling. Ran, we need to get ready to return to the capital. Sure, I've had enough of this place anyway. From the driver's seat, Uncle Fu glanced at the rearview mirror and smiled like a doting parent, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Lin Ran sighed. They'd only been here about a week, yet every single day had been intense. Physically, mentally, event-wise, everything had been explosive. Chen Qingtian, still at the Lu family estate, was picked up by a car sent by Uncle Fu, leaving only the security team and Liu Meng behind. Liu Meng still had unfinished business, and the security team stayed to protect her. After all, with so many people around, it wasn't safe for her alone. At the same time, at the Hueki Institute's Shanghai branch, Chen Buhui listened to the voice on the phone, her expression darkening. You promised me Luo Corporation wouldn't win the bid. Why did you go back on your word? She couldn't hold back her accusation any longer. What could I do? It was a decision from above, and it seems someone from your own Chen family was involved. Should I have let the project stall? And have you seen the news? Do you really not understand why Luo Corporation was chosen? The news? What news? Chen Buhui frowned in confusion. Just look it up yourself. It's too complicated to explain. After hanging up, Chen Buhui's brows furrowed deeper. Lu, what's the news today? Liu? No one answered after several calls, and her expression turned even uglier. Young people these days have no respect. Don't you know you should answer when your elder speaks? She turned to confront Lu, only to find her assistant staring at her phone in shock. Huh? Oh, Yes, yes, it's about the Liu family. The Liu family. What about the Liu family? Chen Buhui snatched the phone and froze. A long silence followed. Luo Yao, what a ruthless woman. She'll stop at nothing to get what she wants. This has to be her doing. Assistant Liu frowned deeply, unable to understand Chen Buhui's hostility toward Liu Yao. Weren't the Li and Wang families exposed for their own crimes? How could Liu Yao be blamed for that? At the same moment, the entire nation was bombarded with explosive headlines.
PM2 dead, over 100 injured. Corporation. Corporation. So, Session Pimps and Ocean, Song on Beams, Mines and Bottom Boys, with them, Consumer, Steel, and Squad, Shut Up Inside, Stay, and Close Dawson's Tales, and Clear Spill Spot.
Shongden and Xiaomyun, great families become history. The moment these stories broke, everyone from 80-year-old grandmothers to toddlers heard about them. Many even speculated that Luo Yao was behind it all. Influencers and analysts weighed in, and their conclusions sent shockwaves across the country. In just a few days, Luo Yao had uprooted the three families that had dominated Shanghai for generations. The Li family, now sewing uniforms in prison. The Wang family, absorbed. The Liu family, absorbed, but not without heavy losses. Netizens who'd once received legal notices from Luo Yao suddenly felt lucky. With power like hers, she could have crushed them, yet she'd spared them. What mercy. Only a handful knew the truth, but it didn't stop the rumors and wild theories. In the car, Lin Ran and Luo Yao held each other tightly, savoring the relief of survival. Ah Ran, living really is wonderful. Of course it is. Life is the only thing that feels real. After everything they'd been through, Luo Yao had gained a new perspective. Some people long for life, others for love. Some crave freedom, others death. Lin Ran's phone rang. Seeing Chen Qingtian's name, he frowned. What's wrong? Cousin, check the news. The internet isn't being kind to your wife right now. After hanging up, Lin Ran scrolled through his phone. Every video was about Luo Yao or the Liu family. If it wasn't those, it was the Wang or Li families. The comments were a mixed bag. Luo Yao is terrifying. She'll do anything to get her way. I bet she's behind all this. Why hasn't the government arrested her yet? These headlines are insane. A poor guy like me shouldn't be witnessing such brutal corporate warfare. Luo Yao is ruthless. What's wrong with you people? The Li and Wang families are guilty as sin. Even if Luo Yao was involved, they deserved it. And the Liu family? The authorities haven't even spoken. Why are you panicking? Want another lawsuit? Lin Ran sighed in relief. At least some netizens were rational. Yao, you've really made an impression. Half the country is scared of you now. Ah Ran, You said you weren't afraid of me. Lin Ran paused. Her first concern was whether he'd be afraid. Of course I'm not. You're adorable. They don't know how amazing you are. Just spouting nonsense. Sounds like they've got a death wish. As they talked, the Huake Institute announced the bid results. Unsurprisingly, Luo Corporation won. The South China Consortium withdrew without hesitation. With the three great families gone in days, who wouldn't be scared? The consortium was made up of multiple companies. Individually, none stood a chance against Luo Yao. Even together, they were no match. Luo Yao didn't even need to lift a finger. Lu Meng could handle them all. Now, all of Luo Yao's competitors were as silent as cicadas in winter, letting the Li family step in to acquire the Wang family, while the Lu family exploded in flames. Shortly after, news broke that the Lu family had partnered with Luo Corporation, essentially being absorbed. Then the South China Chamber of Commerce withdrew, and unsurprisingly, Luo Corporation emerged as the biggest winner. This series of maneuvers made it impossible not to suspect Luo Yao's involvement. The final announcement from the Chinese Academy of Sciences seemed to confirm these suspicions. With all this in mind, those who had once accused Luo Yao of being ruthless and violent fell completely silent. They were afraid, too scared to speak up anymore. But private discussions were rampant. What happens when people encounter the unknown? They fantasize. They speculate. They won't believe the facts, only their own conjectures. But did Luo Yao care about any of this? She couldn't be bothered. Let them gossip all they wanted. As long as no one claimed Lin Ran liked Liu Ruxu, it didn't matter. From that day onward, Luo Yao became a tycoon whose name struck fear across China and even the world. Ran, so many people died at the Liu family estate this time. Does it bother you to see that? This wasn't Lin Ran's first time witnessing death. In his past life, he had seen the fate of the Lin family. The gruesome death of Liu Yumei, in particular, remained an indelible image in his mind. So he had developed immunity, no severe physical discomfort. It's not too bad. I just find it sobering how fragile life is. Every moment, someone leaves this world, especially in accidents or disasters, tiny as grains of sand. Luo Yao. Do you hate that feeling, Ran? I wouldn't say hate, but I certainly don't like it. Yet it's an inevitable outcome. No one knows when an accident might strike. Life is like a phone call. Either you hang up first, or I do. I want to hang up with you. I want to hang on to you. Luo Yao wrapped her arms around Lin Ran's neck, her laughter filling the car with warmth. Back at the estate, Jiang Feihua came out to greet them, but Luo Yao didn't even glance her way. She and Lin Ran freshened up, showered, and changed into clean clothes. Lin Ran had a bloody scratch on his face, and Luo Yao personally tended to it. Miss, let the servants handle this. Luo Yao shot Jiang Feihua a sidelong glance. Did you kidnap Chen Qingtin the other day? Jiang Feihua tensed immediately. I just thought Uncle Fu was acting strange. That day, I saw him talking to someone, but I wasn't sure if they were from the estate, so I stopped Chen Qingten from making noise. After speaking, she lowered her head, visibly nervous. Then why didn't you come to me directly? Instead, you used Chen Qingtian to send me a message. Did you really think such a cheap trick would work? Jiang Feihua broke into a cold sweat, certain Luo Yao might kill her on the spot. Then, Luo Yao's tone shifted abruptly. Next time, come to me directly. Yes, miss. Jiang Feihua exhaled in relief and retreated, a faint smirk playing on her lips. She believed that once a seed of doubt was planted, it would fester in anyone's mind. Even someone like Luo Yao wasn't immune. Uncle Fu appeared suddenly. Miss, should we eliminate her? No. I still haven't figured out who's behind her. At first, Luo Yao suspected the three major families, but that didn't seem to be the case. Could she be working for Luo Wushuang? Possible, but unlikely. When Jiang Feihua was hired, Luo Wushuang was still on the run. He wouldn't have known about this estate. For a moment, Luo Yao even wondered if Jiang Feihua was tied to Samsung or the South China Chamber of Commerce, but that didn't add up either. Interesting, Luo Yao murmured. Yao, don't worry. The truth will come out eventually. Just focus on dressing my wound. Luo Yao watched Jiang Feihua's retreating figure. If she dares to hurt you, I'll make sure she regrets being born. Hurting you is even worse. I won't allow anyone to threaten you. Lin Ran leaned closer, making his request clear. Her husband needed his wife's care. Luo Yao gently dabbed medicine on Lin Ran's wound, but kept talking. It's not just Jiang Feihua. Anyone who tries to harm you will pay. Right. But maybe check what you're doing first. Luo Yao blinked, then froze. The cotton swab in her tweezers was disinfecting Lin Ran's ear piercing. Any deeper and I'll go deaf, then it'd be you hurting your beloved Ran. Luo Yao pouted, sulking. I was just too worried about you. That's why I got distracted. Lin Ran tossed the tweezers aside and pulled Luo Yao into his arms. Don't apologize. I understand you better than myself. I know what's on your mind. Besides, this scratch isn't serious. No need to keep treating it. He didn't even plan to use scar cream. He wanted the mark to stay on his face forever, proof that he'd protected Luo Yao. Hearing this, Luo Yao smiled, her expression almost eerie. Ran, you already have a mark of my love on your shoulder. If you really don't want to fix this one, maybe I should just carve up your whole face. That'd be more noticeable and keep other vixens away from you. Lin Ran broke into a nervous sweat. Maybe I'll use the scar cream after all. Only then did Luo Yao's smile return to normal. Later, Chen Qingtian returned. Little sister, why'd you two leave so suddenly? You missed the best part. Let me tell you, it was wild. Chen Qingtian waved her arms excitedly. That old dog from the Lu family got played by Assistant Lu like a lamb. And Lu Lutong? Brutal. He got his leg blown off and is in critical care. Both his sons are severely injured. One was already dead when the ambulance arrived. But honestly, everyone else got off easy. Still, the death toll's gotta be at least a dozen or 20. With something this big, even the mayor of Shanghai might get the boot. Lin Ran was speechless. Was Chen Qingtian genuinely unfazed or just pretending? Seriously? After all that, you have no reaction? Why would I? I didn't kill anyone. They did it to themselves. Chen Qingtian looked genuinely puzzled. I thought it was a great show. Lin Ran had to admire her. Kids from powerful families really were built different, unshaken even by such bloodshed. He'd been through it before, but what about Chen Qingtian? If your grandfather finds out what happened at the Lu family estate, won't he lock you up and beat you? Nah, I already told him. Lin Ran stared blankly. Wait, you snitched already? What'd he say? He told me to come back to Beijing. Said Grandma misses me. Not only that, he also said Grandma is preparing to cook my favorite dishes. She hasn't cooked in so long. Lin Ran nodded, silently mourning for Chen Qingtian for 0.1 seconds. That's great. Go back. It's fine. This is good news. Chen Qingtian wore a miserable expression. I can't go back anytime soon. The filming starts again in a couple of days, and running back and forth is just too much hassle. I'm not like you. Someone's taking care of you. Who's gonna take care of me? At this, Chen Qingtian's eyes flickered as she glanced at Luo Yao. Sis-in-law, I heard you two are heading back soon. True or not? Yeah. Then, can I stay here in Shanghai for a few days? I want to experience this rich lifestyle in advance. Chen Qingtian's face was full of hope and longing. She knew her request to stay while the owners were away was a bit impolite, but she couldn't help it. She loved this place too much. Do whatever. Luo Yao couldn't be bothered to say more than 2 words to Chen Qingtian. Unlike Chen Qingtian, who loved to chatter, Luo Yao had no interest in wasting words with anyone except Lin Ran. But I don't like that Zhang Feihua. Can you make her take a few days off? The estate manager was the most uncomfortable presence here for her. You won't see her in a couple of days. What's Zhang Feihua going to do? She's preparing to die. Chen Qingtian's face filled with confusion. Huh? Sis-in-law, I'm not joking with you. Neither am I. Chen Qingtian's brain short-circuited for a second. If someone else had said this, she might have brushed it off as talk. But coming from Luo Yao? Chen Qingtian knew better than to think Luo Yao was the type to speak carelessly. Instantly, a chill ran down her spine. She had to admit, she was a little scared. Anyway, have you seen the news? So many people are slandering you two. I don't get it. The Lu family brought this on themselves. How can they blame you, sis-in-law? Luo Yao looked indifferent. It's fine. The authorities will handle it. The police are already investigating everything. She wasn't wrong. The police would indeed release their findings. Not only that, the authorities would also disclose all the crimes committed by the Li and Lu families. The Lu family's drug trafficking was undeniable. Lu Ludu was the mastermind, and he had even orchestrated a shocking bombing case that would implicate many. Such crimes were taken extremely seriously in China. Lu Ludu couldn't even be called a criminal anymore. He was a full-blown terrorist. Naturally, the authorities wouldn't let him off. Once all his crimes were exposed, Lu Ludu's life would be over. As for the rest of the Lu family's crimes, investigations were still ongoing, with updates to follow. But did this mean the Lu family was finished? Not quite. Lu Yuqi, the family head, had regained control. He handed over a list of names connected to Lu Ludu and even established a fully transparent charity foundation. This was a desperate move, cutting off an arm to survive. As for the Li family, the father-son duo organizing prostitution rings for celebrities was just the appetizer. The real horror was their child trafficking operation, and their betrayal of the nation was an even greater crime. The Wang family got off the lightest. After paying back taxes, their only major issue was box office fraud. Not too hard to resolve, and now, with Luo Corporation backing them, things would go much smoother. As for Wang Dakong, he'd only be locked up for a few days before getting out. Seeing this outcome, Lin Ran couldn't help but feel unsettled. In his past life, none of this had happened. Back then, Luo Yao had already shaken the nation, but this time it was even more explosive. And after the official statement, did people actually believe it? No. They just assumed Luo Yao's connections were too powerful, letting their imaginations run wild. Noticing Lin Ran lost in thought, Luo Yao interrupted him. Ran, we'll wrap up a few more things tomorrow, then head back to the capital in the afternoon. Sure, whatever you say, just in time to make it home before New Year's. Home. The word felt both familiar and foreign. Once distant, now close. She and Lin Ran had their own home. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, Park Bogi and Park Guki were staring in shock and disbelief. Father, I think we should return to South Korea as soon as possible. This place feels a little dangerous. For once, Park Bogi wasn't acting arrogant. Fear had taken hold. He'd known Luo Yao was formidable, but not this ruthless. Damn it, our perfect collaboration, ruined just like that? Park Guki muttered. Is this really China? Their confusion wasn't unfounded. In South Korea, their Samsung conglomerate could have been even more brutal than Luo Yao. But this was China. Luo Yao is technically the top chaebol. It's normal for her to have some influence. Father, let's just leave, quickly. Park Bogi nodded. Even he didn't dare act tough this time. Fine. But as he spoke, anger flashed in his eyes. Luo Yao, I hope you come to South Korea someday. Then I'll show you what a real, established chaebol is capable of. Park Guki urged. Father, stop the tough talk. Let's just go. Park Bogi shot his son a look. He hadn't expected such bluntness from him. I need to wrap up some loose ends here. Recover the funds from the bidding. You go ahead. I'll follow soon. All right. Be careful, Father. Park Guki didn't hesitate. He didn't want to stay a second longer than necessary. Without delay, he boarded a private car to the airport. But to his shock, he never made it there. He was intercepted before arriving. When he woke up again, he saw his stepmother and younger brother. Back at the Shanghai estate, Lin Ran and Luo Yao had just finished dinner and were about to do something more interesting. Young Master Lin, your brother is live streaming again. What brother? I don't have one. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Ran was baffled. Lin Jian actually had the nerve to go live again. He knew about the mass returns Lin Jian had faced. Amid the constant hot searches about the three families and Luo Corporation, Lin Jian had even squeezed his way in once. Live stream sales return rate hits record high. Lin Jian had also spawned a new meme. You're such a Lin Jian. Right, my mistake. Lin Jian is live again. Do you still want to watch? No. Why waste time on him when I can spend it with my wife? Luo Yao's icy gaze held an indescribable softness. Uncle Fu nodded. Then, rest well. Wait. Luo Yao suddenly stopped him. Miss, is there anything else? Turn on the lights in the heated pool. Ran wants to swim. Lin Ran. Coffee, eh? Do I? Yep, exactly. I'm going with Yao. Chen Qingtian, who had just put down her controller in the living room, perked up. I also want to go rest? Under the dual icy stares of Luo Yao and Lin Ran, she instantly reconsidered. Uncle Fu walked over to Chen Qingtian. Miss Chen, shall I show you something interesting? What is it? Watching a live stream. Lin Ran and Luo Yao went to change clothes, while Uncle Fu had the servants turn on the projector so he and Chen Qingtian could watch Lin Jian's live stream. Just because Lin Ran wasn't watching didn't mean others weren't. Uncle Fu had developed a strange addiction to following Lin Jian's downfall. He couldn't wait to see just how miserably the Lin family would end up. As the live stream began, Chen Qingtian was immediately greeted by Lin Jian's disgustingly smug face. This guy's face is downright revolting. To be fair, Lin Jian wasn't actually bad looking. He had a boy-next-door charm, while Lin Ran was more of a bright, cheerful type. In terms of looks, Lin Ran completely outshone Lin Jian. But that didn't mean Lin Jian was ugly. In fact, he had even been a contender for school heartthrob back in the day. "Hello everyone, it's Lin Jian here, so glad to see you all again." The moment he spoke, the chat exploded with, "Glad my ass." Lin Jian might not be ugly, but his personality was vile. Just thinking about the things he'd done made people want to vomit. In fact, a new phrase had gone viral online. When insulting someone particularly repulsive, people would say, "You're so Lin Jian." It had become a full-blown meme. By now, the term Lin Jian didn't just mean disgusting. It covered everything from being a scumbag, an idiot, a trashy man, to even incestuous tendencies. Chen Qingtian turned to Uncle Fu. "Can I gift him money and then file for a minor refund?" Uncle Fu paused. "You could. Need me to handle it?" Chen Qingtian shook her head. "Nah, if the refund fails, I'd just be throwing money at a dog. I'd rather spend it on buying razor blades to mail to him." "Would you like Lin Jin's address?" Chen Qingtian blinked in surprise. "You have his address?" "Of course. Young Master Lin arranged it," Uncle Fu said matter-of-factly. Chen Qingtian rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "My cousin really knows how to play the game." Her hatred for Lin Jian ran deeper than most. After all, he had bullied her cousin. What neither Uncle Fu nor Chen Qingtian expected was that Lin Jian had started selling products again, and this time he sold even more than before. On screen, Lin Jian frowned as he promoted his goods. "Family. The initial stock is sold out. Then restock. I didn't get any. You're so Lin Jian." "Lin Jian. Here's the thing, family. I've slashed the prices, but quantities are limited. Still, just for you, I'll pull some strings and release another batch. Just sell the stuff. I'll buy it. Stop calling us family. Who the hell are you calling family? You're so damn Lin Jian." Lin Jian. Oh man. What did so Lin Jian even mean? Weren't these all supposed to be haters? Why did it feel like they actually liked him? Encouraged, Lin Jian doubled down on his efforts. Soon his products sold out again. But despite the numbers, he wasn't happy, because he still had to worry about returns. This live stream was a gamble. No one wanted to partner with him, and the only one who did had set an unusual condition. Normally, deals were based on sales, followers, or performance. But this partner bet on the return rate. Still, Lin Jian wasn't entirely without confidence. A smug grin twisted his lips. Holy crap, his mouth just twitched. Someone tear him apart before he turns into the Dragon King. Wait, why is he smiling? What's so funny about being such a Lin Jian? Lin Jian's smirk vanished, replaced by a pitiful expression. "Family, my dear father has always been the person I respect and love most. But look at what's become of him. My brother hates us, and I don't blame him. After all, he's not as weak as I am." He launched into a sob story, and this time, Lin Tianba played along perfectly. Meanwhile, as the Lin family milked their tragedy, Luo Yao emerged by the pool in a bikini, where Lin Ran had been waiting. Seeing her like this for the first time was beyond words. Lin Ran's mind buzzed, and he had to mentally recite calming mantras to suppress the overwhelming desire threatening to burst out. "Ran, let's play." Lin Ran gulped. He didn't understand why, after his rebirth, he had zero resistance to Luo Yao. It hadn't been like this in his past life. Not that he disliked it, but it was so frequent he feared he might run dry. "Yao, swimming's fine, but there's one problem. I'm not great in water. What do I do?" Lin Ran was terrible at swimming, barely able to stay afloat, let alone actually swim. He'd always avoided water. "Don't worry, I'll teach you." For some reason, Lin Ran noticed a strange glint in Luo Yao's eyes. Something almost excited? "Oh, okay." It was winter, and the outdoors were freezing, but the heated pool wasn't just warm. The entire pool area was temperature controlled. As Lin Ran stepped in, Luo Yao slipped into the water like a mermaid, darting toward him in one smooth motion. "Wife, you're amazing at everything. Unlike me, useless. I trained since childhood, had to learn everything, or I'd die." Lin Ran's heart ached. Luo Yao's past had been far harsher than his. The internet called him the most tragic young master. But compared to Luo Yao, his suffering was nothing. How big was the gap? The whole nation knew Lin Ran's past. No one could even begin to fathom Luo Yao's. Hers was the kind of story that couldn't be shown in movies. That was the difference. "Yao, I'll spend my whole life healing my little demon." Luo Yao stuck out her tongue playfully, her adorable expression melting Lin Ran completely. What if, in the end, I'm still a demon? It felt strange to her. In the past, whenever Lin Ran called her demon, his voice dripped with hatred, chilling her to the bone. Now, he still called her demon, but it sounded sweet. Titles didn't matter. What mattered was who said them and how. I only said I'd cure the little demon, not change my little demon. In the end, you're still the little demon, and I still love you just the same. Luo Yao flashed a bright smile. Then let this little demon teach you how to swim. Okay, what's your skill level, Ran? Show me a lap. A lap? That's overestimating me, isn't it? Lin Ran complied, swinging his arms wildly, splashing water everywhere. One stroke after another. At first glance, it looked impressive, at least in terms of the sheer volume of water displaced. After a flurry of movements that seemed fierce and determined, he lifted his head only to find Luo Yao still right in front of him. Lin Ran. Did I just swim a whole lap? That wasn't so hard. But Luo Yao's next words shattered his delusion. You haven't moved an inch. You've just been doggy paddling in place. Lin Ran felt a pang of embarrassment. It wasn't like he wanted to be this useless. Aran's swimming skills really aren't great, but it's fine. First, try relaxing and floating on the water for me. This, Lin Ran could manage. It was a basic skill he'd learned in swimming class. As Lin Ran lay back on the water, Luo Yao reached out to adjust his posture. Unable to hold back, Lin Ran started flailing again. Yao Yao, if you're teaching, then teach. Don't move your hands around like that. It's distracting. I'm just training you for unexpected situations. In open water, like rivers or the sea, you might face all kinds of surprises. Practicing now will prepare you for emergencies later. Lin Ran frowned. Are you serious? Luo Yao nodded. Fine. Lin Ran gave in. Wait, is your hand supposed to be there? Luo Yao's voice grew softer. This is your reward for protecting me today. Yao Yao, stop. I can't take it. Yao Yao? Where'd she go? When Lin Ran resurfaced, Luo Yao had vanished. Panic surged through him as he glanced around. No one in sight. Suddenly, he felt something brush against him underwater. He looked down. Instantly, his nose grew warm. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day, their last in Shanghai. That afternoon, Lin Ran and Luo Yao would return to Beijing. In her past life, Luo Yao had stayed in Shanghai for 7 days. This time, the duration was almost the same, which didn't make much sense. After all, Lin Ran was with her now, so she should have been able to act more decisively without any worries. But after some thought, Lin Ran understood. To put it bluntly, his presence had probably distracted Lao Yao, turning her into something of a slacker, wasting extra time on other pursuits. Ran, we might have a busy day ahead. No problem. With you, even busy times are happy times. Lin Ran's way with words had improved dramatically. Every seemingly casual remark was exactly what Luo Yao wanted to hear. Then let's go. Lin Ran nodded, then turned to the upright young man beside him. Little Tong, come with me. There's someone I want you to meet. Little Tong was baffled. What did Lin Ran mean by that? The car left the estate, heading toward Luo Corporation's Shanghai branch. When they arrived, the entire company was stunned. The Luo Yao they saw now was nothing like the one from a few days ago. Back then, she had been cold, ruthless, and terrifyingly efficient. They'd feared and admired her. But the impression hadn't been this overwhelming. Now, in their eyes, she was an invincible demon queen. Even as employees of Luo Corporation, they couldn't help but feel a chill in her presence. This was the woman who had brought 3 powerful families to their knees, or outright destroyed them in just a few days. Yet, her sheer capability also gave them an immense sense of security, a mix of fear and adoration. The fear was self-explanatory. The adoration, their salaries were likely about to skyrocket. Is that really President Luo? She's unreal. I never thought we'd secure the Sci-Tech City project so easily. Most of the work will fall on our Shanghai branch. This could become a landmark project for all of China. Now I get why President Luo purged the company that day. She wanted to weed out people like Luo Wunai before the Sci-Tech City deal went through. President Luo's too powerful. It's almost scary. How does Lin Ran handle being with her? Hey, did you hear? Park Gukki, the eldest son of Samsung, has gone missing. You think President Luo had something to do with it? Shut up. You want to die? Luo Yao was aware of the gossip, but she didn't care in the slightest. When you're standing at the summit, why bother with what the ants at the base are saying? As long as no one claimed Lin Ran fancied other women, they could talk all they wanted. Little Tong, today you'll meet someone. A promise I made to you. Little Tong stared at Lin Ran in disbelief. He remembered exactly what Lin Ran had vowed. Lin Ran, you. Look, she's here. Just then, a woman walked in. President Luo, you wanted to see. The woman froze mid-sentence when she spotted little Tong staring at her in shock, and the feeling was mutual. Luo Yao and Lin Ran quietly slipped away. They hadn't come to witness a reunion, they had more important matters to attend to. Chi Chengwei's background is stronger than I thought. Who'd have guessed she worked at Luo Corporation? Luo Yao nodded. She'd had Lu Meng investigate Chi Chengwei. Chi Chengwei was the heiress of the Qi family in Sichuan, but she'd been missing for over a year. No one knew where she'd gone, not even her own family. Of course, that was just the surface story. Luo Yao had uncovered the truth. Lu Meng's deeper investigation revealed that Chi Chengwei had once been involved in a scandalous romance, one that infuriated the Qi family. A classic tale of a young mistress falling for her bodyguard. And the male lead? Little Tong. The two had been forcibly separated, and Little Tong had nearly died in Sichuan. After escaping, he'd worked tirelessly, eventually joining an elite security team. Through rigorous selection, he became one of its members, and later, Lin Ran's protector. With no connections or backing, making a name for himself in the business world was impossible. Even if he succeeded, old money families would never acknowledge him. So, he took a different path. His greatest dream had been to leverage the Luo family's influence to reclaim Chi Chengwei. But dreams were just dreams. At one point, he'd even considered begging Luo Yao to rescue her. Then came the news. Chi Chengwei had vanished. Initially, she'd been confined for years. The Qi family arranged countless blind dates, but Chi Chengwei resisted them all, threatening suicide each time. Then, one day over a year ago, she disappeared. No one expected her to resurface at Luo Corporation, as a regional executive no less. As the heiress of the Qi family, Chi Chengwei was naturally skilled in many areas, so it made sense that she became a regional manager within just a year. Her relentless efforts were all for the day she could stand before the Qi family and showcase her success. Why did she choose Luo Corporation? Simple. She had done her research and concluded that Luo Yao was the type who feared no one. Even if the Qi family came knocking, she would have a powerful backer to rely on. After all, anyone would think twice before crossing Luo Corporation. Her reasoning aligned perfectly with Little Tong's. These past few days, Luo Yao's name had been spreading like wildfire online, and Chi Chengwei was undoubtedly one of the happiest people to see it. The stronger Luo Yao became, the more confidence she gained. Good thing she's not some undercover spy, or else Little Tong would lose his white moonlight, Lin Ran muttered with a bitter smile. How many star-crossed lovers in this world were torn apart by mismatched social status? Yao, how do you plan to handle this? Will you transfer her to the capital or keep Little Tong in Shanghai? Luo Yao gave Lin Ran a puzzled look. Chi Chengwei is staying in Shanghai. She still has work to do. Little Tong is your bodyguard, so of course he'll return to the capital. Lin Ran looked surprised. So, you never intended for them to be together? Whether they end up together is their business. Work and personal life should stay separate, unless one of them quits. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. Alright, that's so you. Luo Yao had absolutely no trace of a savior complex. Some might assume she targeted the three major families because she despised their underhanded tactics. But in reality, those were just standard maneuvers in corporate warfare. This was Luo Yao, a woman who cared only about results. Of course, when it came to love with Lin Ran, she savored every moment. Everything else was irrelevant. Let's move on to the next matter. Alright. Soon after, Luo Yao convened a high-level meeting at Luo Corporation's Shanghai branch and announced that Lu Meng would temporarily take over as acting general manager. This meant Lu Meng wouldn't be returning to the capital with Lu Yao. You have 1 month to wrap things up here and ensure Chi Chengwei is promoted. Lu Meng hesitated. Training a regional general manager in a month? That was a tall order. But remembering Chi Chengwei's capabilities, she felt a surge of confidence. Besides, Shanghai needed a capable leader, especially with the upcoming Tech City project, a major undertaking led by the government, with Luo Corporation handling construction and technical collaboration. Don't worry, President Luo. By the time the new year passes, you'll see a fully capable branch general manager. Then, as if struck by a thought, Lu Meng cautiously asked, President Luo, what if we later discover Chi Chengwei has issues? Luo Yao shot her a glance. You've worked with me long enough not to ask questions you already know the answer to. Liu Meng lowered her head. Lu Yao's temperament had never changed. As her assistant, she knew to tread carefully. Understood. But if I'm not returning to the capital, who will handle the work there for the next month? Luo Yao replied, Let Wang Feng take care of it. That works. Sister Wang is competent, though she sometimes can't keep her mouth shut. Luo Yao nearly rolled her eyes. Even someone as composed as her couldn't help but laugh when faced with such absurdity. Pot calling the kettle black. Neither of you should judge the other. Liu Meng. No. With Shanghai affairs settled, Luo Yao and Lin Ran returned to the office to wait. Little Tong and Chi Cheng-wei had vanished. No one knew where they'd gone or what had transpired between them. About half an hour later, Lu Yuki arrived as promised. President Luo, thank you for resolving my family's crisis. I, Lu Yuki, keep my word. From now on, Luo Corporation will have my unwavering loyalty. I didn't call you here to listen to empty words. Then, Lu Yuki didn't think pledging allegiance was a waste of time. Clang! Luo Yao tossed a dagger onto the floor. Lin Ran was injured at your estate yesterday. Atone for it yourself. Lu Yuki broke into a cold sweat as he stared at the blade. He'd never understood why Lu Yao was so ruthless, until now. She wasn't just a business magnate. She was a formidable warrior. Yesterday at the Lu estate, she had defeated the third-ranked assassin from the dark web. Meeting her unyielding gaze, he knew bargaining wasn't an option. As the head of the Lu family, he wasn't one to hesitate. He picked up the dagger, closed his eyes, and slashed down. Ah! A finger fell. Blood spilled. Lu Yuki had intended to use enough force to sever it cleanly, minimizing the pain. But he hadn't expected Luo Yao's dagger to be so sharp. It even sliced through the corner of the desk beneath. Luo Yao stood, her voice icy. At least you're decisive. If there's a next time, you won't live to regret it. Now get out. If you hurry, you might still reattach it. Thank you, President Luo. Not daring to delay, Lu Yuki snatched up his severed finger and fled. Lin Ran emerged from the inner lounge. Yao, do you really plan to let him remain as the Lu family head? Luo Yao shook her head. No, he's too old and useless. But for now, there's no better option. The Lu family had plenty of members, but none were competent enough. Rather than risk an unruly replacement, she'd keep the old man. At least he was more obedient than a dog. Shanghai is mostly wrapped up. We can leave this afternoon. Then Luo Yao made a call. Your ex-husband has already left Shanghai. Park Bo-gi had indeed fled. After learning of his son's disappearance, he panicked. Instead of staying in China to search for him, he boarded his private jet overnight and bolted back to South Korea. China was too dangerous. He couldn't handle it. Why hadn't Luo Yao stopped him? She had her reasons. Yesterday, when Samsung's car left Shanghai for the airport, she'd deliberately tipped off Qin Yinshang. She'd expected the father to flee first, but they'd caught the son instead. No matter. One was enough to let them tear each other apart. So she hadn't informed Qin Yinshang about Park Bo-gi's movements. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Luo Yao's tone was frigid. Whether I inform you is my decision. You don't get to negotiate. From now on, you're on your own. Sink or swim, it's up to you. Wait, President Luo. She hung up, removed the SIM card, and tossed it out the office window. The moment Park Bo-gi returned to South Korea, he accused China of his son's disappearance, pressuring the authorities. Right then, he received a call from Park Gukki. Seeing his son's name, he answered without hesitation. Gukki, where are you? After a long pause, Park Bo-gi ended the call, his eyes narrowing. You and your mother had better never come back. The afternoon arrived, and with all work matters in the Magic City settled, the two prepared to return to the capital. Given the instability of helicopters, they decided to take a private jet this time. Back at the estate villa, Jiang Feihua approached Lu Yao with a mysterious air. Young miss, I have something to give you. Luo Yao raised an eyebrow, listening as Jiang Feihua continued her rambling. Honestly, I didn't want to do this. It makes me seem like a petty person. But I couldn't keep it from you, so I thought it best to hand it over. With that, Jiang Feihua pulled out her phone and played a recording for Lu Yao. After listening, Lu Yao first showed surprise, then quickly regained her icy demeanor. Why are you telling me this now? What's your point? Jiang Feihua replied. Young miss, I suspect Uncle Fu might be problematic. I'm truly worried about you and want to stay by your side. Fine, you'll come back to the capital with me. Don't breathe a word of this to anyone. Jiang Feihua's face lit up with excitement. She had finally accomplished her mission. Understood. Meanwhile, Luo Yao sneered inwardly. You had a path to heaven, but chose hell. Even if Jiang Feihua hadn't spoken up, Lu Yao had planned to bring her along. She needed to uncover the person behind this woman. Whether Jiang Feihua was a traitor didn't matter as much as why she had betrayed them. If she couldn't figure that out, there would be a second, a third Jiang Feihua in the future. Thank you, young miss. Initially, Luo Yao had intended to deal with Jiang Feihua within a few days, which was why she'd summoned Uncle Fu to the Magic City. But plans changed faster than expected. After all this time, the mastermind behind Jiang Feihua still hadn't shown themselves, so bringing her back to the capital was the only option. With everything ready, Luo Yao and Lin Ran embarked on their journey home. On the way here, the assistant team had taken the private jet while they'd flown by helicopter. Now, the roles reversed. The assistants took the helicopter, while they boarded the passenger jet. As the plane ascended, Luo Yao gazed down at the Magic City's skyline before suddenly turning to speak. "Ah, Ran, I want to have my secret base transported to the capital. That's a bit far, isn't it? And moving such a massive structure won't be easy." Luo Yao instantly adopted a pitiful expression. "If you'd treated me this well a year earlier, the secret base would have already been in the capital." All right, we'll move it to the capital." Lin Ran could never resist Luo Yao's pleading look. It melted his heart every time. It felt like saying no would instantly brand him as a heartless villain. What could he do? Spoil her, of course. Whatever the wife says goes. Listen to her, and life's smooth sailing. Cigarettes, booze, and money galore. Luo Yao smiled. "We're leaving this place soon. By tradition, we should do something before we go." "Like what?" The corners of her lips curled. "It's our unspoken travel rule. Think hard, Aran." Memories flooded back. The maneuvers on the grasslands, the galloping across the plains before their return, the 1,000 miles in a day when they arrived in the Magic City. So now, Luo Yao wanted to. "So this is your so-called rule and tradition?" Luo Yao nodded. "Well, how about it?" Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. "Youth truly is something. How many more years can I keep up with this stamina?" "Fine, then I'll use my rules to thoroughly inspect your tradition." Sometimes Lin Ran genuinely wondered, is there a way to install a golden kidney? After thoroughly inspecting the tradition, they arrived in the capital. At the estate, all staff, including security, stood ready. Stepping onto the capital's soil, a sense of familiarity washed over Lin Ran. Home really is best. No matter how vibrant or luxurious the Magic City was, it wasn't where they belonged. This bond was like the instinctive thought during a disaster. "I need to get home." After disembarking, the assistant team dispersed to their own homes, while Lin Ran and Luo Yao returned to Villa Number 1. Jiang Feihua stared enviously at the capital's paradisaical estate. The Magic City estate had been all about futuristic tech. Here, it was understated opulence. In terms of sheer presence, the capital's estate exuded the aura of an old money dynasty. The moment they entered, Granny Wang and the others greeted them. "Young Miss, young Master Lin, welcome home." Lin Ran glanced at Granny Wang, then Uncle Fu, then Jiang Feihua. His eyes twinkled. This is about to get interesting. "Granny Wang, Anjian's surgery is coming up. Why aren't you at the hospital with your grandson?" Lin Ran asked with concern. Uncle Fu also looked at her worriedly. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Lin. The hospital nurses are very professional. Today is your and the young Mrs. homecoming, so I came to see you." Truthfully, Granny Wang had been worn thin lately. Money wasn't an issue anymore, but the surgery carried significant risks. Besides, she couldn't even stay at the hospital now. The day Lin Ran and Luo Yao left, the child had already been admitted to the sterile unit. Post-surgery, he'd remain there until his indicators stabilized. "Has the surgery schedule changed?" Granny Wang shook her head. "Everything's on track. Preparations are nearly complete. It's scheduled to begin in 2 days." Lin Ran nodded. "Young Master Lin, you must be hungry. Shall I have dinner prepared?" "Please." Eating capital cuisine again, the flavors somehow tasted better. Then again, the culinary divide between North and South was no small thing. "Uncle Fu, arrange accommodations for Manager Jiang." "Uncle Fu." "Nia?" "Young Master Lin, the staff can handle such matters." Jiang Feihua bristled at his words. "What? I'm the Magic City Estate's manager, not even worth a bit of courtesy from the head butler here." Lin Ran wore an unreadable half-smile. "Manager Jiang is unfamiliar with the capital. She only knows you, given your close collaboration in the Magic City. Shouldn't you handle it?" Uncle Fu immediately shot a panicked look at Granny Wang. "Young Master Lin, don't slander me. This old servant is loyal to the bone. You can't falsely accuse me. My relationship with Manager Jiang is purely professional." Lin Ran nodded. Of course. I didn't imply anything, just asking you to arrange her stay." Why so defensive? Uncle Fu froze. Was I being defensive? Granny Wang rolled her eyes silently, but Lin Ran could have sworn he heard a faint, disdainful snort. With no choice, Uncle Fu complied. In the estate villa, Lin Ran's words were law, no objections permitted. Before leaving, Uncle Fu hesitated, then said, "Granny Wang, come with me." Lin Ran. Damn, he's playing strategy now? Uncle Fu, what else can I do? You forced my hand. Granny Wang reluctantly agreed. After all, Uncle Fu was the estate's head butler. You could doubt him, dislike him, even curse him, but you couldn't refuse him. Kinda like when you're reading a novel at your desk and the boss suddenly tells you to fetch coffee, cursing under your breath but moving your ass anyway. After Uncle Fu left with Granny Wang and Jiang Feihua, Lin Ran also began to focus on feeding her little devil. By now, Luo Yao was already brimming with impatience. Luo Yao. Num num. Choo choo. Ah Ran, you're so mean, causing trouble for the old man. Lin Ran complained while reaching out with his chopsticks to grab Luo Yao's favorite dish. Actually, it's not that I'm mean, but that old man just doesn't know his place. How dare he point out flaws in my Yao Yao? I don't see any flaws in you. Lin Ran was referring to the time when Uncle Fu had freely voiced his opinions about Luo Yao's changes. Though Luo Yao had punished him afterward, Lin Ran felt those punishments were superficial. Losing money only hurts the heart, but a blow to love wounds the soul. Ah Ran, you're so good to me. Don't say things like that too often. How could I not be good to you? With such an adorable wife, I couldn't bear to treat you poorly. Luo Yao declared she was full, and only then did Lin Ran start eating by himself. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he said, I wonder if Granny Wang will take action. If she does, Uncle Fu is so strong, would he dare fight back? Luo Yao. He probably would. After all, the old man isn't some pushover. He wouldn't just let someone hit him. I don't think so. For example, when you discipline me, do I ever resist? Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran seriously. Or maybe it's just that you don't have the ability to. Lin Ran was startled and quickly retorted. Whether I have the ability or not, I'd never resist, because I love you. Someone who truly loves you would never let you suffer even the slightest harm. A wave of satisfaction washed over Luo Yao, leaving her feeling utterly content. That answer gets full marks. Lin Ran wasn't the least bit annoyed by Luo Yao's probing. He knew she'd keep asking similar questions in the future. It wasn't that Luo Yao was bored, she just genuinely lacked a sense of security. When Uncle Fu and the others returned, Lin Ran scrutinized Uncle Fu's face. No injuries, it seemed. A glance at the trio's expressions revealed nothing unusual either. Lin Ran began to doubt his own life choices. Had his sly, manipulative words failed? At that moment, Lin Ran suddenly felt inferior to Lin Jin. If Lin Jin were here, he'd have effortlessly turned them against each other without lifting a finger. That was the power of a master manipulator. Uncle Fu, you've been in a good mood in Shanghai, right? How does it feel being back in Beijing? You don't seem as cheerful as before. Uncle Fu, young Master Lin, spare me. Fine, fine. So even you have to beg me sometimes. I won't say anything more then. Wouldn't want Granny Wang to get the wrong idea. Granny Wang. Claybri Tor. If Lin Ran weren't the young master, Uncle Fu would have torn him apart on the spot. Aran, let's go do something fun. Lin Ran froze. Wasn't this a bit too frequent for one day? Young master, should I prepare some tonic soup? Uncle Fu grinned, while Lin Ran's face fell. He'd been laughing at someone else's misfortune, only to find himself in the same position moments later. Truly, what goes around comes around. Karma always finds its mark. No need. I'm still good. Lin Ran and Luo Yao retreated to their long-missed bedroom. It was warm. Beijing was in the north, where heating facilities kept the entire room toasty in winter. Life in the north meant indoor comfort, that deep, pervasive warmth that made winter feel blissful. But no matter how warm the room, it couldn't compare to the heat of a lover. As the lyrics of a song went, "May your winters never lack warmth." Luo Yao was Lin Ran's warmth. As soon as they entered the bedroom, Luo Yao glanced toward the decorations. Lin Ran instinctively followed her gaze. It was a bit far, hard to see clearly. The last time he'd noticed a pair of eyes placed there, Lin Ran had felt a chill down his spine. But after considering Luo Yao's personality, he let it go. This was Luo Yao. Everything she did was adorable. Besides, Luo Yao had once said, "I'll make Lu Ruxu watch how I claim you for myself." Looking back, she'd truly kept her word. Aran, let's @tubahavish mendo 6%. Alright, whatever you say. Even if I'm drained dry, it'll be because you wore me out. Liu Yao shook her head. No, the qi-replenishing tonic I prepared for you is the Yi family's secret recipe. I traded 3 top-tier hospitals for it, just for you. In the future, you'll only grow stronger. None of what you're imagining will happen. At the very least, you'll last me till I'm 100. Last till she was 100? Lin Ran's eyes lit up. No wonder he'd felt recently that no matter how much they indulged, his vitality never suffered, just some soreness at worst. So it was all thanks to that tonic he'd once sworn never to drink. Thinking back on how he'd wasted it before, Lin Ran wanted to slap himself. If this were sold on the market, it'd be a sensation. But selling it was just a passing thought. He'd never actually do it. For one, would the Yi family even allow it? And why share when he could enjoy it himself? If others wanted it, they could figure it out themselves. Find a way, or perish. Familiar music filled the bedroom as the two lost themselves in each other. And Liu Rashu witnessed it all. It was a wild night, a homecoming night, a dreamlike night. Luo Yao always had new surprises for Lin Ran. She'd even studied extensively, all to keep him enthralled, making him love and depend on her more with each passing day. A night of muffled whispers. The next morning, having just returned to Beijing, Lin Ran assumed Luo Yao wouldn't rush back to work. After all, his little demon seemed a bit too indulgent lately. But to his surprise, when he woke up, Luo Yao was already gone. After asking Uncle Fu, he learned she'd already left for Luo Corporation. Yao Yao works too hard. That's all because of you, young master. Jiang Feihua rolled her eyes from the side. Oh, how flattering. Uncle Fu is right. Lin Ran glanced around. Where's Granny Wang? Uncle Fu gave him a strange look. She's already at the hospital. Did you need her for something? No, nothing. By the way, Anjian's surgery is tomorrow, right? Naturally, Lin Ran wouldn't admit he'd been scheming to use his manipulative words to get Granny Wang to teach Uncle Fu a lesson. Yes, young master. All right, come with me to handle something later, then you can scram to the hospital to keep Granny Wang company. Don't say I never gave you a chance. Uncle Fu immediately wore a grateful expression. Thank you, young Master Lin. Lin Ran's words were like imperial decrees in the estate. If he told him to scram, he had to scram. What exactly are we going to handle? The question made Lin Ran's eyes gleam with excitement. Before going to Modu, Lin Ran had thought he was ruthless enough, at least when it came to settling scores with the Lin family. But after everything that happened in Modu, Lin Ran realized he was practically a saint compared to Luo Yao. No matter the situation, Luo Yao's cruelty was always swift and without hesitation. Now that we're back in the capital, of course I have to check on how my Dearzen is doing, and Lin Jian. I don't know why, but if I don't mess with them, I feel restless. Uncle Fu could already tell. Lin Ran was becoming more and more scheming. When had the young master started changing? It seemed to be right before the semester began. After that time when the young lady brought him back, he started behaving, well, at least in front of her. But toward everyone else, he'd only grown harsher. The old Lin Ran had been too kind-hearted, desperately protecting a family full of scum. That was why Uncle Fu could never bring himself to dislike him. Back then, his feelings toward Lin Ran were mostly, that poor kid. Understood. I'll prepare the bodyguards. Lin Ran nodded. He never took unnecessary risks. Even though Lin Tianba's family posed no threat to him now, bodyguards were still a must. It was called insurance. Jiang Feihua spoke up. Can I come along? Lin Ran's expression darkened, his voice icy. The capital estate isn't like Modu. If you don't want to lose a limb, keep your mouth shut and stick to your job. Jiang Feihua's face stiffened. No matter how professional she was, Lin Ran's direct insults were hard to swallow. My apologies, young Master Lin. I understand. Lin Ran didn't bother explaining. After all, Jiang Feihua was doomed sooner or later. Why waste words on someone destined for ruin? Once Jiang Feihua left, Lin Ran and Uncle Fu departed the estate. Outside, Lin Ran gazed at the snow piled along the roadside and sighed. The north and south really were different. Little Tong, what's the deal between you and Chi Chung Wei now? A faint hint of happiness flickered across Little Tong's face. It's good. She didn't forget me. We're starting over. Hopefully, this time it'll have a happy ending. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. You're not rushing to the altar? Guess the love isn't that strong. Little Tong shook his head. It's not about love. We're just being more cautious now. Cheng Wei said she wants to focus on her career first. Once she's truly free, we'll get married. Sorry for splitting you two up. You're not upset about the long-distance thing, are you? Little Tong hesitated before answering. Actually, no, because I realized something. What? I realized Cheng Wei's possessiveness seems way stronger than before. She wasn't like this in the past. Lin Ran, Gurumses. Oh, now we're talking my expertise. Heh, good luck with that. Not every man can handle a woman like that, and how strong can her possessiveness be? Stronger than my Yao Yao? Little Tong immediately shook his head. Don't get mad, young Master Lin. Don't punish me, and please don't tell the young lady. Lin Ran nodded, and Little Tong continued. I think the young lady's possessiveness toward you is kind of terrifying. Lin Ran's face darkened. You're great at talking. Next time, don't. Just then, Uncle Fu handed Lin Ran something black and ominous. Young Master Lin, the young lady asked me to give this to you. Said you can use it if you're in danger, but since you've never trained with it, maybe Wang Bao can teach you later. Lin Ran took it. It was heavier than expected. Even just holding it, the cold aura radiating from it was unmistakable. Was this the intimidation and security of a liberator? Got it. The motorcade cruised through the capital's streets, other cars yielding as usual. The life of the wealthy, simple, unadorned, and boring. Lin Ran was used to it by now. They stopped outside a nondescript motel. Surrounded by bodyguards, Lin Ran strode inside. The first thing he saw was Jia Laoban, shirtless and working out. Jia Laoban's face lit up at the sight of Lin Ran. Young Master Lin, you're finally here. I've been rotting away in this place. Lin Ran eyed his bulging muscles and sighed. He really needed to hit the gym. You've worked hard. Not at all. I've even gained weight. My days are just bullying Lin Jian, working out and punching stuff. Lin Ran chuckled and clapped Jia Laoban's shoulder. Where are they? Upstairs. Lin Jian's been in a foul mood lately, throws tantrums every day. When I get sick of it, I curse at him or smack him around. After I've had my fun, he takes it out on Lin Tianba. Beats the hell out of him. And this morning, Jia Laoban leaned in, whispering something into Lin Ran's ear. Lin Ran's eyes widened. Holy shit, Lin Jian really is a piece of work. The things he'll do. Ha! Did you get it on video? Jia Laoban smirked. Of course, the room's rigged with hidden cameras. Lin Tianba was furious, screaming his head off but completely helpless. Lin Ran felt a rush of satisfaction. Young Master Lin, want me to send it to you? Lin Ran's face instantly turned stern. If you value your life, don't show me that stuff. If Yao Yao finds out, both of us are dead. Ah, right, my bad. Jia Laoban paled, realizing the consequences if the young lady discovered he'd shown Lin Ran such footage. A chill ran down his spine. Good. Just remember to send it to me later. Jia Laoban. Huys. Upstairs, Lin Ran heard Lin Jian's muffled voice before he even reached the door. I really envy my brother for having... Without hesitation, Lin Ran kicked the door open. A foul stench assaulted them. Little Tong swiftly handed Lin Ran a gas mask, while Wang Bao sprayed air freshener. Lin Ran grimaced. Any desire to torment them vanished instantly. Who's there? All three members of the Lin family turned toward the door, only to see a masked entourage. Lin Ran, your daddy. The familiar lines, the familiar tone. It was unmistakably Lin Ran. When Lin Tianba saw it was his eldest son arriving, tears immediately streamed down his face. Xiaoran, is that you, Xiaoran? Garbled noises. Lin Tianba had indeed been having a rough few days. 2 days ago, he had participated in Lin Jian's live stream. But afterward, not only did Lin Jian refuse to take him to the hospital, he escalated the abuse. Before, Lin Jin had never resorted to physical violence, but ever since the product return scandal, the beatings had started. Lin Tianba could only lament. The child has turned bad. And this morning, Lin Jian became even more volatile, for reasons everyone could probably guess. The products sold during the second live stream hadn't even reached customers yet before a flood of refund requests poured in. Lin Jian finally snapped. The business partners pulled out their gamble agreement, demanding compensation from Lin Jian, or else they'd send him to prison. Cornered and desperate, Lin Jin was capable of anything in his rage. This morning, he made Lin Tianba personally experience what it meant to be a cuckold on display. Lu Yume had initially resisted fiercely, but as the guests grew more creative, she began to lose herself in it. The blatant thrill of moral transgression unleashed her pent-up excitement. Lin Tianba, meanwhile, was so furious he coughed up blood. When Lin Jian returned, he berated him for making a mess with the blood and beat him mercilessly, so badly that Lin Tianba lost control of his bladder. And since neither mother nor son was willing to clean him up, the stench lingered. Seizing the opportunity to exploit Lin Tianba's pitiful state, Lin Jian started another live stream. He hoped to milk sympathy and money from his audience by showcasing his father's suffering. Dear family, yesterday some unknown person came in and beat up my dad. I failed to protect him. It's my fault. My dad was beaten so badly he lost control, his head swollen like a pig's. But I don't blame my brother. The netizens weren't buying it. Oh really? That's just perfect. You should know. Everything happens for the best. Wait, why do I smell something through the screen? Look at the stain on Lin Tianba's pants. Holy crap, you're not wrong. Lin Jin. It's all my fault. I couldn't protect my dad. Fault. All you do is whine my fault. Shut the hell up already. Yeah, instead of helping your dad clean up, you just exploit his misery. What a filial son you are. 2 drops of artificial tears rolled down. It's not that I don't want to take care of Dad, but we're so poor now, we don't even have spare clothes. It's freezing. He could die from the cold. I'm just useless, not like my brother, who married so well. The netizens were done. No wonder my tolerance for green tea behavior has improved. Lin Jian's been training me. Lin Jian's a master of passive-aggressive tea speak. Every sentence claims he doesn't blame Lin Ran, yet every sentence drags Lin Ran into it. Lin Jian. I've never blamed my brother for anything. I just envy him for having such a "who's there" your living nightmare. The moment Lin Ran appeared, Lin Jian's brain short-circuited. He'd just been dissing Lin Ran on stream. Now the man himself was here. Lin Tianba immediately burst into snot and tears. Xiao Ran, is that you? Take me with you, son. I don't want money or work anymore. I was wrong. For the first time, Lin Tianba truly regretted everything. He'd never imagined things could get this bad. If you just kneel and apologize to me, then take me away from this hell. I swear I'll only be your dad from now on. Everyone. Onak. Is this a human being talking? Even Lin Jian was baffled. At this point, Lin Tianba still thought Lin Ran would acknowledge him as a father. When Lu Yumei saw Lin Ran, she tensed up instantly. She was genuinely terrified of him now, especially after hearing about what Lin Ran and Luo Yao had been doing in Shanghai. It chilled her to the bone. She tried multiple times to convince Lin Jian to never mention Lin Ran again. This could get them killed. Xiao Ran, what brings you here? Lin Ran frowned, refusing to step inside. Did you all eat shit or something? Why does it smell so disgusting in here? I can't take this. Uncle Fu, drag them out and shut down the stream. Live stream comments. Bro, Lin Ran, why do you always do this? I'll pay, okay? Just let me watch. If you're gonna play like this, I'm donating to Lin Jin out of spite. Once they were hauled outside, Lin Ran narrowed his eyes at them. He'd come today to pour salt on their already miserable wounds. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you just say on stream that it's so cold people could freeze to death? Lin Jian stared at him in shock, unsure whether Lin Ran was serious or just taunting him. Brother, we're family. I don't have a brother. You're the mutt's son. Liu Yumei felt insulted but had no retort. Xiao Ran, please let us go. I was wrong. I'll never bully you again. Lin Ran was beyond done. Now you admit it? Too late. Lin Tianba crawled on the ground, still begging. Son, just kneel and apologize, and we'll let bygones be bygones, okay? Lin Ran. Sometimes, absurdity is so extreme, you can't help but laugh. What, you, just stay tied to Lin Jian forever. There was no point reasoning with someone like Lin Tianba. At a certain level of delusion, all you can do is laugh. I came to inform you, you're being evicted. Lin Jian's eyes widened in panic. His concern wasn't just about losing this place. It was whether he'd have anywhere else to go. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was far from a good person. Who gave you the right? Just because you're rich, you can do whatever you want? I paid rent. The landlord hasn't said anything. Lin Ran smirked, as if to say, exactly. You know I'm rich, yet you're still running your mouth. As for the landlord, Jia Laoban. Jia Laoban stepped forward, sneering at Lin Jian. Lin Ran owns this place. If he says you're out, you're out. Lin Jian was stunned. Lin Ran grinned. Surprise, huh? I bought this place in advance. Did you really think anyone would take you in out of kindness? I just wanted front row seats to your suffering. And honestly, it's been very entertaining. Thanks for that. This whole mess had been his personal entertainment during dull moments. Son, just kick out those two. Take me with you. What the actual? Lin Ran finally couldn't take it anymore and kicked out, stopping mid-air. He looked at his shoe and muttered to himself. This was a gift from Yao Yao. It wouldn't do to get it dirty. Uncle Fu, you handle this. Uncle Fu wore a bitter expression. Young Master Lin, I don't want to get dirty either. But complaints aside, he still delivered a kick, sending Lin Tianba tumbling far away. Lin Ran clenched his fist. all together now. Don't kill them, just leave them half dead. 81 minutes later, all 3 members of the Lin family were utterly broken. They had never imagined enduring such torture in their lives. It was excruciating. Brother, please, mercy. Lin Ran curled his lips into a dragon-like smirk. Will you dare mention me in your next live stream? Never again. Mentioning me is fine. I'll just torment you more often. But if you dare disrespect my wife, you're dead. Got it? Yes. Lin Ran glanced at Lin Tianba, lying on the ground questioning his existence, and Liu Yumei, who could no longer stand. Tianba, there's something you should see. I actually admire you. Even now, you're still sticking with this woman. He pulled up several videos, footage saved from the day Liu Yumei and her son were thrown out of Suran Group. These are Liu Yumei's personal treasures. Back then, she was still the wife of Suran Group's boss. Who would have thought? Quite the wild one. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Lin Jian's real father, right? Liu Yuemi stared at Lin Ran in disbelief, while Lin Tianba gaped at the phone. He had always believed Liu Yumei was at least emotionally loyal to him, and physically, before she borrowed money from Brother Dao. But now, Liu Yumei, you ruthless bitch. Lin Tianba howled in agony. Lin Ran watched his suffering with satisfaction. Of the 3, he hated this scumbag father the most. Liu Yumei stayed silent. Today, Lin Ran had merely torn off her veil of decency. The truth was, she and Lin Tianba could never go back to how things were. By the way, didn't you lose 100 million last time at Brother Dao's place? Did you pay it back? At this, not just Lin Tianba, but even Lin Jian stared at Liu Yumei in shock. Liu Yumei's eyes widened. How did Lin Ran know? That's a lie. I borrowed money to save your father, then the Liu family scammed me. Lin Ran tilted his head. Oh? Is that what you told Lin Tianba? You're something else. Should I call Brother Dao over to confirm? Boom. Their minds reeled. The implications of Lin Ran's words were staggering. He could command Brother Dao, which meant everything Brother Dao had done to them might have been a setup. Was it you? Liu Yumei pointed at him, horrified. Lin Ran nodded. Me. I told Brother Dao to lend you money so I could take a cut. I thought that would teach you a lesson, but you actually paid it back. Doesn't matter. Later I had Lu Rushu trick you into demanding repayment from Brother Dao. After all, you and Lin Jian had saved up 50 million in private funds. Losing it all to the Liu family's scam must have stung. And then you got hooked on gambling at Brother Dao's place and lost 100 million? Damn, even I've never played stakes that high. Lin Tianba was shattered. So, this is the truth? Lin Ran shook his head. No, the truth is, you'll die a miserable death in the future. Seeing the murderous rage in Lin Jian's eyes directed at Liu Yumei, Lin Ran laughed in delight. Throw them all out, dump them in the snow. Whether they live or die is up to fate. Yes, sir. This time, Lin Ran showed no mercy. Not that he ever had. But today was especially brutal. Whether the 3 Lewis survived the freezing cold with no one daring to take them in, well, that wasn't his concern. If they died, good riddance. If they lived, more entertainment for him. The choice between peace and drama? He left that to the heavens. As they left, Jia Laoban followed, returning the place to its original owner. The owner never expected to make so much money in just 10 days. It almost scared him. Boss, maybe you should keep running this place. I don't even feel right taking the money. What's yours is yours. Young Master Lin doesn't care about petty cash. Just one rule. If those 3 ever try to check in again, don't let them. Got it. Easy enough. Thank you for the generosity, boss. May fortune and love follow you always. Lin Ran patted his shoulder. Say that to the viewers and I'll give you another 200K. Absolutely. I'll shout it every day. Lin Ran left, leaving the owner bewildered in the wind. Uncle Fu, scram off to Granny Wang. Right away, young master. Uncle Fu departed. The Lin family trio had already been discarded outside. Lin Tianba was a picture of despair, as if the world had lost all color, now sulking in the snow like a tragic figure. Lin Jin, however, had snapped. He seized Liu Yueme by the throat. You bitch! Losing our money to scams was bad enough, but you gambled away 100 million? Do you know how much that could have solved? I'll kill you. Liu Yume gasped for air, terror gripping her. With her last shred of dignity ripped away by Lin Ran, she'd expected this outcome. Son, if I die, who'll earn money? For you. Lin Jin hesitated, then slowly released her. The money was gone, but she was still useful. His gaze was icy, as if she weren't his mother, just a tool. Fine. You live. Now drag Lin Tianba. We're leaving. Liu Yumei panted heavily. Why bring him? Lin Tianba hadn't spoken a word. He's my prop for sympathy. Doesn't need to walk or talk. Just don't let him die. After a long silence, Lu Yumei spoke. There's one last place we can go. She'd resisted mentioning it, not wanting to disturb the man she truly loved, until now, because they were truly at the end of their rope. Where to? Your biological father's place. Inside the luxury car, Lin Ran exhaled, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Mr. Lin, where are we heading? Let's go home. Just then, his phone rang. Lin Ran answered. Mr. Lin, are you busy? I've missed you so much. It's been ages. Damn it, Principal Tang. Can you speak normally? Well, it's almost vacation time. Could you come back to campus and check in? Lin Ran was baffled. I'm still a student? He had completely forgotten he was still an undergrad. Principal Tang on the other end was equally stunned. Had Lin Ran been so caught up in his fun this semester that he forgot his student status? Lin Ran. All right, got it. But cut the nonsense and get to the point. Principal Tang. Nothing escapes you, does it? Here's the thing. We're gearing up for the next semester's admissions, and we'd like you to be our spokesperson. Lin Ran was floored. Our school is short on students? Principal Tang. Not students, but top-tier talent. Sure, we offer the highest scholarships, but we're still a step behind the elite universities. Some people just don't care about money, and I don't get what's so great about Tsinghua or Peking University. Our faculty is just as strong. If they don't care about money, what can I do? All I've got is cash. Principal Tang chuckled. Some may not need money, but celebrity influence? That's another story. Me? A celebrity? I'm just a name. Principal Tang grew frantic. Who says you're not a celebrity? Do you know how many followers you have? Over 20 million on Douyin. That's serious clout. We've lined up influencers for the campaign, but you're the only choice for spokesperson. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. Fine. Since you didn't hassle me all semester, I'll do it. Just tell me what you need. Principal Tang. You're the best, Mr. Lin. We'd like you to record a video promoting the school. These days, universities start scouting talent 6 months in advance. You can include some extras, campus posters, certificates, scholarship details, luo yao, that kind of thing. Got it? Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Wait. Principal Tang hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Lin, one more thing. About your promise to create more job openings. Now Lin Ran understood. This was Principal Tang's real headache. Next semester was graduation season, and many students hadn't even interned yet. You'd think graduates from a top school like Jingda wouldn't struggle to find jobs, right? Yeah, well, not so simple. Even elite grads face challenges. What do employers want these days? Just a degree? A degree matters, but experience counts for more. But who the hell is born with work experience? So, start a business then. Most entrepreneurs barely scrape by, and only a handful make it. The average lifespan of a company in China? Just over 2 years. The market's saturated. No matter the industry, breaking in is tough. Overtaking the giants? Good luck. As for those who keep studying for grad school, well, let's not go there. It looks ambitious, but the struggle is real. Wang, turn around. We're heading to Jingda University. This time, when Lin Ran returned to campus, the students were excited but not as frenzied as before. First, the school had implemented new rules, specifically to protect popular students like Lin Ran. Let's be honest, these rules existed because of him. Principal Tang had also received orders from Luo Yao, no mobbing Lin Ran, especially by female students. The second reason for the restraint, Luo Yao herself. By now, everyone knew how fiercely possessive she was of Lin Ran. At first, it wasn't obvious, but after her return from Shanghai, the chilling stories made many back off, especially the fangirls. If Luo Yao could take down 3 major families, what chance did ordinary students have? They weren't about to test her. Senior Lin Ran. Long time no see. Lin Ran turned and saw Zhang Xiaowen. He wasn't oblivious. Since getting with Luo Yao, he'd become hyper-aware of romantic undercurrents. Luo Yao had once claimed Zhang Xiaowen had feelings for him. Back then, Lin Ran had brushed it off. I'm not cash. Not every girl is into me. Luo Yao said it was intuition. Lin Ran had joked, your intuition might be off. Now, turns out women's intuition is scarily accurate. Let's talk. Meanwhile, in Luo Corporation's office, Luo Yao's expression darkened. Her grip on her phone tightened dangerously. A defining trait of Yandere's? When they sense a threat, when their lover might slip away, their obsessive possessiveness flares. Ah, Ran, you dare go on a date with Zhang Xiaowen? Lin Ran knew Luo Yao had planted a tracker on him. What he didn't know? There was also a microphone. Zhang Xiaonuan, sure. Lin Ran didn't seek privacy. They sat on a cold, open bench on campus. The icy seat felt like it froze his skin. Glancing at Zhang Xiaonuan shivering beside him, he felt no sympathy, no offer of warmth or comfort. Do you like me? Lin Ran cut straight to the chase. The question stunned not just him, but also Luo Yao, who was already rushing over, waiting for Zhang Xiaonuan's answer. Huh? Lin Ran. Speak your mind, no need to hide it. Zhang Xiaonuan. I don't have feelings for you, Senior Lin Ran. I'm just grateful you saved me once. Her answer surprised him. Was it genuine? If so, Luo Yao had overreacted. If not, then Zhang Xiaonuan was a good person, lying to spare him guilt. A girl like her, wasting affection on someone who could never return it? That wasn't fair to her. I see. You don't need to thank me, though. Saving you was just a coincidence. You should thank your brother instead. Lin Ran stood up directly after speaking. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now. He didn't spare Zhang Xiaonuan even a glance. Watching Lin Ran's handsome retreating figure, Zhang Xiaonuan felt as though she was witnessing a hero walk away from her. Senior Lin Ran, can I ask you a question? Ask away. Whether I answer is another matter, Lin Ran replied without turning back. Zhang Xiaonuan lowered her head. Do you love President Luo very much? Of course I do. What? Can't you afford internet access these days? How much do you love her? How much? Lin Ran could have given 10,000 answers to that question, but the fact that Zhang Xiaonuan had asked it made him pause and reflect. I can't answer that because even I don't know the extent of my love for her, but one thing is clear. She has long surpassed my own life. His response alone was proof of how deeply he loved Luo Yao. And no matter how much I love her, it will never compare to how much she loves me. Zhang Xiaonuan smiled. Senior Lin Ran, I truly envy President Luo, and I'm happy for you. I don't know what you two have been through, but I can see that you really treat each other as your entire world. Don't sell yourself short. Maybe your love for her has already reached the level you desire. I have things to attend to. I'll go now. As Zhang Xiaonuan turned to leave, tears silently streamed down her face like a flood. But she didn't dare let out a sob. She didn't want to burden Lin Ran with even the slightest pressure. Lin Ran shrugged. I knew Yao Yao was overthinking it. It's not like every woman is into me. Still, I should be more careful from now on, especially around women. Best to avoid any interaction altogether. Wang Bao looked on with satisfaction. He had witnessed Lin Ran's gradual transformation firsthand. Among all the bodyguards, Wang Bao was unique. He had spent the most time with Lin Ran, having once monitored him for a long period. Nearby, Little Tong's eyes widened as if he had just discovered the right way to interact with Qi Chengwei. Young Master Lin, didn't we come to Jingda University to see Principal Tang? Lin Ran. Who said that? I'm here to contribute to my alma mater's recruitment efforts. Take some photos of me. Make sure they look good, with the campus landmarks and my dashing self in the frame. That's all we need. At that very moment, Luo Yao, who had just arrived near Jingda University, had completely shed her usual icy demeanor. Instead, the corners of her lips were twitching with barely suppressed delight. Since Lu Meng was still in Shanghai, Wang Feng had been accompanying Lu Yao lately, but Wang Feng was fundamentally different from Liu Meng. Liu Meng was an all-around, top-tier assistant, while Wang Feng was only competent in work-related matters. When it came to emotional intelligence, combat skills, or judgment, she fell short. Her biggest flaw? She had a loose tongue. President Luo, since you're already here, won't you go in and see young Master Lin? Luo Yao didn't respond. She was too pleased. Words spoken face-to-face weren't always genuine, but words spoken when the other person didn't know you could hear them? Those carried far more credibility. Luo Yao rarely got such opportunities, as she was usually by Lin Ran's side. The last time Lin Ran had expressed his love for her to another woman was when he spoke to Lu Ruxo. Back then, Luo Yao had suspected he was just acting. After Lu Ruxo exited the picture, she hadn't encountered such a scene again. That Zhang Xiaonuan. Maybe she did something good after all. Still, I can't allow someone like her to linger around a Ran. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. While Lin Ran remained oblivious, as his woman, her intuition told her exactly what Zhang Xiaowen was feeling. But Zhang Xiaowen was different from the others, leaving Lu Yao unsure how to handle her. First, Zhang Xiaowen was definitely not a bad person. Second, she wasn't a manipulative flirt. Third, she had never outright confessed her feelings for Lin Ran. What surprised Luo Yao most was that Zhang Xiaonuan seemed to be actively avoiding acknowledging her own emotions. Luo Yao could criticize anyone, but facing someone like Zhang Xiaonuan, she found it hard to act ruthlessly. Still, hesitation didn't mean inaction. President Luo, how should we deal with Zhang Xiaonuan? Luo Yao glanced at Wang Feng. If Lu Meng were here, she would have proposed solutions, like, should we have Zhang Xiaonuan leave Jingda University or just eliminate her? That was the difference between a top-tier assistant and an ordinary one. Wang Feng still had a long way to go. Don't act yet. Keep observing her. If she shows any intention of getting close to Orion, throw her into the mountains for the wild dogs. Understood. Wang Feng didn't find Lu Yao's approach unusual. This was the President Lu she knew. But her eyes sparkled with gossipy curiosity. Wang Feng, how long have you been with me? 8 years. Ever since you returned to the Luo family. 8 years. You and Lu Meng have both been with me that long. Do you know why she became the special assistant while you're just the manager of the assistant team? Because Special Assistant Lu is more capable. Luo Yao nodded. Lu Meng was indeed more skilled, with combat abilities that could handle 2 or 3 grown men. But that's not the main reason. The biggest difference between you two is that she keeps her mouth slightly more shut. If there had been a third person as loyal and long-serving as you two, neither of you would have gotten the position. I don't like people who gossip. A bead of cold sweat rolled visibly down Wang Feng's forehead. Truthfully, Lu Meng's mouth wasn't that much tighter. The fact that they had both survived this long under Luo Yao's rule, that alone was proof of favoritism. Understood, President Luo. Let's go. Aren't we going to see young Master Lin? No need. Let's head back first. Meanwhile, Lin Ran's business at the university was nearly done. Despite the school's regulations, many students rushed over upon hearing of his arrival, hoping for a glimpse or, better yet, a photo to brag about later. But Lin Ran denied them the chance, leaving the campus before they could reach him. Upon returning to the estate, he immediately recorded a recruitment video for Jingda University. Then, using his limited video editing skills, he pieced together a simple clip with the photos. Click. My owner is Luo Yao. Every netizen scrolling through their feed froze. Lin Ran had posted something? This was the same account with over 20 million followers, but only one previous post, a casual daily snapshot captioned, Loving Luo Yao, which had garnered over 10 million likes. This new post was only his second. Many assumed he was finally cashing in, but when they clicked, they were stunned. Lin Ran's handsome face made a stunning first impression as he flashed a mischievous grin and pulled out a student ID card. Then, without missing a beat, he launched into his spiel. Hey bro, ever been to college? Check out Jingda University, 985, 211, top-tier education. No scams, no regrets. Rap at Hashavan Mumin 6%. To the rhythm of an upbeat track, iconic images of Jingda's campus flashed in perfect sync. Lin Ran posed in front of every landmark, surrounded by bright-eyed underclassmen radiating sunshine. The moment this admissions video dropped, the internet went wild. Competitors lost their minds, the principal shed a tear, and the admissions office blocked his number. You know what they say, if you don't feel awkward, the awkwardness belongs to someone else. Holy crap, what kind of sick rap is this? I'm hooked. I want to get into Jingda, meet Lin Ran, and simp for him. LOL, I'm dead. Since when was Lin Ran this hilarious? Lin Ran really went all out for his alma mater's admissions campaign. This is so absurdly catchy, I memorized it after one watch. Principal Tang saw the video too. Honestly, his cerebellum shriveled a little at first glance, but after scrolling through the comments, the old man's lips curled up like a hooked fish. Meanwhile, the admissions office phones exploded with inquiries. Leaning back in his chair, Principal Tang basked in the vibrant colors of his suddenly brighter world. Admissions director. Principal, isn't it too early to go this hard with recruitment? Feels a bit excessive. Principal Tang wagged a single finger smugly. You don't get it. To compete with elite universities, we have to move first. Lin Ran just handed us a massive advantage. The director sighed in awe. Never in his wildest dreams did he think recruiting could be this effortless. True, being the husband of the top chaebol heiress really comes with perks. Dude's practically carrying our entire office. Next year's applicant pool is gonna be stacked. Meanwhile, Lin Ran's fame at Jingda skyrocketed, not just because of the video, but because he dominated 5 of the university's 10 prestigious rankings. Jingda had a tradition. Each semester, 10 rankings were updated, with freshmen sometimes dethroning seniors. Graduates would eventually leave the lists, but their legends lived on. This time, Lin Ran topped 5 charts, while Lin Jin, Liu Rexia, and Zhang Xiaowen claimed 1 each. The remaining 2 spots were split among others.
Heart Ren. Heart Ren. Heart Ren. Ren Heart. Heart. When Maze Rim and
Han, Handog, Labor, Lin Ran, Schmin Ha, Shu, Dai Plans, Hai Dam, Bishuchbach, Daimar, Behaigor. 4 of these were new additions, only had been his unchallenged throne for 3 years. Lin Ran's face darkened as he left a comment under the rankings. Can we move on from the cringe? I've got a weak stomach now, might puke. The student body howled with laughter. Of course, no ranking had just 1 name, but the other 9 weren't worth mentioning. After all, in this world, who remembers second place? Lin Ran could accept most of the titles, except Yi was an honor student. Then he saw the reasoning and choked. He'd skipped every lecture and barely set foot on campus all semester. Students labeled his absenteeism as peak slacker behavior. Lin Ran wanted to argue, but had no defense. Scanning the other rankings, he burst out laughing. Shangkon. No one expected this freshman to rise so fast. Not only did she ace every class, but she also led Jingda to victory in a major competition, leaving rival Tsinghua with silver. The scholar title was well earned. Juan, Mukan, Juanjuan. Damn, who voted for this? Absolute legends, Lin Ran cackled.
Baker. New Racco.
Yurakso. Lin Ran spat out his drink. He never thought he'd see Lu Roshu's name here. She'd made the campus bell list twice but never topped it. Back then, Lin Ran had reassured her. Ruxu, you'll always be the most beautiful to me. Those voters have no taste. Now, remembering those words, he shuddered. Ugh, so gross. Technically, Lin Jian and Liu Rushu were no longer students at Jingda University, so they shouldn't have been eligible for the university's ranking lists. But if the titles were Biggest Joke and Most Notorious Heartbreaker, then it somehow made sense. Jingda University's Top Campus Belle, Ai Shenbai. Jingda University's Most Notorious Heartbreaker, Yu Chengchun. These two have been dominating the lists as usual. No surprises there. Wait, what? Why is there an 11th ranking this year? And why does it only have 2 names, one of which is mine? Jingda University's second most devoted, Lin Ran. Lin Ran was instantly furious. How could he only be the second most devoted to Yao Yao? He had to see who ranked above him. Jingda University's most devoted, Yu Qingnan. All right, I can't even argue with this one. I might not think anyone could outdo my devotion, but this guy's definitely a legend in his own right. Fine, I'll let him have it. These silly rankings are just something students made for fun anyway. While Lin Ran was scrolling through his classmates' comments, his admissions video had already gone viral across the internet. But students from other universities were stunned. No one had expected that. Months before the admissions season even started, Jingda University would launch a campaign this early, with Lin Ran, the internet's hottest sensation, as its spokesperson. And with such an absurdly catchy video. What the? Jingda's gone full meme mode. Where's our admissions office? I'm not asking you to outdo them, but at least copy them. Get in touch with our alumni in the internet industry and have them film something too. Soon after, a wave of viral, meme-style admissions videos flooded the nation. Lin Ran was the one who started this trend. In his past life, it had been a senior who kicked it off. But this time, Lin Ran had given his alma mater the first mover advantage. No matter how popular other universities' videos became, none could match the hype of Lin Ran's original. Ran, were you good today? Luo Yao returned to the manor after finishing her work. Lin Ran. Of course I was. Nowadays, I just smile politely at other women and never even glance at them. Luo Yao knew he wasn't lying, and she was pleased with his behavior today. But the thought of Lin Ran initiating a conversation with Zhang Shanwen still left her feeling slightly unsettled. Ran, go to the bedroom and get ready. I'll be there soon. Lin Ran froze, his pupils shrinking slightly. Get ready? Soon? He knew Luo Yao well enough to understand the true meaning behind those words. If he wasn't mistaken, the look in her eyes right now was one of punishment. He was probably in for another round of suffering. He walked into the bedroom, silently retrieving a leather restraint from the cabinet. After a moment's hesitation, he also dug out a pair of handcuffs that hadn't been used in a while, waiting for Luo Yao's arrival. Ugh, I must have upset Yao Yao again. I'm the worst. Though he said that, he genuinely couldn't figure out what he'd done to annoy her. Did I step forward with my left foot first when I greeted her earlier? Surely not. As Lin Ran's mind raced with possibilities, Luo Yao entered. Seeing the items in his hands, she smiled in satisfaction. Ran is so well behaved, preparing everything in advance. Lin Ran's expression darkened. Do I look like I did this willingly? Don't be scared, Ran. Today's just a little punishment. It won't hurt. Lin Ran. Nimbie. Time flowed like sand. The soft sound of impact gradually turned into rhythmic applause. Lin Ran and Luo Yao plunged together into the deepest abyss. Anger must be vented, or it festers like a sickness. A volcano must erupt, scorching, searing. Ran, are you hungry? Lin Ran looked both aggrieved and resentful. I threw up before even eating. What do you think? Luo Yao stroked his chest sympathetically. I didn't mean to go that far. I was just a little upset. So, my dear wife, what exactly upset you? Zhang Xiaonuan. Ran, you must remember, women outside are nothing but pretty skeletons. None of them will ever truly care for you. Only I love you for real. Mystery solved. It wasn't a secret that Luo Yao kept tabs on him. Lin Ran mentally cursed himself for being so dense. How had he not realized something so obvious? But he'd only been trying to set boundaries with Zhang Xiaonuan. Was that enough to trigger Luo Yao's innate jealousy? Seems like his wife's Yandere tendencies were getting worse. Let's go eat. Luo Yao didn't want him to starve. Replenishing energy after exertion was essential. Okay. Lin Ran got up, intending to carry Luo Yao, but she yanked him down instead, pulling him on top of her. Now face to face, their reflections mirrored in each other's pupils. Ran, how much do you love me? Lin Ran didn't understand why she was asking, but he was used to giving her solemn promises. No words could capture what you mean to me. If love had depth, you couldn't see the bottom. If it had heat, we'd evaporate instantly. If it had height, the world would go dark because you'd blot out the sky. When something becomes habitual, it blends into life itself. Every earnest vow Lin Ran made to Luo Yao was just part of his existence. Would you ever fall for someone else? Never. I'm a one-woman man. My heart only has room for Luo Yao, not an inch to spare. Luo Yao finally relaxed. Remember what you said. If you ever love someone else, both you and that person will regret being born. Then, as if struck by a thought, she smiled, a disturbingly sweet expression. Lately, I've seen people online calling me a yandere. Maybe the term isn't perfect, but it's not baseless. I know I have issues, but I can't control how possessive I am over you. So Ran, don't ever make me snap, because once I lose my sense of security, I will do something insane. A murderous aura radiated from her, one that sent chills down Lin Ran's spine, no matter how many times he'd felt it before. He knew she wasn't joking. Still, he found comfort in her blunt honesty. You'll never get the chance. After dressing, Lin Ran carried Luo Yao to the dining room. The staff at their Beijing villa were long used to such displays. Only Jiang Feihua looked scandalized. Were Luo Yao and Lin Ran always this shameless here? She'd thought their public affection in Shanghai was excessive, but Beijing seemed to dial it up even further. Uncle Fu is away for a couple of days. You'll take over his duties. Understood. Jiang Feihua's eyes sparkled with joy. She'd finally become one of Luo Yao's inner circle. Dinner was served. But Lin Ran and Luo Yao barely noticed the food, their gazes locked on each other. Soup was a must with meals. Lin Ran made sure Luo Yao drank a few spoonfuls too. So this is what fortifying tonic tastes like? Lin Ran smirked. What, did you expect it to be delicious? Not really. It's medicinal. Of course it wouldn't taste great. Jiang Feihua watched them sip soup, smiling to herself. It was sweet. So sweet. The Yi Yuan tonic was good for health, no harm in drinking more. They'd been exhausted after returning yesterday and went to bed early. Today, however, they weren't as drained. Lin Ran was the first to speak up. Let's visit the garden after dinner. The garden? Okay. For the first time since coming back to Beijing, they stepped into the rooftop garden. The most vibrant flowers bloomed in the coldest season, a surreal contrast that felt like stepping into paradise. They resembled a fairy tale prince and princess, one without any tragic twists, just pure happiness. Stars are beautiful and mesmerizing. Both looked up at the sky, though anyone else would have seen nothing but haze and clouds, yet they gazed upward as if piercing through the smog to behold eternity itself. So it didn't matter if they saw stars or not. What mattered was who stood beside them. For example, some guys muster up the courage to invite their goddess to watch a movie, only to be rejected with her saying she's tired and wants to rest early. You fuss over her with endless concern, and all you get in return is a thanks, maybe topped off with a good night. You sit there grinning at your phone, thinking she's finally responding to your feelings. But in reality, some rich second-generation heir is inviting her to a hotel, and she actually goes. What you see as unattainable might just be casually within someone else's reach. So what you do doesn't matter as much as who you're with. Is it really about money for the goddess? Not necessarily. It's probably because the other guy has more charm, takes action, and isn't afraid to express himself. Some spend half their life savings and still fail to marry the love of their life. Others get to experience your love of a lifetime in a cheap hourly motel. If this hits too close to home, gather here for emotional support. Wang Anjan's surgery is tomorrow. Are you going? Lin Ran suddenly asked, assuming Luo Yao wouldn't bother. After all, she was the wife of a tycoon whose every second could mean missing out on billions. I'll go. Lin Ran looked at her in surprise. Didn't expect that answer, did you? He nodded. A little. I thought you didn't care about anyone besides me. You're not wrong. I don't care about those people. Then why are you going? Luo Yao flashed a cryptic smile. To do. Lin Ran froze, imagining the scene. Countless people facing life and death moments in the hospital, Wang Anjan undergoing surgery, while he and Luo Yao were outside, exchanging life philosophies. Just the thought sent a chill down his spine. Ya Yao, can we wait until after Anjan's surgery? Give me some time to mentally prepare. Luo Yao looked puzzled. What are you thinking, Aran? I hadn't even finished. I meant doing something important. Lin Ran sighed in relief. You scared me. My heart almost stopped. Her gaze turned suggestive. So Iran wants to do it at the hospital. I can arrange that. Lin Ran's face darkened. He had no such kinks. It's too crowded there. Not appropriate. I'll have a treatment room prepared. You can play the doctor, and I'll be the nurse. Cough. Lin Ran nearly choked on his own spit. So you're still going through with it? Fine, fine. While the two were tangled up in the rooftop garden, the Lin family arrived at a shabby alley. Mom, are you sure the man you mentioned lives here? Lu Yueme nodded, glancing at Lin Tianba, who looked utterly defeated. I've come here many times over the years. Your real father lives here. Lin Tianba closed his eyes, muttering under his breath, Lu Yueme. You're one cruel woman. The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with dyed blonde hair who bore a resemblance to Lin Jin. He took one look at Lu Yumei and smirked. Well, well. Look who's here. Didn't think you'd come crawling back to me after becoming internet famous. Li Yumei was now a household name, though not for flattering reasons. Renki, I had no choice. She pulled Lin Jian forward. Xiaojian, this is your father, Levi Renqi. Lin Jian studied the man, skeptical. This guy, with his unkempt appearance and bleached hair, didn't inspire confidence. Mom, are you sure? Of course. Don't let his carefree attitude fool you. He's got depth. No one understands him like I do. LV Renki frowned, silent. He hadn't expected to meet his son under these circumstances. Renki, let us in first. LV Renki hesitated. Why should I take in a woman like you? You think I don't know what you've done? The whole internet's laughing at you. Li Yuyeme wasn't fazed by his harsh words. She loved his blunt honesty. It was part of his charm. Lin Tianba lay on the ground, shivering but miraculously fever-free, his immune system fighting hard. Huh. So this is the man you betrayed your family for. Li Yueme shot him a disdainful look. You'll never understand him. Lin Tianba had no words, but Lu Yumei had anticipated this. She knew Lu Renqi's temperament, brutally straightforward. She wasn't unprepared, though. Time to play her trump card. I've given you so much money over the years. Since Lin Tianba and I aren't divorced yet, if I sue, you'll have to return every cent, at least 8 million, if not 10. Lin Tianba, you're one ruthless woman. Elvor Renki knew the law well enough to realize she was right. He never thought Liu Yumei would fall this far. Lin Jian's eyes darkened. He couldn't believe his mother had spent millions on this man, probably more than she'd ever spent on him. He took a deep breath. His mother was truly beyond comprehension. Fine, you can stay, but one rule. Don't bully my ex-wife's son. Lin Jian frowned. Another son? Liu Yumei quickly agreed. Of course, we'd never mistreat him. LV Renki scoffed. I've heard how you treated Lin Ran in the Lin household. If you dare lay a finger on LV Jian here, don't expect mercy. Understood. Liu Yumei nodded eagerly. LV Renki glanced at Lin Tianba on the floor, his face twisting in disgust. Why are you dragging this trash along? Don't stink up my place. Lin Jian replied coldly. He still has to make money for me. He stays. LV Renki paused, then laughed. Ha! You really are my son. That ruthless streak? Definitely mine. Once inside, Liu Yumei nearly wept at the warmth, something they hadn't felt in ages. Even Lin Tianba seemed dazed, as if transported to another world. Renki, where do we sleep? After letting them in, LV Renki dug out some clothes from the bedroom. Get Lin Tianba changed. He reeks. Liu Yumei sighed, dragging him to the bathroom. Without bothering to undress him or adjust the water, she turned on the icy shower, drenching him. Then, on a whim, she dumped laundry detergent over him. 2 birds, 1 stone. Clean the man and his clothes. Lin Tianba's heart was colder than the freezing water. Liu Yumei, you're one cruel woman. After washing up, Lin Tianba finally put on clean clothes after many days. But these were fucking another man's clothes. Just thinking about it made Lin Tianba inexplicably sick to his stomach. Yumei, little Jian, come here. Now that our family of 3 has been reunited, let's have a proper talk. Lin Jian and Liu Yumei walked into the bedroom, leaving Lin Tianba lying on the floor. Finally, Lin Tianba broke down in tears. You ungrateful son, why couldn't you just kneel, kowtow, and beg me to take you away from this hell? Lin Tianba truly regretted everything. If heaven gave him another chance, he swore he'd never fall for Liu Yumei's deceit again. But of course, that was just wishful thinking. As the door opened, LV Jin returned. He froze at the sight of Lin Tianba sprawled on the floor. Holy shit, isn't this the internet's #1 scumbag dad? Even someone like LV Jean was stunned by Lin Tianba's antics, proof that his infamy was now common knowledge. Meanwhile, the bedroom door opened, and LV Renki looked awkwardly at his returning son. Ah, Xiao Jian, perfect timing. There's something I need to discuss with you. You should also get to know little Jian. Both names were Jian, one Lin Jian, the other Livi Jian. Now, they could compete to see who was the bigger Jean, a play on the word meaning shameless. Let the battle of the Jians begin. The next day arrived, the day of Wang Anjian's surgery, also the second to last day of the year. Early in the morning, Wang Anjian was wheeled in for the transplant procedure. Outside the operating room, Lin Ran, Granny Wang, and Uncle Fu sat on the waiting chairs, their hearts clenched with worry. Luo Yao wasn't there. She was in one of the hospital's labs. Check if there's anything wrong with this soup. Yibu Ho sniffed it first, then took a small sip. This should be my brother's medicinal recipe. It's fine. Did you notice something off about young Master Lin's condition? Luo Yao shook her head. His condition is fine. The soup might be tainted. I suspect there's something in it. Yibu Ho paled and hurried to explain. President Luo, my brother would never dare. This recipe is a Yi family heirloom. It has no side effects. It only boosts young Master Lin's vitality. Luo Yao frowned. I asked you to test it, not accuse Yi Xiyin of tampering. Right. I'll have it thoroughly analyzed with the most advanced methods. Truthfully, Yibu Hu had already gauged the soup's safety from her taste. She hadn't become the Yi family's treasure because of her looks. Her appearance was average at best. Her reputation came from her uncanny palate, dubbed the Yi family ghost tongue. A single taste or sniff of any herb, and she could identify it without fail. But Luo Yao's orders were absolute. Later, Yibu Ho would reflect that sometimes science and intuition were worth trusting. Back in the waiting area, Lin Ran sat silently until a white-coated figure took a seat beside him. You're just waiting here. The surgery will take hours. At the earliest, results won't come until evening, maybe even tomorrow. And you won't be able to see the patient immediately post-op. There's no need to stay the whole time. Lin Ran nodded. I know, but I promised Anjian I'd be here. I believe he'll pull through. Me too, the doctor agreed. Only then did Lin Ran realize who he'd been talking to. He turned, startled. Director Yi, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the operating room? Yibu Hao smiled. Relax. My brother Yi Xian is handling the surgery. I'm better at theory. He's the master in practice. Besides, this isn't even a challenging procedure for us. Everything will be fine. Lin Ran sighed in relief. Granny Wang and Uncle Fu noticed Yibu Hao and greeted him weakly, their minds still on Wang Anjian. Uncle Fu patted Granny Wang's back soothingly. Director Yi, I've always wanted to ask, why do you run this hospital? To save lives or to make money? Lin Ran's abrupt question caught everyone off guard. I do it for profit, Yibu Hao admitted. In fact, without President Luo's support, the Yi family might have collapsed long ago. Uncle Fu stayed silent. He knew the world wasn't black and white. To ask such a naive question, who runs a hospital not to make money? Charity? But Lin Ran had a deeper purpose. He wanted to understand the meaning of life through Yibu Hao's perspective. Profit is fine, but how do you face so much life and death suffering without growing numb? Yibu Hao shook his head. I wasn't finished. We do it for money and to heal. No doctor wants their patients to die. Even after countless failures, we can't give up. When patients bet everything on us, shouldn't we at least earn the money they pay? Lin Ran didn't fully grasp Yibu Hao's logic, but he had to admit the man had principles. These days, too many medical institutions exploited patients under the guise of saving lives. You should wait in the lounge. This could take a while. Lin Ran declined. I'll stay. Luo Yao might not find me otherwise. Speak of the devil. Granny Wang and Uncle Fu were stunned when Luo Yao appeared. Young miss, they murmured nervously. Luo Yao gave a curt nod, her icy demeanor unchanged, except around Lin Ran. I came to check. With Yi Xian operating, there's nothing to worry about. He's a national treasure of medicine. It was Luo Yao who had arranged for Yi Xian to lead the surgery. Normally, the Yi family didn't serve commoners. Wealthy elites clamored for their services, even offering fortunes to hire a Yi doctor privately. But the Yi family's rule was clear. Come to the hospital and queue like everyone else. The only exception? If you were Luo Yao. Her pulling strings for Wang Anjian was no small favor. Granny Wang and Uncle Fu bowed. Thank you, young miss. Luo Yao and Lin Ran locked eyes, their gazes speaking volumes. Luo Yao, the examination room is ready. Lin Ran, seriously? Now? Clearing his throat, Lin Ran stood. I'll go handle something with Luo Yao. Stay strong, he'll be fine. Of course, young Master Lin, don't mind us. As the couple left, Granny Wang slumped into her chair like a deflated balloon. Don't worry, Big Flower. Lin Ran had just been here, and Granny Wang didn't want him to worry about her, so she forced herself to hold it together. But in reality, the anxiety in her heart was nearly suffocating. Some might wonder why Granny Wang seemed so fragile, but that wasn't the case at all. She had lost loved ones before and knew exactly how that felt. She could smile through any hardship, except when it came to the life and death of family. Then, she couldn't stay calm. Uncle Fu gently embraced Granny Wang, patting her back. Uncle Fu wasn't lacking in emotional intelligence, but whenever he faced Granny Wang, he became a little flustered. Granny Wang whispered, Our Anjian will be all right, won't he? Uncle Fu nodded. Of course, the young lady specifically arranged for Yi Xian to handle it. He's a national treasure of medicine. There's no way anything will go wrong. Granny Wang nodded silently. When consumed by worry, the mind has no room for anything else. Da Hua, Uncle Fu said hesitantly. I was thinking, after Anjian's surgery, we should have him take my surname. Let him acknowledge me as his grandfather, so he can officially enter the Jiang family. Granny Wang shook her head. As long as Anjian is safe, nothing else matters. He can keep whatever surname he wants. Uncle Fu felt he had owed Granny Wang too much over the years. This debt far outweighed any resentment in his heart, and he was willing to pour everything he had into making it up to her. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Meanwhile, Luo Yao and Lin Ran took the elevator to the top floor, entering a consultation room labeled Gynecology. Luo Yao, brimming with excitement, pulled Lin Ran inside. The moment they stepped in, they spotted the white coats prepared in advance. Lin Ran instantly perked up, gazing through the window at the hospital square below. The view was, well, let's just say it was something. Ah Ran, our daily routine begins now, Luo Yao declared. Without hesitation, she stripped off her outerwear, revealing a figure so alluring it bordered on criminal, especially paired with those sleek shark-patterned leggings. No matter how you looked at it, the sight was enough to make noses bleed. Luo Yao slipped into a nurse's uniform. Ah Ran, your turn. All right, but I have a question. Should I be on top or on top? Luo Yao immediately straddled him. Director Lin, that depends on your preference. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Already getting into character? Luo Yao pouted pitifully. Director Lin, I want to be head nurse. Do I still have a chance? Fine, fine. If she wanted to play, he'd indulge her. Nurse Luo, opportunities are for those who prepare. You wouldn't want me giving this chance to someone else, would you? With that, Lin Ran took action. Handsome director, please behave yourself. Time passed minute by minute. The two spent the day playing doctor and nurse, and the vibe was uncannily reminiscent of a certain cultural export from a neighboring country. Perhaps due to Lin Ran and Luo Yao's antics, or perhaps because of Uncle Fu and Granny Wang's anxiety, Wang Enjian's surgery concluded successfully that evening. Granny Wang wept with joy, while Uncle Fu wore a tender expression. They also compensated the donor appropriately. For someone of Uncle Fu's status, digging up a donor's background was child's play. As Lin Ran and Luo Yao descended the stairs, they overheard the news. Lin Ran finally relaxed. When Yi Siyin emerged, Uncle Fu and Granny Wang bowed deeply in gratitude. The child is fine, just keep an eye out for rejection. But with this illness, there will be complications down the road. Be prepared. Thank you, Granny Wang repeated, knowing no words carried more weight. Lin Ran and Luo Yao exchanged a glance and smiled. Since Wang Anjian was still in a sterile post-op environment, they couldn't see him yet. Lin Ran decided to head back for now and return once he was out of isolation. At the same moment, Yi Buhuo rushed over anxiously. President Luo, the results are in. Luo Yao stopped and took the report from his hands. Lin Ran glanced over. What's this? Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. The test results for the qi-boosting tonic. Lin Ran's pupils trembled. Ho. Yi Buhuo said admiringly. President Luo, you were right. There's something in it. A colorless, odorless poison. Small doses are harmless, but long-term consumption leads to organ failure with no traceable cause. The toxin dissolves into fat and metabolizes, meaning even an immediate blood test after ingestion wouldn't detect it. A highly sophisticated poison. However, due to its properties, it only works in liquid form, hence why it was slipped into the tonic. Upon uncovering this, Yi Buhuo couldn't help but sigh. Truly, no wealthy family lived without danger. Lin Ran's eyes widened. Why did this toxin sound so familiar? Luo Yao, too, recognized the culprit. Luo Wushuang. You've got some nerve. Yi Buhu asked worriedly. President Lu, how long have you been drinking this? Luo Yao answered without hesitation. Just once. Ah Ran had more, combined with the time in Shanghai, nearly 10 days worth. Lin Ran. So he'd been poisoned since Shanghai? Yao. I've been poisoned? Luo Yao looked at him with a pout. Yes, but it's been a short time. You'll be fine. And if you die, I'll go with you. Don't worry. Hearing that, Lin Ran's fears eased. If he were truly in critical condition, Luo Yao would have been frantic. Besides, he recalled Luo Yao mentioning an antidote for this poison. Don't worry, young Master Lin. This is a slow-acting toxin. If you stop consuming it, your body will naturally flush it out over time. Lin Ran nodded. Luo Yao added, but just to be safe, take the antidote anyway. It's not like it'll hurt. Lin Ran was more than willing. Who knew if his body could really metabolize it completely? Uncle Fu, who had been listening nearby, frowned deeply. Young lady, shall I handle this? Luo Yao shook her head. Dealing with small fry won't help. It'll just alert the bigger fish. Ah Ran and I are heading back. I don't want this leaking any further. Everyone present, Uncle Fu, Yi Buhuo, Yi Siyin, even Granny Wang, felt a chill. Understood, young lady. Luo Yao took Lin Ran back to the estate. Lin Ran never expected that this time he'd be the one harmed. So Jiang Feihua was Lu Wushuang's pawn. No wonder she always seemed to be watching during meals, especially when they drank the tonic. He happened to have the same poison in his possession. The method was simple, just filter it through water, extremely convenient. Lin Ran was also furious about Luo Wushuang's actions. Damn it, I'm already on your side, helping you deal with Luo Yao, and yet you still want to screw me over too. This Luo Wushuang is truly ruthless. Indeed, this time the target wasn't Luo Yao, it was Lin Ran, after all. He was the one drinking most of the qi-replenishing tonic. Luo Wushuang's words are nothing but lies, Lin Ran scoffed. Luo Yao raised an eyebrow. How so? Before, he promised me that if I helped him, he'd give me a lifetime of wealth and even leave me the estate in the capital. Now it's clear that not a single word, not even the punctuation, was trustworthy. He's just a shameless con artist. Luo Yao was aware of the agreement between Lin Ran and Luo Wushuang, but didn't comment. Instead, she posed a question. What if Luo Wushuang actually fulfilled his promises to you? A multiple-choice question? Yao Yao, what are you thinking? You're my wife. Is there anything you can't give me? Whether it's money, emotional support, or even desires, only you can satisfy me. Besides, the only wife I want is one named Luo Yao. Even without any of those things, having you is enough. You're the life I truly want. Luo Yao was pleased. She dropped the subject entirely. There was no need to dwell on it, but inwardly, her anger burned fiercely. Luo Wushuang plotting against her was one thing, but now he dared to target Lin Ran too? How could she tolerate that? However, now wasn't the time to act against Zhang Feihua. Stirring the pot would only alert Luo Wushuang. For now, the best move was to let Lin Ran play along, just as she was doing. There was another reason for their frustration. Luo Wushuang wasn't even considered a formidable opponent in their eyes, yet this very same minor threat had just taught them a harsh lesson. It made them realize their own flaw. They had underestimated their enemy. When they returned to the estate, Zhang Feihua was waiting to greet them as soon as they stepped out of the car. Young Master Lin, Miss Luo, welcome back. Dinner is ready. Luo Yao gave Zhang Feihua an icy glance, which actually reassured her. Luo Yao was always cold and distant. If she suddenly became warm, that would have been suspicious. Lin Ran, playing the devoted lover, followed Luo Yao closely, showering everyone with affection and showing no signs of suspicion. During dinner, Lin Ran frowned at the bowl of soup in front of him. Did I ask you to prepare this? Zhang Feihua. Beida. My apologies. I assumed young Master Lin always preferred having soup. Lin Ran looked disgusted. What? You think I'm weak, that I need this disgusting tonic to function? Despite his words, he still ladled the soup into his bowl. Zhang Feihua exhaled in relief. Understood. Next time, I won't prepare it unless you request it. It was just soup. There were other ways to administer the drug. Any liquid would do. What she didn't know was that Lin Ran had already taken the antidote. Even Luo Wushuang himself didn't have an antidote, but Luo Yao did. Lin Ran hadn't expected this twist. Originally, Luo Yao was supposed to fake being poisoned, but he ended up genuinely affected. By his calculations, it was almost time for Luo Yao's poisoning to take effect. Once Luo Yao died, followed by his own death later, and then Zhang Feihua's elimination at Luo Wushuang's hands, there'd be no evidence left. What a vile, cunning bastard. After dinner, Luo Yao went to the study to call Liu Meng, while Lin Ran rested alone in the living room. A short while later, Uncle Fu returned. Why aren't you staying at the hospital with Granny Wang? Lin Ran asked. She insisted I come back, said I shouldn't neglect my duties and should return to serve you and Miss Luo. Lin Ran smirked. Tss, tss. See how considerate Granny Wang is? Uncle Fu looked awkward. Truthfully, he and Granny Wang had just had a disagreement. With Wang Anjian's successful surgery, Uncle Fu had been overjoyed. In the emotional high, he'd made the mistake of bringing up an old issue. Da Hua, now that Anjian's surgery went well, once he's discharged, I'll take him to update his household registration. Let him take my surname Zhang. Granny Wang instantly flared up. Zhang Laifu, what's your problem? Is his surname all you care about? What's wrong with him keeping mine? Uncle Fu was baffled. There's nothing wrong with it. But didn't you say before that if Anjian's surgery succeeded, you'd let him change it? Granny Wang argued fiercely. I said his surname didn't matter, but I never agreed to him changing it, and why should he? Legally, I'm his only family now. Uncle Fu was stunned, but after a moment, he realized she was right. He cursed himself for being an idiot. He'd rushed things at the worst possible time. His grandson had just come out of surgery, and here he was making unreasonable demands. It was downright tactless. Besides, he'd been planning to propose. This conversation would have gone much better after that. How had he missed something so obvious? The topic itself wasn't wrong, just the timing. Especially when his grandson hadn't even recovered yet. He needed to wait. I'm sorry, I was wrong to bring this up now. Granny Wang cut him off, her voice laced with concern. Just go back. You've been away too long. Miss Luo and young Master Lin need looking after. Uncle Fu, the estate has plenty of staff and Zhang Feihua is there too. Granny Wang, that's exactly why I'm worried. Haven't you heard young Master Lin was poisoned? And no matter how diligent the staff are, they're still just employees. They won't care as much as family. She began pushing him toward the door. Go! If I come back and find Miss Luo or young Master Lin looking thinner, you'll regret it." Uncle Fu suddenly felt like Granny Wang was acting coy with him. A warm feeling spread through his chest. All right, I'll go right away. I won't let them lose a single pound." Just as he turned to leave, Granny Wang called out abruptly, "What's your relationship with that Zhang Feihua?" Uncle Fu. Me. He was usually sharp with people, but around Granny Wang, his IQ seemed to plummet to childlike levels. Zhang Feihua is just the estate manager in Shanghai. I'm the butler of the capital estate. The only connection is that we both serve Miss Lo and young Master Lin. Aren't you also under the estate's management? Estate administrator, estate butler. Sounds like a perfect match, huh? Uncle Fu immediately sensed danger. His mind raced, spinning in circles, but no answer came to him. Seeing Granny Wang's dark expression, he realized he wasn't just a coward in love, he was downright useless. If only young Master Lin were here, he'd know exactly what to say. Suddenly thinking of Lin Ran, Uncle Fu was also taken aback. If it were young Master Lin, how would he answer this question when facing the young lady? Big Flower. Whether it's the servants in the villa or Zhang Feihua, every other woman in my eyes is like a pile of dung. Only you are the love of my life. Granny Wang froze instantly. She never dreamed such words could come out of Uncle Fu's mouth. Ew, so cheesy, I can't take it. You should go back now. Though she said that, the corners of her lips, which she couldn't suppress, betrayed the fact that Granny Wang loved hearing it. Uncle Fu sighed in amazement. Sometimes, it really pays to have a silver tongue. No wonder young Master Lin always manages to charm the young lady into a blushing mess. Sweet talk really works. Indeed, a man can be useless, but he must never be tongue-tied. After leaving the hospital, Uncle Fu returned to the estate. Taking advantage of Luo Yao's absence in the living room, Uncle Fu leaned close to Lin Ran's ear. "Young Master Lin, gotta say, your method works like a charm." Lin Ran looked puzzled. "Speak clearly. Being all cryptic and mysterious, what are you trying to do?" Uncle Fu flashed a knowing smile. "I just copied how you answer the young lady's questions and used it on Granny Wang. Turns out it really makes women happy. Young Master Lin, you're truly the best." He gave a thumbs up. At that moment, Luo Yao was standing at the second-floor entrance, watching the old and young men downstairs with a faint murderous glint in her eyes. Lin Ran rolled his eyes. "Is that what you're talking about? I'm not like you. You're using a method. I'm not. Every word I say to Yao Yao comes straight from the heart." Uncle Fu. "It's just the two of us here, young Master Lin. No need to be so cautious, right?" Lin Ran was utterly speechless. "So that's how you see me? Whatever. As long as I know my own sincerity, that's enough." What a joke. My genuine feelings are just calculated flattery in your eyes? Young Master Lin, are you serious? You're not just saying what the young lady wants to hear? Dead serious. Do you know why I'm always so earnest when I say those things to Yao Yao? Why? Lin Ran sighed. Fine. Let me explain it to you, you coward in love. Because I love her down to the marrow of my bones. I'm afraid Yao Yao might lack a sense of security, so I make sure every promise is spoken with absolute sincerity. That way she feels safe. I want to give her that security every single moment for the rest of her life. Forget it. An old man like you wouldn't understand. Seeing Lin Ran explain so earnestly, Uncle Fu felt his brain might be a bit too slow. So, the one who truly doesn't get it is this old man? Standing at the second-floor entrance, Luo Yao finally let the corners of her lips curl up, murmuring to herself, "So that's what Iran thinks. How nice." Luo Yao truly felt she was changing, for the better. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since she last had an episode or did anything crazy. Those little harms she inflicted on Lin Ran could be overlooked. I kinda miss the days when I locked Iran up. If given two choices, Luo Yao might still prefer to keep Lin Ran locked by her side. But she also didn't want Lin Ran to be unhappy. She loved locking him up, yet his loss of freedom made him unhappy. But she didn't want him unhappy. An unsolvable contradiction. "Iran, come here." 4 words, and both Uncle Fu and Lin Ran stiffened as if hit by a paralysis spell. Lin Ran turned around, giving Luo Yao a pitiful look. "Yao Yao, you weren't eavesdropping on us, were you?" Luo Yao. "I was. Uncle Fu's bonus for next year is gone." Uncle Fu instantly felt the world spin, life's colors draining back to monochrome. Just then, his phone rang. Answering it, his expression grew solemn. "Young lady, Luo Wushuang has sent an invitation to all members of the Luo family. Return to the ancestral home for the New Year's ancestral rites." Luo Yao. "What ancestors? There aren't any left to worship." The last time Lu Yao went back, she smashed all the ancestral tablets. She never had them restored. What ancestors? That dump. Whoever wants to go can go. I don't care about those people anyway, and I doubt many will obey. Insecurity wasn't Luo Yao's nature. Confidence was. Someone who clawed her way out of bloodshed couldn't possibly be weak or timid. Luo Yao had many qualities: decisiveness, meticulousness, and absolute self-assurance among them. Of course, she had her moments of doubt too, like when Lin Ran once rejected her. That period left her feeling small. In love, whoever falls first loses. Luo Yao had lost once, but not completely. Now, she had turned the tables. But when Luo Wushuang sent the invitation, he said he'd open the Luo family's dragon vein this new year. Plenty will be eager to carve up the Luo family's treasures. Only then did Luo Yao take it seriously. Luo Wushuang was no match for her, unless he got his hands on that treasure. But even if he succeeded in rallying the others, she was confident she could protect herself. The current Luo family had no idea that, through her maneuvers, Luo Corporation's shares had gradually become her private assets. They were still clueless about her methods. Interesting. The other key is in my hands, yet he's convincing them with empty words. How amusing. This world never runs short of fools. Lin Ran frowned. So, are we going back or not? Luo Yao looked at him, recalling what he'd just told Uncle Fu, and her heart swelled with joy. By New Year's I should be poisoned anyway. Might as well play along. I'll take you back then, and we'll cut through the Luo family. Truthfully, Luo Yao had always been fixated on seeing the Luo family's dragon vein. There must be something inside she needed to know. Lin Ran wasn't entirely on board with her phrasing. Yao Yao, technically you're also a Lu. Saying cut through the Lu family isn't quite accurate. Luo Yao rolled her eyes, an expression so out of character it was almost surreal. Lin Ran was mesmerized. His wife's eye roll was downright captivating. You're always swearing on your whole family's lives. What, am I not part of your family? Or do you not see me as family? Lin Ran was instantly speechless. He had no rebuttal. She wasn't wrong. When I swear like that, it's just to curse Lin Tianba and the others. Has nothing to do with my Yao Yao. Luo Yao nodded matter-of-factly. When I say cut through the Luo family, I'm obviously not including myself. Lin Ran smiled, realizing he could never win against Luo Yao in this lifetime, because he didn't want to win. There's still some time before the New Year holidays. We don't need to rush. Luo Yao nodded as well, lost in thought. A different kind of light flickered in Lin Ran's eyes. Yao Yao, let's head to the Snow Mountain in a couple of days. Can you arrange your work schedule in advance? Faced with Lin Ran's sincere invitation, Luo Yao immediately clung to him. Ah Ran, if you want to go, we can leave anytime. There's no need to arrange anything. Was Luo Yao saying sweet nothings to him? All right, we'll set off right after New Year's Day. How does that sound? Good. I'll follow your lead. There was only one day left until New Year's Eve. This year marked the first time Lin Ran and Luo Yao were officially together, making this celebration especially meaningful. Luo Yao had never been fond of holidays. She had spent them alone since childhood and had long grown accustomed to solitude. But the idea of ringing in the new year with Lin Ran piqued her interest. Ah Ran, how should we celebrate? Lin Ran. Watch the countdown show, snack on some treats, and wait for midnight. We're just ordinary people, after all. Ordinary? No. Her Ran was anything but ordinary. But if it was just watching a show and snacking, fine, I'll handle the arrangements. Lin Ran. Can you? Just then, Wang Fang called again. Luo picked up, listening to the report on the other end. Since Luo Yao hadn't gone to the company today, all the work had fallen on Wang Fang. While Luo Yao silently acknowledged her efficiency, she wouldn't say it out loud. Your work is efficient, but your considerations aren't thorough enough. I understand, President Luo. I'll get back to work now. Even though it was already late, Wang Fang showed no signs of stopping. No rush. There's something else I need you to do. Of course, President Luo. Please go ahead. 10 minutes later, numerous celebrities and big names around the capital received a sudden notice. What? Perform? Come on. I'm rehearsing live for Capital TV's New Year's show. Whoever it is, they can't just break the rules like this. President Luo? President Lin? Wait, who did you say? Oh, got it, I'm on my way. Similar scenes played out among many stars in the capital, and even Chen Qingtian, who was far away in Shanghai, received the summons. After the calls were made, Wang Fang's team reported back. Wang Ji, should we also invite Director Chen? After all, they're Lin Shao's family. Wang Fang hesitated. Logically, she thought they should, but knowing Luo Yao, they probably shouldn't. Let me check with President Luo first. Understood. When Luo Yao received Wang Feng's call, her brows furrowed. She glanced at Lin Ran, who was already fast asleep on the couch. He looked adorable, like this, mouth slightly open, as if drool might trickle out any second. Ah, Ran must be exhausted. Let them come. Also, any Luo Corporation employees in the capital who are free can join. My estate is big enough to fit everyone. Wang Feng. Understood. And invite Wu Jishang from Nuanyao Group, as well as Shen Jingbing. They're Ren's friends, and they know how to follow orders. Got it. After hanging up, Wang Feng wiped away non-existent sweat. Thank goodness she'd asked. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how she'd messed up. She never expected Luo Yao would actually invite others to the estate. Shouldn't President Luo and Lin Xiao be celebrating New Year's Eve alone? Soon after, the Chen family received an unexpected invitation. Chen Xiao grinned, his wrinkles deepening. Excellent. Thank you for your hard work, Assistant Wang. I'll bring the family to my grandson's place tomorrow. Haha. After hanging up, he remained delighted. As the director of education, he'd dealt with plenty of business people and knew Luo Yao's reputation well. Her recent ruthless actions had left many in shock. Yet this very same feared CEO had invited him. How could he not be thrilled? Dad, what's got you so happy? How did you know President Luo invited me over? Chen Yanlun. Hahus. Su Jianguo, having just finished watching the military channel, came to call his wife to bed. Old man. What are you two talking about? Chen Xiao. How did you know Xiao Ran invited me to his place? Su Jianguo. Hofeng. Right then. Chen Qingtian called Su Jianguo. Seeing the caller ID, he smiled fondly. This girl, causing a stir at the Lu family in Shanghai, and now she remembers to call? He answered. Qin Qingtian. I told you to come back. Did you ignore me? Chen Qingtian. Grandma, how did you know my cousin and his wife invited me to their place? Su Jianguo. At the same time, the youngest daughter of the Su family arrived with her husband. Mom, I'm home. Su Jingguo looked at his daughter and son-in-law. How did you know I'm going to Xiao Ran's place? Chen Jima. Fongji. Back at the estate, why had Luo Yao invited so many people? Because she knew if it were just the two of them, with all those performers watching, Lin Ran would feel uncomfortable. Might as well invite a crowd, it'd be livelier, and Lin Ran wouldn't feel out of place. Besides, the Chen family had offered her some minor help in the past. Luo Yao might be ruthless, but she wasn't ungrateful. The next day, some say time heals all wounds, but Luo Yao disagreed. Time only dulled the pain. It didn't erase it. What happened, happened. Nothing could change that. Love and hatred were things time could never wipe away. Today was the last day of the year, and a day full of stories. On this final day, Wang Anjin's condition stabilized, showing remarkable improvement with minimal rejection. Even Yi Xiyin was stunned. On this final day, Luo Yao granted her employees 3 days off, while other companies only gave New Year's Day itself. But this didn't change their perception of her. When a boss who's always overworked you suddenly gives you a break, everyone gets nervous. But when they learned they could also attend the New Year's Eve celebration at the Paradise Estate, excitement took over. The Paradise Estate, a place even high society elites couldn't easily enter. Also on this day, Lin Jian was sued by a business partner for failing to pay a contractual penalty. The court accepted the case, and soon Lin Jian would be labeled a discredited individual. And on this same day, Lin Ran and Luo Yao held hands, waiting for the countdown. By noon, the estate buzzed with noise as guests began arriving. Lin Ran looked puzzled. What's going on outside? Luo Yao replied calmly. New Year's Eve celebration. Lin Ran was surprised as he stared at Luo Yao. He never expected her to invite others to the manor. Shouldn't New Year's Eve be spent with the one you love? Why invite so many people? This doesn't seem like you. Luo Yao remained composed. It's just a small perk for the employees. I invited some celebrities for the occasion. Hearing this explanation, Lin Ran felt relieved. Who said my wife is ruthless? She's amazing, giving the employees such a treat. Luo Yao said calmly. It wasn't prepared for them, it was for you. Lin Ran. Alzar. Omdinda. Yesterday, didn't you say you wanted to watch the New Year's Eve show while snacking? I not only prepared the show, but I also hired chefs from the state banquet. They'll be here soon. Order whatever you want. Lin Ran was speechless. He had only mentioned it casually. What he meant was cuddling with Luo Yao, watching TV, and eating snacks, not this grand arrangement. But now that things were set, he had no choice but to accept. Yao Yao, you're the best. Having you is my greatest blessing. Eran, remember this. If you want something, even the stars in the sky, I'll pluck them for you. Lin Ran believed every word Luo Yao said. This woman had already proven, through her actions, how deeply she loved him. Sister-in-law. Chen Qingtian's voice rang out before she appeared. Lin Ran turned around, still dazed. Cousin, when did you get back? Didn't sister-in-law invite me for New Year's Eve? I rode 8 horses to death. No, I mean, I took 8 connecting flights just to make it in time for this grand celebration. Lin Ran was genuinely confused. Chen Qingtian frowned at his reaction. Wait, don't tell me you didn't know? Sister-in-law invited a bunch of A-list celebrities for the party. It's even trending online. Lin Ran. So you were invited to perform? Chen Qingtian froze, unsure how to respond. Luo Yao glanced at her. I also invited the Chen family. They'll be here soon. Chen Qingtian's eyes widened. Huh? I won't get beaten up, right? I'm an adult now. Grandma should at least consider my dignity. She won't hit me, right? Right, cousin? Say something. Why are you looking at me like that? It's creeping me out. She knew that after the incident at the Lu family in Shanghai, the Chen family had been furious. A young woman like her, putting herself in such danger. Lin Ran was also surprised as he looked at Luo Yao. He was genuinely shocked. Who was Luo Yao? The epitome of independence. Cold and ruthless, emotionless. Of course, that emotionlessness referred to familial bonds, not love. But now she had invited the Chen family. Lin Ran couldn't help but be moved. So Yao Yao always understood me. But she only knew I yearned for family, not that I had already let go of it. How could family compare to love? Yao Yao, you didn't have to do this, but thank you. Luo Yao. You once said, between husband and wife, there's no need for thanks. Speak of the devil. Miss, the Chen family has arrived. Luo Yao nodded. Chen Xiao entered with his family, Chen Jima pushing his mother's wheelchair. Haha, why do you two still think of us old folks? New Year's Eve is for the young. Though Chen Xiao said this, he was clearly delighted. His eldest son, Chen Yanxi, and second son, Chen Yanlun, greeted Luo Yao cheerfully. Niece-in-law, thank you for inviting us. You still remember your uncles. Su Jianguo, wheeled into the living room by Chen Jima, smiled warmly. Yao Yao, I heard about what happened in Shanghai. You've worked hard, especially looking after these 2 troublemakers, Xiao Ran and Qing Tian. Lin Ran watched as everyone greeted Luo Yao, but ignored him. He almost wondered if Luo Yao was their granddaughter, and he was just the son-in-law. Luo Yao. Eran has always been my motivation. Without him, I wouldn't be alive today. Su Jianguo was taken aback, unable to comprehend such an extreme sentiment. Chen Qingtian leaned in and whispered, Grandma, sister-in-law is what they call a yandere. Su Jianguo was even more confused. She had never heard the term before. But Chen Qingtian's interruption reminded Su Jianguo of something. In an instant, she grabbed Chen Qingtian's ear with one hand and snatched the cane from her wheelchair with the other, whacking her. Chen Qingtian. OWOO, Grandpa, save me. Chen Xiao watched with amusement. King Tian, you've been too mischievous lately. Instead of working properly in Shanghai, you went and caused trouble for your cousins. You deserve this. Chen Qingtian wanted to cry. She had only gone to the Lu family out of curiosity. Who knew they had a madman there? And how was Lu Ludu blowing up the manor her fault? Once Su Jianguo was exhausted, she huffed. That's enough for now. Next time you meddle in Yao Yao's affairs, I'll beat you until you see stars day and night. Lin Ran. Hard up. That phrasing sounded awfully familiar. Chen Qingtian rubbed her sore backside, on the verge of tears. Despite being in a wheelchair, Su Jianguo was frighteningly efficient when it came to discipline. Grandma, I just wanted to see the commotion. How was I supposed to know things would turn out like that? It really wasn't my fault. Su Jianguo scoffed. Of course I know it wasn't your fault. If it were, you wouldn't be standing here whining right now. Finally, Lin Ran spoke up. Grandma, cousin's right. It really wasn't her doing. Su Jianguo turned to him. Xiaoran, you're here too? Come closer, let Grandma take a look at you. Lin Ran walked over hesitantly, only for Su Jianguo to raise her cane again. Chen Qingtian quickly intervened. Grandma, I advise you to think twice. Su Jianguo. Hanadan. Hanadana? Chen Qingtian lowered her voice. If you hit cousin, sister-in-law will chop you into pieces. Sure enough, Su Jianguo sensed a chilling aura, subtle but razor-sharp. So this was a yandere. Xiaoran, Grandma just wanted to see if you've gained weight, haha. Luo Yao said coldly. Aran will never go hungry with me around. Then she stepped in front of Lin Ran, her expression deadly serious. Even if you're Aaron's grandmother, I won't allow you to lay a finger on him. For the first time, Su Jianguo sensed a bone-chilling murderous intent emanating from someone younger than him. Luo Yao had definitely killed before, and not just once or twice. Once this realization settled in, Su Jianguo's expression softened. Yao Yao, your grandmother will listen to you, he conceded. Luo Yao withdrew her killing aura, her face turning serious again. I invited you all today to thank you for pressuring the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which helped me secure the Sci-Tech City project. Chen Xiao quickly jumped in to ease the tension. Hey, no need for formalities among family. This was all Big Brother's doing. We knew our eldest sister had been giving you a hard time, so consider this compensation. Even without us, you'd have secured that project effortlessly. Chen Yanxi nodded in agreement. He'd known from the start that Luo Yao didn't need the Chen family's influence. No one could manipulate her. His intervention had merely been the icing on the cake. Just then, Jiang Feihua entered the villa. Miss, everything is ready. Luo Yao gave a slight nod, and the group swiftly made their way to the auditorium. The space had been converted into a makeshift broadcasting studio. Though time constraints prevented it from meeting full stage standards, none of the A-list celebrities in attendance voiced a single complaint. Even the director was the chief producer from Capital TV, who had delegated the New Year's Eve Gala, a pre-recorded event, to his deputy. The auditorium was packed with Luo Corporation employees, filling every seat on the first floor. Many who couldn't find seating stood clustered in groups. Others chose to wander outside, admiring the estate's scenic beauty rather than staying for the performances. After all, the festivities weren't confined to the auditorium. There were plenty of attractions outdoors as well. The second floor was reserved for executives, including Wu Zhishang and Shen Jingbing. Though billed as a gala, it was also a crucial networking event. Wu Zhishang was already deep in conversation with Luo Corporation staff, clinking glasses and exchanging banter. From a distance, he already carried himself like a seasoned general manager. The Chen family settled on the second floor, while Luo Yao and Lin Ran retreated to a private room overlooking the stage. The hierarchy was unmistakable, proof that the world was never fair to begin with. Ran, this is the gala I prepared for you. Do you like it? I love it. Anything Yao Yao prepares for me, I'll adore. Lin Ran's gaze swept across the room. You can really see how people are divided by class. Look at the employees downstairs. Those in the back have to stand just to get a glimpse of the stage. Meanwhile, the folks on the second floor have front row views without lifting a finger. And us? The absolute best seats in the house. A satisfied smile curled Luo Yao's lips. If Lin Ran was happy, her efforts hadn't been wasted. At the same time, the hired chefs began serving dish after dish of Lin Ran's favorite foods, eliciting awed exclamations from him. As the gala commenced, Yao Yao, can I go live? Lin Ran asked. A celebration this extravagant would be a shame not to share with his fans. Of course, if it makes Ran happy. Lin Ran pulled out his phone and had a staff member set up the perfect angle before starting the stream. Finally, you're live again. All I've seen lately is Lin Jin's streams. Sure, trashing him is fun, but it doesn't hit the same. Wait, what the hell is this? A New Year's Eve gala? Which TV station is Lin Ran guesting at? These seats are insane. Though the stage looks kinda small. Nah, this isn't a regional broadcast. This is Lin Ran's house. His house is this huge. Poverty really does limit the imagination. Isn't that Shi Ding, the national first-class vocalist, opening the show? I just saw her in Capital TV's broadcast. What's going on? And these hosts? Regional broadcasts are all pre-recorded. This is the real live show. My guess? The local stations only have directors and crew scrambling backstage right now. Lin Xiao really loves us, giving us the real deal instead of the staged stuff. The viewers' astonishment grew with each passing moment, though Lin Ran paid no attention to the chat. He alternated between cuddling with Luo Yao and enjoying the performances. He didn't spare a single glance for the dance acts. Ran doesn't like dancing? Not really. just a bunch of painted skeletons. The only one I want to watch is Yao Yao. Even if you stood completely still, you'd still be the most beautiful dance in the world." Luo Yao's lips curved upward. During the musical performances, Lin Ran listened half-heartedly. Truthfully, he was a decent singer himself, as Capital University's heartthrob. Singing, dancing, and rap were his forte. When the comedy sketches began, he paid slightly more attention, especially when the comedian Shen Teng took the stage, drawing genuine laughter from him. Ran enjoys comedy? It's not that I love it, but as someone with no appreciation for highbrow art, this is about all I can enjoy. It's pretty entertaining. See? Even the wealthy don't exclusively crave sophistication. Laughter will always reign supreme. If any TV directors are watching, take notes for the Spring Festival Gala. Actually, never mind, I know none of them are. As the gala neared its end, Luo Yao led Lin Ran to the window and straddled him. "Yao Yao, what's up?" Suddenly, fireworks erupted across the estate, painting the sky in dazzling colors. The spectacle drew everyone's gaze toward the windows, with many on the first floor rushing outside for a better view. "So beautiful. President Luo actually prepared this for us? I'm so moved. Or maybe it wasn't meant for you." Upstairs, Lin Ran watched the fireworks glow illuminate Luo Yao's enraptured expression as she hovered above him. Ran, our first year together begins now." "Yeah, our first year. Say my name." "Luo Yao." Lin Ran reached over and ended the live stream. As the fireworks continued to bloom overhead, Lin Ran reached his own climax, with Luo Yao savoring every second. By the time the gala concluded, no one had seen Luo Yao or Lin Ran for a while, though a few sharp-eared attendees might have caught unfamiliar sounds beneath the booming music. After all, the makeshift VIP box had been hastily constructed. Soundproofing was practically non-existent. "I bet President Luo and young Master Lin aren't in that temporary room anymore." "Yep, I saw them leave earlier. They've probably returned to the villa by now." President Luo and young Master Lin have been working so hard in Shanghai. They must be exhausted, likely resting by now. "Then let's head to the banquet hall. I heard President Luo hired state banquet-level chefs for us tonight. Are you sure this was prepared for you?" At that moment, Su Jianggo said with a smile, "Since the gala is over, we won't disturb you any longer. We old folks need to rest early." Jiang Fihua, representing the estate, handed out small gifts to each member of the Chen family. They didn't hesitate to accept. After all, these were tokens of Lin Ran and Luo Yao's goodwill. Seeing that Su Jiangguo had left, the others tactfully exited the second floor as well. "Let's head to the banquet hall. Many of the executives have already gone there. Quite a few chose to stay for the New Year's Eve dinner before leaving. Since tomorrow was a holiday and tonight was a special occasion, it made sense to linger. Moreover, Luo Yao had gone to the trouble of arranging everything. It would be a shame to let it go to waste." As the crowd gradually moved into the banquet, Jiang Feihua took charge of the proceedings. This was a rare opportunity for the attending celebrities, directors, hosts, and Luo Corporation's elite to mingle. Meanwhile, our two protagonists remained in their room, savoring their first year together. The banquet had long since ended, but Lin Ran and Luo Yao still hadn't come downstairs. Some suspected they'd already left. Only the estate staff and their security team knew the truth. The couple hadn't stepped out of their room. By the next morning, they were utterly exhausted, drained of all energy. They stumbled back to the main villa and collapsed into bed, not waking until noon. On the first day of the new year, they stayed home, too spent to go anywhere. After all, they hadn't recovered from the previous night's exertions and were still making up for lost time. With everyone else out enjoying the holiday, braving the crowded streets seemed pointless. Even with a private jet at their disposal, where could they go in this freezing weather? Meanwhile, clips from last night's estate live stream had already gone viral. Though the footage wasn't high definition, netizens were enthralled. Comments like, "This beats the Spring Festival Gala any day," flooded the internet. Lin Ran stumbled upon his own livestream clips online. The most popular one had over 7 million likes, surpassing even the buzz around Hunan TV's New Year special. His impromptu broadcast had inadvertently revived countless struggling content creators. "Miss Luo, all the invited celebrities attended without exception," a staff member reported. Luo Yao nodded. "If the opportunity arises, we can offer them some resources." "Understood." Lin Ran sighed beside her. "The lives of the wealthy are so unpretentious. Who'd have thought so many A-listers would gather just for a show Luo Yao arranged for me?" Honestly, even he hadn't seen it coming. "As long as you enjoyed it, Haran, Luo Yao murmured. Of course he had, though it felt a bit excessive. I loved it. But wasn't it a waste of favors and connections? Luo Yao, if it made you happy, it was worth it. Besides, they were all eager to come. She wasn't wrong. The celebrities hadn't shown up out of fear. They'd jumped at the chance to network with Luo Corporation. Even if they didn't get to speak with Luo Yao, they'd lost nothing. At the very least, they could now boast, I've been to Dongtian Estate. Have you? A notification chimed on Uncle Fu's phone. He checked it and chuckled. Young Master Lin, that T-boy Lin Jian is live again. Lin Ran waved it off. Not watching. No time. I'm busy with my wife. Luo Yao nestled into his arms, finding the perfect spot. Uncle Fu, then I'll monitor it for you. If anything interesting happens, I'll let you know. Lin Ran nodded. Good idea. You've been quite sharp lately, Uncle Fu. When Granny Wang returns, I'll put in a good word for you. Many thanks, young master. This was Lin Jian's fourth livestream attempt. With many people off work for the holidays, viewership was high, yet the moment his face appeared, the audience was baffled. Netizens couldn't fathom his thought process. Lin Jian whined about his hardships, panning the camera to show a despondent Lin Tianba. The collective reaction was unanimous exasperation. Lin Tianba, lying neglected on the floor, was indeed pitiful, now experiencing the bullying he'd once inflicted on Lin Ran. Brothers, family, how can you bear to see my father like this? As his son, it breaks my heart. Today, a kind soul gave us shelter, just this patch of floor. Who knows where we'll go tomorrow? Seriously, which idiot took in this trash family? Lin Jian makes me sick. Let's skip the theatrics. Are you selling your dad or your mom today? Unexpectedly, Lin Jian had a new strategy this time. No more hawking products, just emotional manipulation. I know many hate me, but to save my father, I'll endure it. To those who dislike me, keep watching. For every gift you send, I'll slap myself, once per gift. The live stream erupted. Virtual gifts poured in frenziedly. Lin Jian's eyes lit up. His plan was working, and so, live before the entire internet, he began striking his own face. Each slap came with gratitude and self-degradation. Smack thank you, brother Hu, I'm trash. Smack thank you, brother Wu, I'm trash. By the time his face swelled like a pig's head, the refunds started rolling in. Viewers had exploited the platform's minor protection policy. Now, Lin Jian was truly devastated. He'd thought his filial piety would move people. Instead, they'd scammed him. Why did everyone despise him so much? Called it. Bet you didn't see this coming, Lin Jian. Almost feel bad. Almost. Kid could have lived happily ever after. Now? Total meltdown. To whoever sheltered Lin Jian. May your family get hit by a bus and die loveless. This was the final straw. Already blacklisted as a dishonest person, Lin Jian cracked under the mockery. Why weren't they showering him with gifts and sympathy? Why had things turned out this way? In the end, he blamed Lin Tianba for everything. Lin Tianba didn't speak a single word during his entire live stream, yet he still ended up getting beaten by Lin Jian after the stream ended. At times like these, he couldn't help but think of his eldest son, Lin Ran. Even though Lin Ran also hit him now, it was only because he had treated him poorly in the past. Lin Ran was just acting out of resentment. Lin Tianba firmly believed that Lin Ran still desperately longed for his father's love. If he could just make Lin Ran his son again, the boy would surely fall to his knees in gratitude and beg for forgiveness. But right now, that rebellious son's attitude was too stubborn. He needed to find a way to prove his sincerity. He couldn't afford to be indecisive anymore. His past hesitation had cost him everything. Rebellious son, your father doesn't like Lin Jin or Lu Yumei anymore. You hear me? Come save your dad already. Of course, no matter what happened, time marched on. Back at the estate, Lin Ran listened to Uncle Fu's report with a calm smile, completely unfazed. To him now, the Lin family was nothing but ants. Even if they had already fallen into hell, it still wasn't enough to make up for the suffering he had endured. Ah Ran, what are you thinking about? I was just thinking, if you weren't my wife, and if I were still with the Lin family, blind to their true nature, how miserable would I be right now? Luo Yao's expression darkened slightly. Ah Ran, I came too late. Lin Ran's heart stirred. He had to admit, he adored Luo Yao, especially this feeling of being protected. He always reminded himself, being a husband was all about the feeling, and right now, he truly understood the bliss of being a pampered man. No, you came at the perfect time. Everything happened exactly as it should. By evening, Lin Ran had already arranged preparations for his upcoming trip to the Snow Mountains. Tomorrow, he had shareholder meetings at both Nuanyao Group and Suran Group. In simpler terms, he was going to collect his dividends. As for the actual content of the meetings, he couldn't care less. The next day, Lin Ran arrived at Nuanyao Group first. The moment Wu Zhishang saw him, he immediately asked, "Brother Lin, where'd you go yesterday? I couldn't find you afterward." Of course, Wu Zhishang knew exactly where Lin Ran had been last night, but he had to play dumb. Was he supposed to say, "Hey, you guys were so loud the entire second floor could hear you"? That would just embarrass his bro. Lin Ran smirked. "I went to the happiest place on earth." Wu Zhishang's face went blank. "Enough small talk. I'm here for the money. Let's get this meeting started." It was already the 2nd of the month. While Luo Corporation was still on break, Nuanyao Group was back in business. "All right, everything's ready. What shareholder meeting? It's just you and me anyway." Lin Ran chuckled. It was bizarre for such a large company to have only 2 shareholders. With the accountant included, the meeting consisted of 3 people, so they settled everything right in the office. "Brother Lin, our net profit so far is over 13 million. After setting aside operational funds, we can split 10 million. Lin Ran frowned. "What kind of joke is that? That's all?" Wu Zhishang looked pained. "Bro, I swear I didn't embezzle anything. The company really only made that much, and it's your fault. You insisted on building libraries and schools, all funded through Nuanyao Group. Maybe this year, we should shift those projects to Suran Group's budget." Lin Ran suddenly remembered. His company had several money-draining projects. He scratched his head awkwardly. "Lao Wu, you've worked hard. But let's keep it under Nuanyao. The credit will still go to us, and these projects will pave the way for future opportunities." Wu Zhishang sighed and muttered under his breath, "Brother Lin, why even pretend? With your net worth now, does our company's profit even matter to you?" Hearing the hint of frustration in Wu Zhishang's voice, Lin Ran decided to drop the bomb. "Fine, I'll give you a bigger cut this time. Take 2 million. Happy?" Wu Zhang's eyes instantly lit up. "Bro, you're like a second father to me." With just a fraction of the dividends, Lin Ran had his best friend calling him dad. Now this was the good life. Now you can go home and rule the roost. Wu Zhishang grinned. "That's not all. I can make my own dad call me dad. He works himself to the bone and still wouldn't earn this much in a year." "Right, I still need to collect money from Suran Group, so I'll head out now." Wu Zhishang bowed deeply and escorted Lin Ran all the way out of Nuanyao Group. On the way to Suran Group, Lin Ran leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, but his mind was anything but still. He considered Wu Zhishang his closest friend, and he trusted the feeling was mutual. But there was one difference. Wu Zhishang would always come second to Lu Yao in his heart. Meanwhile, he might actually rank above women in Wu Zhishang's priorities. Life wasn't fair. Maybe that tiny pang of guilt was why he gave Wu Zhishang the extra money. To him it was pocket change. To Wu Zhishang, it was life-changing. By the time Lin Ran arrived at Suran Group, the team had been waiting for him. As he entered the meeting room, his eyes immediately landed on the wall. The photos were gone, replaced by bold characters. What the hell? Whose idea was this? Qutinyang hurried over. "This was arranged by the shareholders to express our utmost respect for you. It's a reminder of who saved this company." Lin Ran's expression darkened. Now he understood why Suran Group had stagnated for so many years. They were too busy with this nonsense. Whatever, let's just talk about the dividends. Lin Ran was eager to collect his money. He needed to buy gifts. If Nuanyao Group's payout was disappointing, surely Suran Group wouldn't let him down. Of course, the accountant. Suran Group's surplus exceeded 400 million, shocking even Lin Ran. "Chairman Lin, ever since our school district project took off, property sales skyrocketed. The second phase sold out the moment construction finished. This is all thanks to you." Lin Ran felt a flicker of pride. This was the first time he had genuinely earned money. "Good. Release the financial report publicly. Let everyone see whether Lin Ran is a failure or not." Of course, his real goal was to rub it in Lin Tianba's face. After setting aside sufficient reserves, Lin Ran walked away with a staggering 200 million, thanks to his 70% stake. With that kind of money in his pocket, he felt invincible. Perfect. This should cover my wife's gift. And what was this gift? A grand, extravagant wedding, one that would cost over 100 million. No material possession could ever prove his love for Luo Yao. Only a wedding could come close. But before the wedding, there was still her birthday to prepare for. With just days left until Luo Yao's birthday, he'd start with a smaller surprise first. By the time Lin Ran finished her work, it was already afternoon. Instead of returning to the estate, she headed straight to Luo Corporation. Though Luo Corporation was officially closed for the day, quite a few staff members were still on duty. Entering the first floor, there were only 2 receptionists and a few security guards on duty. Though they were working during the holiday, none of them complained. Holiday pay was quite generous. Many people even envied them. Why do they get to work overtime while I don't? One of the security guards recognized Lin Ran at a glance. Back when Lin Ran first came to the company looking for Luo Yao, this very guard had welcomed him, and their conversation had been quite pleasant. "Mr. Lin, here to see President Luo?" "That's right. Is Yao Yao upstairs?" Lin Ran now knew the guard's name, Liu Shalai. "She is. Let me call the elevator for you." After Lin Ran scanned his fingerprint, Liu Shalai tactfully pressed the elevator button for him. By now, Lin Ran was practically a household name within Luo Corporation. Everyone knew him as the boss's partner. There was even a saying circulating in the company: "You can afford to offend President Luo. At worst, you'll end up at the bottom of the ocean. But you must never offend Mr. Lin, because your entire family will be joining you." In a way, Lin Ran was the real taboo at Luo Corporation. "Thanks." Lin Ran never looked down on the little people. With a polite wave, he bid Liu Shalai farewell. The elevator ascended to the 88th floor, which was unexpectedly quiet. The assistant team hadn't clocked in yet, leaving only a few on duty, among them Wang Feng. "Mr. Lin, here to see President Luo?" Lin Ran recognized Wang Feng. In fact, he knew most of the assistant team by now. After all, whenever Luo Yao didn't feel like coming to the office, she'd invite them to work at the estate. Over time, they'd all become familiar faces. "Yeah, is Luo Yao in?" "She is. Let me announce you." "No need. I'll go straight in." Back when Lu Meng was around, she never bothered with formalities. She'd just take him straight to Lu Yao's office. Of course. Stepping into the long, unseen office, Lin Ran immediately spotted Luo Yao buried in paperwork. "Ah, Ran, you're here." Hearing the door open, Lu Yao looked up and saw the person she loved most, the one who made everything else in the world pale in comparison. Only he remained vivid in her eyes. "What are you up to?" Lin Ran felt a surge of happiness under Luo Yao's adoring gaze. This was the joy he brought her. Looking at the light of my life, Lin Ran was momentarily stunned by her response. Leaning down, he braced his hands on the desk and kissed her lips. This office was familiar territory. After all, the two of them had shared many stories here. When the kiss ended, Luo Yao felt like the air had grown thin. Every display of affection from Lin Ran left her drowning in bliss. If she could, she'd stay in this happiness forever. "Yao Yao, I've already started preparations for the trip to the snow mountains. We'll be able to leave soon. Just wrap up your work here in the next couple of days." Luo Yao: "Got it. I'm ready whenever." Seeing Luo Yao's radiant, flushed face, Lin Ran's heart stirred again. He didn't understand why he had zero resistance when it came to her. He swore it wasn't just about her beauty. If that were the case, he'd have fallen for her the moment they first met. And he was certain his love wasn't born from gratitude either. Gratitude and love were two entirely different things. Could it be that he had always been in love with Luo Yao? Previously, because of Lu Ruxue, Lin Ran had avoided confronting his true feelings. After his rebirth, Lin Ran opened his heart to accept Luo Yao and finally saw clearly that he loved this woman. Was this the real him? Lin Ran couldn't help but ask himself this question. Perhaps the next time he saw Little Black, he could try asking about the past. "Yao Yao, I want to take you to every corner of the world." Luo Yao smiled softly, taking Lin Ran's hand and pressing it against her cheek, savoring the warmth from his palm. "I know Ran can hardly hold back. Before we wander the world, why don't you wander into me first? No one understands me like you, Yao Yao." Past memories replayed like scenes in the office of Luo Corporation. By the time they returned to the estate, it was already late at night, and they had even missed dinner. In an ordinary household, a child missing dinner might earn them a scolding, but in Lin Ran and Luo Yao's home, they were the center of everything. Everyone revolved around them. After a hearty meal, the two retired early. Lin Ran was exhausted. Even with the restorative tonic, he could barely keep going. A few days later, on January 6th, the 7th day of the 12th lunar month, Lin Ran and Luo Yao arrived at Gongga Airport in Tibet. This time, Lin Ran hadn't brought Uncle Fu along. Before Wang Enjan's discharge, they wouldn't have much contact, but with his grandson still battling illness, Lin Ran couldn't bear to take Uncle Fu away. Besides, if Uncle Fu left, Granny Wang would have no one to rely on. Another important reason was that the old man's age made traveling to high altitudes risky. The plateau was unforgiving. Countless young souls had been lost there, let alone the elderly. All Lin Ran needed was to have his preparations ready. Yao Yao, how are you feeling? Any discomfort? Luo Yao shook her head. I feel refreshed, just a little cold. Lin Ran chuckled. Even someone as cold as you gets cold? Luo Yao's expression, which had been pleasant, instantly turned icy. Ah, Ran, are you disdaining me now? The question left Lin Ran speechless. Had he given any sign of disdain for her? Darling, you're wronging me. When I said you're cold, I meant toward others. With me, you're passionate. Even in this freezing weather, I feel warm all over. If it's so warm, why don't you take off all your clothes? Lin Ran. Huh? Take them off or not? Fine, fine, I'll take them off. Without hesitation, Lin Ran began stripping down jacket, outerwear, sweater, thermal underwear. When he reached the thermal underwear, Luo Yao finally smiled again. Good husband, I was just teasing you. I wasn't actually angry. Lin Ran exhaled in relief. He had genuinely worried Luo Yao was upset. This trip was meant to make her happy. If she was in a bad mood right after landing, wouldn't that be an ominous start? You scared me. I thought I'd messed up again. Lin Ran hurriedly put his clothes back on. Damn, it was freezing. This was still inside the airport, and it was certain that outside would be even colder. Luo Yao and the others took a private passage, so they didn't have to worry about being gawked at like monkeys by crowds. Seeing Lin Ran's expression, Luo Yao suddenly felt a pang in her heart. She always ended up hurting her man without realizing it. On such a cold day, Ah Ran must be freezing, right? Thinking this, Luo Yao immediately wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Ran. Ah Ran, I'll warm you with everything I have. Lin Ran looked at her with tender affection. You're already doing more than enough, really. When the embrace ended, Luo Yao stretched out a fluffy gloved hand. Lin Ran stared at it for a moment, puzzled. After a brief hesitation, he bent down and rested his chin on her palm. This was a gesture Luo Yao had done before. Now it was his turn. Luo Yao's big eyes were practically pressed against Lin Ran's face. Ah Ran, you're so cute, but I actually wanted you to hold my hand as we walk. Lin Ran. Why Minna? Well, that was awkward. He'd completely misunderstood. Once they stepped out of the airport, a private convoy was already waiting for them. The cars belonged to Luo Corporation, but it was Lin Ran who had Uncle Fu arrange them, without Luo Yao's knowledge. This proved that Lin Ran's word carried weight in Luo Corporation. Of course, it also helped that the company's employee handbook now included many of Lin Ran's rules. Inside the car, Little Tong took the front passenger seat, while Wang Bao sat directly beside Lin Ran. The driver was a longtime employee stationed in Tibet. So, you're Abu? The driver was a middle-aged man with an honest, simple face, but underestimating him as just a driver would be a mistake. He was actually the training instructor for the security team's Western Division. Back when Little Tong, Wang Bao, and others underwent selection in the West, he had been their mentor. Master Lin, my full name is Burigu Dabai. It might be hard to remember, so my Han name is Burenlu. You can call me Abu. Lin Ran gave him a deadpan look. After all that, you could have just said you're Abu from the start. Abu nodded while driving. He agreed with Lin Ran's point. But whenever he introduced himself as Abu to others, they'd always ask for his full name. So he'd gotten used to explaining it this way. Right, I'm Abu. Are you Tibetan? Abu shook his head. No, I'm Mongolian. I'm here for training. Training what? Abu cautiously glanced at Luo Yao through the rearview mirror. Seeing her expression unchanged, he relaxed and answered. Training some young recruits, improving their skills. Once they qualify, they'll be assigned to protect you. Lin Ran was taken aback. So this was why Uncle Fu had told him that Abu could handle anything here. Turns out, this guy was the security team's instructor. That meant he had to be incredibly skilled. Lin Ran glanced at Little Tong, then at Wang Bao. Little Tong. Master Lin, you guessed right. Abu is my teacher. Wang Bao nodded. Same here, though I started working a year earlier than Little Tong. Don't underestimate that 1 year difference. These weren't ordinary bodyguards. The stronger their abilities, the higher their pay. Most of the time, these bodyguards weren't needed, but when they were, it was always for something major. Well, minor things like roughing up Lin Tianba or fetching water didn't count. As for how much Lin Ran's security team earned, put it this way. Even the lowest-ranking bodyguard made an annual salary of 1 million, after taxes. So, getting to protect Lin Ran was basically the dream job. Oh? Then you must be really happy. Master Lin, the greatest joy of my life is having this job. Protecting you is an honor. With pay like that, who wouldn't be thrilled? Lin Ran turned to Luo Yao. Yao Yao. I remember Wang Bao made a promise once. Luo Yao nodded. That's right. He once said that if even a single hair on your head was harmed, he'd slit his own throat in apology. Lin Ran grinned mischievously at Wang Bao. I seem to recall bleeding a little back at the Lu family's place in Shanghai. Wang Bao's eyes widened. He never expected the usually harmless Master Lin to have such a devious side. Master Lin, Wang Bao stumbled over his words, while Luo Yao watched Lin Ran with amusement. If Lin Ran gave the word now, she'd have Wang Bao commit seppuku on the spot. Fortunately, Lin Ran wasn't serious. Since you decorated Li Chifin's head last time, I'll let it slide. Wang Bao exhaled in relief. Back in Shanghai, he'd lost control of the car, and the Rolls-Royce hood ornament flew off, landing right on Li Chifen's head. Pure coincidence. He definitely hadn't planned that. Who knew that would end up saving his life? Guess he'd have to practice his driving skills more. The car arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel in Tibet. In this region, it was considered a luxury hotel. After all, it was 5-star, and Tibet only had 3 such hotels. Many people assumed that as the capital of Tibet, it must be quite developed and populous. But in reality, despite being the regional capital, it only had a little over 500,000 residents, firmly placing it as a 4th-tier city. For a 4th-tier city, having 3 5-star hotels wasn't bad at all. Master Lin, please rest here today to acclimate to the altitude. If there are no issues, we'll set out tomorrow. Luo Yao nodded. She had no idea where they were going, but anywhere with Ah Ran was fine by her. Altitude sickness was something to adjust to. Luo Yao had been to the plateau a few times before, so she'd adapt quickly. But for Lin Ran, this was his first time, so discomfort was normal. Got it. Once in their room, Luo Yao had Lin Ran rest his head on her lap. Ah Ran, it's normal to feel unwell your first time here. Get plenty of rest, and if anything feels wrong, tell me immediately. I have medicine. Lin Ran did feel some effects, but nothing severe. He'd done his research. Yao Yao, you're the best. I'm your wife. Being good to you is natural. Others wouldn't think I'm nice. They'd just fear me. Do you dislike that they fear you? Luo Yao shook her head. No, I'd prefer if everyone in the world feared me, except you. Fear keeps them in line. If they stop being afraid, they'll try to bully us. Her words were straightforward, and Lin Ran understood. But he had a different perspective. There are plenty of awful people in the world, but good ones exist too. People like Uncle Fu, Old Wu, Granny Wang, or you and me. We don't go around bullying others. Luo Yao shook her head again. Ah Ran might not, but I will. If someone poses even a potential threat, even if they've done nothing yet, I'll eliminate them. Lin Ran stuck out his tongue. Yeah, that sounded about right. To put it this way, take Zhang Xiaonuan for example. She never did anything out of line to Lu Yao, but who's to say Lu Yao isn't just waiting for a chance to take her out? As Lin Ran chatted idly with Luo Yao, he felt his eyelids growing heavier and his head drooping lower. Sleep now, Lin Ran murmured, closing his eyes. But don't leave, stay here with me. Luo Yao agreed softly. All right, I'll stay by your side, for a lifetime. Lin Ran drifted into peaceful slumber, while Luo Yao watched him quietly, reluctant to let him leave her lap. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if Lin Ran just stayed like this, sleeping beside her forever. Then, with a subtle movement, Luo Yao's arm shifted, and a cold dagger pressed against Lin Ran's throat. A single thought from her, and his life would be hers to take. But after what felt like an eternity, Luo Yao withdrew the blade. She couldn't bring herself to do it. She couldn't bear it. She could have ensured Lin Ran felt no pain, sending him swiftly to the underworld, but she couldn't stand the thought of him never seeing her again. Nor could she bear losing the way he smiled and called her wife, the way he fed her, the sweet nothings he whispered in her ear. And now, it seemed, Luo Yao preferred Lin Ran alive, vibrant, real. What Lin Ran didn't know was how many times he had teetered on the edge of death in his sleep. Only Luo Yao understood the impulse and the certainty that she would never act on it. Otherwise, Lin Ran would have been long gone. If he had survived even when he avoided her like the plague, there was no way he'd meet his end now. After a long period of adjustment, Lin Ran finally felt acclimated to the local climate. The next morning, he contacted Abu to pick them up. They set out from Tibet, bypassing Yamdrok Lake without stopping and skipping the exploration of the Corolla Glacier, heading straight for a location 250 kilometers near Shigatse. About 250 kilometers from Shigatse stood a snow-capped mountain. The British had first summited it, and the most recent ascent had been by an international team in 2006. "Are you taking me to climb a mountain, Ran?" Lin Ran shook his head. "We're not here for adventure. I just wanted to show you the purity of this white." Though technically a tourist site, the place was deserted that day. Lin Ran led Luo Yao straight to the foot of the mountain. Looking up, they saw the towering, snow-covered peak. Looking down, they saw the person they loved most. The only flaw in this moment was the biting cold. The sky was blue, the snow was white, and their hearts were full. It was then that Luo Yao noticed something odd. Their entourage of bodyguards had dwindled. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the roar of an engine broke the silence. The helicopter Lin Ran had arranged finally arrived. "Yao Yao, this time, let's ride while they fly it, okay?" "All right." They boarded the helicopter, and as it ascended, the vast landscape unfolded beneath them. The Himalayas, the world's most famous mountain range, were a dream for countless adventurers. Lin Ran had the trailing helicopter document everything. When they reached the mountainside, Lin Ran signaled for a stop. Luo Yao then noticed, in the dimming light, a cluster of black dots against the white snow. Clearly, people were waiting there. The helicopter hovered overhead as Lin Ran helped Luo Yao descend the ladder. On the ground, they found Wang Bao and the rest of the bodyguard team, bundled up like bears. Ran, what's all this?" Bang, bang, bang. Sudden explosions drew Luo Yao's gaze upward as colorful sparks shot into the sky, bursting into dazzling brilliance. Words blazed across the snowy mountain in the darkness. "I'll be here for the rest of your days. Happy birthday, Lin Ran." Luo Yao stared in disbelief. Someone actually remembered her birthday. How long had it been since she last celebrated? The last time was... She pushed the thought away. The Lin Ran before her now was everything she could ask for. Whether he stayed or not, he was her Ran. But there was more. Countless points of light gathered, a masterpiece of drones. For this moment, Lin Ran had spent over $1 million. To ensure perfection, he had even transported 2 signal boosters to compensate for the weak reception. Meanwhile, Wang Bao captured everything with professional recording equipment. Lin Ran released Luo Yao's hand, stepped forward, and turned to spread his arms. Then suddenly, he was airborne. To an outsider, it might have looked like ascension to the heavens. In reality, a helicopter was hoisting him up. Behind him, the drones formed an increasingly clear image, a lifelike silhouette of Luo Yao and Lin Ran together. "Yao Yao, enjoy the birthday gift I've prepared for you." Luo Yao, eyes fixed ahead, was momentarily stunned by his words. The drones shifted again, spelling out new words. Morhao. This was Lin Ran's proposal. He had proposed once before at Wangfeng Mountain, but it had felt rushed. He had never been satisfied with it. Luo Yao touched the ring on her finger, watching Lin Ran's animated figure in the sky. She felt submerged in pure happiness, tears streaming unbidden down her cheeks. So, Ran had remembered his promise after all. Suddenly, the drones transformed again. This time into a solitary image of Luo Yao, her expression rendered in stunning detail. The drone version of Luo Yao extended a hand, and Lin Ran landed perfectly on its palm. Through the wireless mic, Lin Ran shouted, "Luo Yao, marry me. I never want to escape your grasp." Luo Yao burst into laughter. Lin Ran looked ridiculous, and she adored him for it. This childish display filled her with nothing but warmth. Little Tong handed her the mic. "Miss, you can respond now. Will you let me have my way?" "Not just that, I'll spoil you rotten." Held steady by the helicopter, Lin Ran gazed at Luo Yao from 100 meters away. "So, when will you marry me?" Lin Ran knew she meant the wedding. Once, Luo Yao had dismissed ceremonies as meaningless. Seemed someone had been a little dishonest. Lin Ran replied, "September 10th. Lin Ran had no family, so handling the wedding date arrangements himself was perfectly natural. Luo Yao laughed, her joy radiating brightly. So he remembered everything after all. If anyone dared call her Lin Ran careless again, Luo Yao would be the first to disagree. Who said this man was oblivious? He was meticulous beyond words. Fine, I'll reluctantly agree then. Lin Ran let out a relieved sigh. Truthfully, even though he knew Luo Yao would say yes without a doubt, the weight had still left him tense. After all, it was his first time attempting something he considered romantic. Claiming he wasn't nervous would have been a lie. Back on solid ground, Lin Ran swept Luo Yao into his arms as she leaped toward him, her laughter ringing under the starry sky. The sweetness of the moment overwhelmed everyone present. Wife, do you like this birthday gift? I adore it, but you forgot, you've already proposed to me before. Lin Ran shook his head. Those didn't count. At Wangfeng Mountain, we exchanged rings. Later, at the alumni reunion, I planned to propose, but some disgusting people ruined it. This is the real one. Do you know why I brought you here? Luo Yao nodded. Because you once said the purest colors suit the best version of me. Lin Ran lifted her high above his head. And there's another reason. Look up. Luo Yao tilted her head. She'd already noticed. The sky here was crystal clear, the stars dazzling. Stars are beautiful, something to yearn for. I want to give you the most breathtaking starry sky. Click, click. Wang Bao snapped photo after photo, each one worthy of being a wallpaper. By the time they returned to the foot of the mountain, it was past midnight. They decided to rest there before heading back to the capital the next day. Lin Ran had the videos and photos edited. He was ready to declare his happiness to the world. As for Luo Yao, she'd never object to any of his public displays of affection. In fact, she reveled in them. Yao Yao, won't flaunting our love like this make others jealous? Who cares? It'll keep those vixens away from you. Lin Ran pulled her close. Wife, you know me. No one could ever tempt me. That much was true. Back when Lin Ran had been a hopeless simp, even she couldn't win his heart, only his body. Yet from the moment she claimed him, he'd begun loving her too. Did that mean possessing Lin Ran's body guaranteed his heart? Ah Ran, what if another woman slept with you? Then, Lin Ran looked exasperated. Yao Yao, no other woman could even get near me. Anyone who tries will regret it. But back then, He silenced her with a kiss. Sometimes, the simplest method worked best. Luo Yao melted into it, breathless when they finally parted. Yao Yao, remember? I was the one who initiated it back then. The memory surfaced. She'd intended to take him that day, but he'd spoken first. Did that mean he'd fallen for her even earlier? She wasn't wrong. While they'd become a couple that day, his love for her had begun in a past life. The night passed without sleep. By morning, an unexpected complication arose. Returning to Tibet, they found heavy snowfall had grounded all flights. Taking the train meant exhaustion and delays. Lin Ran gave Luo Yao an apologetic look. Wife, I'm sorry. Will this mess up your work? Luo Yao smiled. You're the most important project of my life. Truthfully, she wasn't worried about Luo Corporation. Lin Ran had advised her to delegate tasks, but she hadn't. She'd told no one about this trip. Not Lu Meng in Shanghai, not the executives in the capital, not even her assistant team. Only minutes before leaving had she instructed Wang Fang to post a brief notice in the company group. She wanted to test whether her sudden disappearance would affect operations. With the snow likely stranding them in Tibet for 2 more days, the real challenge began. Oh well, since we're stuck, let's make it meaningful. They say Tibet purifies the soul. Maybe we should visit those sacred places. Purify the soul? Luo Yao studied Lin Ran curiously. You believe in that? As someone who'd clawed her way out of darkness, she had zero faith in superstitions. If prayers worked, she wouldn't have had to climb over countless corpses to survive. Lin Ran, in his past life, had believed in many things. Superstitions, family bonds, karma. Now, he believed only in Luo Yao. If superstition had power, he wouldn't have suffered betrayal while clinging to non-existent familial love. Trusting superstitions was less reliable than trusting Xiao He. At least the dog granted rebirth. What did the rest offer? Death? Just curious. I don't believe in any of it. I believe in you. The answer surprised her, but with Lin Ran, even mundane activities held meaning. All right, let's enjoy these 2 days then. Travel exhausted most people. But for these two, it was pure relaxation. They weren't special forces, didn't rush schedules, fret over money, or need itineraries. They moved or stopped on whim. That was how travel should feel. Abu stepped up as their guide, outperforming professionals. Lin Ran was impressed. Who knew this rough-edged man could be so capable? Abu's full of surprises, huh? Of course, he wouldn't be an instructor otherwise. Watching Abu lead the way, Lin Ran felt an inexplicable sense of security. Abu, young Master Lin, you called? Would you consider coming to the capital with us? Abu hesitated, glancing nervously at Luo Yao before responding. Young Master Lin, I'm willing to return to the capital with you. Hearing Abu's response, Luo Yao spoke calmly. I'll send someone else over. Just then, Lin Ran's phone rang. Pulling it out, he saw a WeChat message from Wu Juhang. Moa, Dutch Bolthani's emoting. Dami Heinti Dani Senning, Dutch going wild over it. Puzzled, Lin Ran opened his Douyin backend and scrolled to the proposal video he had posted. As he skimmed through the comments, Luo Yao leaned in to look as well. You're interested in this too? If Ran likes it, then I want to see it too. Soon they noticed hundreds of thousands of comments flooding the section. Wait, I don't get it. Didn't they already get their marriage certificate? Why the proposal now? I know this. In China, some people hold weddings before registering, some after. But whether before or after, we Chinese consider the wedding day as the real milestone. The backdrop is so romantic, the couple is gorgeous, and the setup must have cost a fortune. Is this true love? Lin Ran's flaunting his happiness here, but has he considered what his father and family are going through right now? And isn't this just a waste of resources? WTF? Who let this troll in? Did he waste your money? If you're so virtuous, go help the Lin family yourself. Lin Ran frowned. The comment from "he's just a kid" had surprisingly high likes. Was this meant to provoke him? He typed a reply directly under it. How about crowdfunding a plane ticket for your intellectual disability? Head to Paris, find your spot at Notre Dame, and never leave home again. Netizens erupted at the response. LOL, the author just roasted him. OMG, caught Lin Ran in the wild. Luck's on my side. Young Master Lin, any chance I could get a Yandere too? Where are the updates? Careful, dude, or you'll get a lawyer's letter. Lin Ran chuckled and closed his phone. Unlike most young people, he rarely used his phone. At most, he'd spend 10 minutes daily scrolling for juicy gossip. Nothing interesting? He'd move on. Even the algorithm knew his preferences, feeding him trending topics the moment he opened the app. These netizens are kinda cute, Lin Ran mused. Luo Yao shot him a piercing glance. No matter how cute they are, can they compare to your Yao Yao? Lin Ran instantly braced himself. The interrogation had begun. Never. Not a chance. Even if all 7 billion people combined, they wouldn't hold a candle to you. Luo Yao paused. Ran, that's pushing it. Not at all. To me they're cute. But you're my love, don't you believe me? No one resists sweet talk, not even Luo Yao. Hearing such heartwarming, nauseating words, even a Yandere would melt. I believe you. Up front, Abu remained unfazed. As a top-tier bodyguard, his emotional resilience was unshakable. 2 days flew by, marking the end of their Tibet trip. By the time Lin Ran returned to the capital, it was already mid-month. During this time, another incident occurred. Minor to Luo Yao's circle, but significant in impact. Park Guki, the heir to Samsung, had gone missing in China. Many linked it to Luo Yao, given Samsung's rivalry with her. After all, the alliance's 3 major families had either been absorbed or destroyed. Why would Samsung escape unscathed? They weren't wrong. Luo Yao was indeed involved, albeit indirectly. Yao Yao, I still don't get why you leaked Park Guki's whereabouts and even provided manpower to help. The her Lin Ran referred to was Qian Yinshang. During Park Guki's abduction, Luo Yao hadn't participated directly, but had supplied 2 critical pieces of intel. First, she'd revealed the car's movements, hoping Qin Yinshang would capture Park Bogi instead. Second, she'd subtly hinted at Shanghai's underground networks, without which Qian Yinshang's flimsy local connections would have failed. Now, Qian Yinshang and her son were back in South Korea, locked in a power struggle with Park Bogi. As for Park Guki, vanished without a trace. Technically, this has nothing to do with me. I just shared some info. The actual crime was theirs. I'm not even guilty of instigation. Luo Yao couldn't care less. Even if traced back to her, her status and influence made such concerns trivial. As for why I helped, simple. to topple Samsung. Her calculations were spot on. South Korea wasn't just seeing a spike in suicides, its economy was destabilizing, and Samsung's major U.S. shareholders were preparing to oust Park Bo-gi. Their crown prince is missing, their China ventures collapsed, and with our earlier stock market attacks, Samsung's hanging by a thread. Still, it's not enough. Had Kian Yin-shang taken Park Bo-gi instead, Samsung would have fallen harder. Lin Ran gained newfound respect for Luo's ruthlessness. Better not cross my wife. She's terrifying. But Samsung's still standing. It'll crumble soon. Lin Ran. When then? How? Luo Yao's voice turned icy. Ah Ran, why focus on that? Why not care about me? Defeated, Lin Ran instantly switched to doting husband mode. Darling, you know you're my top priority. Prove it. Lin Ran feigned innocence. I just proposed to you, the whole country knows. Forgot already? Luo Yao would never forget, but she wasn't letting him off that easily. That was days ago. How are you caring for me now? Lin Ran knew he had to conjure an answer. Turns out, even Yanders could sulk and throw tantrums. Deep down, they're just like other girls, craving emotional validation from their men. When couples argue, women often say things that leave men speechless and exasperated. Many might think this is a problem. In reality, they probably know they're being unreasonable, but they'd never admit it out loud. So what's their goal? It's not to hear you lecture them about logic, nor is it to give you the silent treatment. What they want is emotional validation. Just coax them a little, and it'll be fine. Of course, you can't just coax blindly. If you keep saying things like, "Why are you angry? Can you say something? I don't understand what you're saying. How dare you say I don't get you? Haven't I done enough? Can you stop acting like this? What will make you happy?" Fine, I'm sorry, okay? Then you're only headed for one of two outcomes, either the silent treatment or a vicious cycle. So when a girl picks a fight with you, at least follow the 3 don'ts. Don't be cold, don't ignore her, and don't lose your patience. If even that's too hard, there's another way. Just slap her, then let the brawl begin. After all, whether you fight now or later, it's inevitable. Might as well get it over with early. But Lin Ran couldn't bear to lay a finger on Luo Yao, not even a single hair. Yao, I'm sorry. I thought I was being attentive enough, but I still made you feel neglected. I'm sorry for being human. Woo. Lin Ran threw himself on the ground, pounding his chest, rolling around, and throwing a full-blown tantrum. Not only was Luo Yao stunned, but so were Uncle Fu, Zhang Feihua, and the servants nearby. This was the first time they'd seen Lin Ran like this. They wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. Luo Yao, however, curled her lips into a faint smile. Ran is so unpredictable, so cute. Uncle Fu, Zhang Feihua, and the servants. Cute? Isn't this just pure clown behavior? Alright, I won't blame Ran anymore. Don't be sad, okay? Lin Ran immediately scrambled up with a silly grin. I knew my Yao Yao wouldn't stay mad at me. You're the best. Satisfied, Luo Yao finally answered Lin Ran's earlier question. I'm preparing to hit Samsung with a big move, so they won't last much longer. What big move? Exposing the true nature of Qian Yinsheng and her son, as well as Park Gukgi's current condition. Park Gukgi wasn't doing well at all. He was locked in a hidden basement in Shanghai, treated like a dog, with all 4 limbs crippled. Qian Yinsheng had originally planned to just finish him off, but she kept him alive, thinking he might still be useful later. This was why you had to go all the way when dealing with enemies. In the dim basement, a rusty food bowl clattered to the ground, filled with nothing but leftover rice, not even a single vegetable. But for Park Gukgi, survival was all that mattered now. He couldn't die. He still had to take revenge. Dragging himself to the bowl, he began eating the cold rice with his mouth, bite by bite. The shadowy figure in front of him hadn't left. Want to get out? The figure spoke. Park Gukgi froze. He hadn't expected today's visitor to actually talk to him, and from the voice, it was a woman, probably young. If I say yes, will you really let me go? The woman nodded. I can let you go and even send you back to South Korea. But what will you do once you're back? Park Gukgi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the shadow. Revenge. I want revenge. Your stepmother and brother are already using American capital to pressure your father. Even if you go back now, you can't change the situation. So you only have one path forward. What? The woman narrowed her eyes. Work with me, and send them all to prison. Park Gukgi didn't agree immediately. Instead, he grew wary. Days of torment hadn't stripped him of his rationality. What do you want in return? The woman nodded approvingly. Not bad. Even in this state, you can still think straight. Impressive. My demand is simple. Tianyin Shang, her son, and your father have all offended my boss. You just need to crush them, and I'll set you free. Park Gukgi, to what extent? What do you think? After a long pause, Park Gukgi agreed. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. He understood that well. The woman had him carried out on a stretcher. Once outside, Park Gukgi was shocked to see the basement guards lying unconscious on the ground. His trust in his rescuer grew. He wanted to see who had saved him. When he looked up, he saw an angel. You're Lu Meng. I know you. Lu Meng nodded. As Samsung's crown prince, and a capable one at that, it made sense he'd done his homework on Luo Yao's inner circle. The most suitable successor for Samsung was actually this broken man in front of her. The biggest difference between him and Park Gukchang was that he had brains, ability, and resilience. Thank you for saving me. Just don't forget our deal. With that, Lu Meng leaned down and gently traced a finger along Park Gukgi's cheek. Poor thing. I hope you recover soon and complete your revenge. Park Gukgi felt his blood freeze as he stared at the woman in a daze. I will. I promise. Lu Meng gave him one last sympathetic look before leading him away. After they left, the unconscious guards upstairs all stood up. Mission complete. Let's go. The place returned to its usual silence, as if no one had ever been there. Beijing early that morning. Lu Yao went to Lu Corporation, where preparations for the annual meeting were in full swing. Meanwhile, Lin Ran drove a low-key Bugatti Veyron to the hospital. Wang Anzhen was now allowed visitors, though only for short periods. Lin Ran prepared himself and entered the ward, where Wang Anjin was already waiting. Brother Lin Ran, you're here. Lin Ran nodded. Hanjin, I was outside waiting for you during your surgery. Wang Anjin still looked pale and weak after the operation, but his smile never faded when he saw Lin Ran. Did you stay the whole time, Brother Lin Ran? Lin Ran felt a twinge of guilt, but opted for a white lie. Of course. Well, it wasn't a complete lie. He hadn't left the hospital, after all. Upon hearing Lin Ran's reply, Wang Anjian grew even happier. Brother Lin Ran, I'm so glad I survived. I can still be with Grandma, Grandpa, and you, and also the person who donated to me. They're my lifesaver, and I'd love to thank them in person someday. At this, Lin Ran paused briefly in thought before shaking his head. You don't need to stay with me. In your life, I'm just a friend or an older brother. Your real family is your grandparents. As for your lifesaver, he hesitated before continuing. We'll talk about that later. He knew that under normal circumstances, donors and recipients weren't allowed to meet. Even if they did, it would have to be arranged through official channels after a year. But Lin Ran also knew that Uncle Fu had already used his connections to reach out to the donor and offered generous compensation. The donor was a mother who had lost her child. Having endured hardship herself, she had left a sample in the bone marrow registry, never expecting it would actually save another child. Those who had passed were gone, but the living had to keep moving forward. Whether in pain or struggle, life demanded perseverance. Such was the nature of existence. But, Anjian, it's the law. Do you want to break it? No, Wang Anjian replied in a childish voice filled with reverence for the rules. Then let's wait until you're fully recovered before meeting your lifesaver, okay? Okay. Wang Anjian nodded obediently. Noticing the boy's fading energy, Lin Ran prepared to leave. Be good, Anjian. I'll visit again soon. I'll wait for you, Brother Lin Ran. As Lin Ran walked away, his heart was heavy with emotion. Such a sweet child. Though he had survived, the road ahead would surely be rough. Lin Ran could only hope things would go smoothly for him. He had considered asking Wang Anjian if he knew Xiao He, but decided against it. The boy was still weak, and probing might trigger hidden emotions. Some things had to be uncovered alone. Besides, Lin Ran had a strong feeling the truth wouldn't stay buried much longer. Director Yi, how is Anjian's condition? Stepping out of the ward, Lin Ran spotted Yi Buhao. He's recovering well. No severe rejection reactions so far. The donor's compatibility was remarkably high. With proper care, he'll be discharged soon. Lin Ran nodded, though he knew soon to a doctor likely differed from his own understanding. Director Yi, do you remember treating a patient without a chest once? Yi Buhao nodded. Of course he remembered. The case had left quite an impression. Has that person returned since? No. Why do you ask, young Master Lin? Nothing important. So Bai Yolan hadn't reappeared since then, and neither had Luo Wushuang. That couple would surely cause trouble again. Knowing their whereabouts would be ideal. While Lin Ran had faith in Luo Yao, nipping problems in the bud was always better. If those people joined forces during the holidays, fully prepared to target Luo Yao, it wouldn't end well. Lin Ran wasn't afraid of death, but the thought of anything happening to Luo Yao terrified him. In his heart, she had truly surpassed his own life. Even without proof, he was certain of it. Leaving the hospital, he drove straight to Nuan Yao Group. The company had undergone a complete transformation. The building was fully renovated, everything gleaming and new. Wu Zhishang was busy filling the offices. Strangely, Wu hadn't contacted him lately. While Lin Ran enjoyed the peace, something felt off. As the boss, not receiving a single call was unusual. Hence, today's surprise inspection. And it did uncover something. "Chairman Lin, you're here." The receptionist noticed the burly, unassuming man behind Lin Ran and inexplicably shuddered. Something about him made her feel a single finger could snap her neck. Entering the building, Lin Ran was impressed. They even had a dedicated receptionist now. He recognized her as a Jingda University student, though her name escaped him. A glance at her badge solved that. Shao Lei. Where's Wu Zhishang? President Wu is in the CEO's office discussing a project with some VIPs today. Lin Ran. Wath. Wu Xiaogu, negotiating deals now? Lin Ran himself had only bargained twice, once with Principal Tang and once with Chen Xiao. Both times he'd taken losses. Naturally, they'd been thrilled. "I'll head up. Don't announce me." "Of course, Chairman Lin. Could I ask a favor?" Lin Ran raised a brow. Was this girl about to confess? "I'm a married man." "I know. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about." Lin Ran froze. "Seriously? Someone still dared to?" "I adore your wife. Could you ask Madame Luo for an autograph, please?" Now Lin Ran was utterly baffled. Luo Yao had fans, and this one seemed genuinely devoted. "You're a fan of Yao Yao? I ship your Goddess Luo Conquers Lin pairing. But honestly, Chairman Lin, you're kinda average. I prefer Madame Luo." Lin Ran. "Excuse me? No, I didn't mean you're ordinary. You're amazing. Just, compared to Madame Luo, you're a bit plain. Wait, no, that's not what I..." Lin Ran cut her off. "Stop. I can't take any more. What was Wu Zhishang thinking, putting you at reception? He didn't promise anything. He couldn't be bothered. But as an employee, reasonable requests should be met. His solution? A forged autograph would do." In the elevator, Lin Ran paused. Which floor was the CEO's office on again? Nuanyao Group's overhaul meant nothing was where it used to be. He studied the directory inside the elevator. CEO's office, on 12th floor. Abu interjected, pressing the button. Lin Ran checked. Correct. Sharp eyes. Abu grinned humbly. "Comes with training. For bodyguards, keen observation is essential." Lin Ran nodded, gaining new respect for the profession. You got what you paid for. Arriving at the floor, he found no greeters. Staff shortages meant not every level had receptionists. Even the lobby only had a single reception desk, showing just how many employees it would take to fill an entire building. Lin Ran followed the directions on the map toward the office and happened to bump into an assistant preparing documents outside. The moment the assistant saw Lin Ran, he was about to call out, but Lin Ran gestured for him to stay quiet with a shh. Standing by the door, Lin Ran gently pushed it open just a crack and peeked inside. Only 4 people were there. Wu Zhishang and Zhang Xinyun, along with 2 others, one portly and broad-faced, the other slender and alluring. "President Wu, I'm genuinely looking to hand off this project, and you're genuinely looking to take it. Why don't we both compromise? I won't haggle on the price, and you won't haggle on the timeline. How does that sound?" Wu Zhishang didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a slow sip of tea before replying. "Boss Zhang, you were introduced by my father, so I should call you uncle. But business is business. Just because you're the elder doesn't mean you can push me around, right? A traditional sports stadium in 4 months, that's asking too much." Lin Ran nodded in approval. He had to admit, Wu Zhishang really had the demeanor of a negotiator. Boss Zhang caught Wu Zhishang's drift, essentially telling him not to throw his weight around as the older party. "Fine then, if that's the case, let's adjust the price. How about 80 million? I'll pay 30% upfront after you break ground, 50% upon delivery, and the remaining 20% within a year of completion." Wu Zhishang shook his head. "The payment terms are acceptable, but Boss Zhang, for a stadium this size, 80 million leaves me with almost no profit margin." Lin Ran quietly watched the back and forth, feeling his head start to ache. If it were him negotiating, he'd have wrapped this up ages ago. Either take it or leave it. What's the point of haggling over a few million? Guess he really wasn't cut out for management. Wu Zhishang, though, had the patience for it. Lin Ran suddenly remembered the early days of their venture when he'd wanted Wu Shang to be a content creator, but Wu Shang insisted on going into management. Back then, Lin Ran had surrendered under Wu Zhishang's phone barrage skills and let him try it out with a whatever attitude. Now, seeing this, maybe the guy really had a knack for it, balancing real estate and media, keeping two money-draining projects profitable. Impressive. Guess I should be self-aware. Management isn't for me. I'm better off just managing the money. Lin Ran stepped away from the door and wandered around the other floors of the company. After a quick tour, he marveled at how capable his wife was. Left to his own devices, he'd never have owned an entire office building in the capital, though it did feel a bit too quiet. Nuanyao Group actually had plenty of employees, but spread out, they seemed sparse. Back when everyone complained about crowding, now, half of them were practically working in isolation. Lin Ran even spotted a junior clerk with an entire office to herself. Absurd. But what could he do? Too many rooms. When he returned to the office, the people outside were gone. Just as Lin Ran was about to push the door open, his eyes widened. Damn, old Wu, man's finally become the thing he used to hate? He didn't push the door open or see anything, but he heard it. Now, only two voices remained inside, Zhang Xinyan and Wu Zhenfeng. Wu Zhishang's voice reached Lin Ran's ears first. Assistant Zhang, you wouldn't want to lose this job, would you? President Wu, don't. Please don't. Even a seasoned guy like Lin Ran flushed hearing this outside. He wasn't sure whether to interrupt. From a boss's perspective, his president fooling around with an assistant in the office? Unacceptable. But from a bro's perspective, absolutely mandatory. Plus, Zhang Xinyan was a knockout, lucky bastard. Old Wu. Slap Lin Ran smacked himself. How could he even think about another woman's figure? Disgraceful. But then again, Zhang Xinyan really was. Slap. Another smack. Lin Ran, why are you hitting yourself? Wu Zhishang opened the door, baffled. He'd heard the slapping sound outside and was annoyed someone dared eavesdrop, only to find Lin Ran smacking himself again. Lin Ran froze, then leveled Wu Zhishang with a look of suspicion, disdain, pity, and mockery. That fast? What do you mean, that fast? Wu Zhishang was utterly lost. Then he noticed the stoic, intimidating man standing beside Lin Ran and felt his blood run cold. The guy seemed simple and honest, but for some reason Wu Zhishang sensed danger, like he could be crushed with a flick of the man's finger. Nothing, old Wu. Some things just can't be hidden. Don't worry. As your bro, I won't judge, but we do need to talk about your bonus. Wu Zhishang realized Lin Ran had misunderstood. Despite his name, Wu Zhihong =, no intelligence business, he wasn't actually stupid. As Lin Ran's longtime best friend, he could read his expressions instantly. Lin Ran, someone must have fed you lies. I take my work seriously. Lin Ran nodded. Serious? Oh, I believe it. Just finished negotiating a project and immediately discussing work with your assistant? Can't get more serious than that. Though the discussion was a bit short, his eyes sparkled with amusement and a hint of teasing. Wu Zhishang, you've got it all wrong. I was just talking to Assistant Zhang about overtime, not what you're thinking. You know me. Zhang Xinyan caught the subtext too and quickly clarified. Chairman Lin, it's not like that at all. We're completely professional. Lin Ran feigned surprise. Oh-ho, defending your man already? Old Wu? What's the saying? Explaining means? Wu Zhishang knew this conversation needed to end. Fast. Lin Ran, I just closed a major deal, the biggest one I've handled solo, but our company's cash flow might be a little tight. Nuanyao Group's liquidity was strained, unlike Suran Group's comfortable reserves. Lin Ran waved it off. No problem. I'll inject more funds. Money's not an issue. By the way, Lin Ran, who's this behind you? Wu Zhishang was sure he'd never seen this man among Lin Ran's usual bodyguards. My wife assigned him as my new guard. Jealous? Wu Zhishang's face darkened. He shouldn't have asked. While Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang chatted, tension thickened in Law Corporation's conference room. Everyone present sat on edge. Luo Yao had barely spoken throughout the entire meeting, but that only made it worse. The less she said, the worse they'd performed. I heard that during my absence, you all slacked off? An executive cautiously replied. President Luo, those are just rumors. We've been wronged. Luo Yao's calm yet icy voice continued. I've also heard plenty of idle gossip. She had no idea what had actually happened in the company while she was away, nor had she asked her assistants to report. Her demeanor was just a bluff to test these people. Finally, one executive cracked under the pressure, feeling almost suffocated. Every meeting felt like walking to the execution grounds for them. Even if Luo Yao did nothing, her presence alone was oppressive. President Luo, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spread nonsense. Punish me. Cut out my tongue if you must. Luo Yao raised an eyebrow, surprised there was actually something to uncover. What exactly did you say? The executive, a woman in her 30s, hesitated. Luo Corporation's management was half female, which unfortunately came with the downside of too much gossip. I said you disappeared to make a baby with young Master Lin. I'm sorry. Woo woo. Luo Yao froze. She hadn't expected that rumor. Lowering her head, she considered it. It was technically misinformation. She had gone out with Iran, and they had done things that could lead to a baby. But that wasn't the purpose, and she couldn't get pregnant anyway because of the medication she was taking. Not entirely accurate, but close enough. Go out now and clarify that your statement was false. Say that Iran and I were actually getting engaged. Engaged? The executive blinked. But, President Luo, hasn't the whole internet known about this for a while? They were all confused. The two had already registered their marriage, so why hadn't they held a wedding yet? And why was the proposal only happening now? Was this some kind of marry first, love later trope? But that didn't make sense either. During their variety show appearances, they'd proven they were childhood sweethearts. A cold glint flashed in Luo Yao's eyes. I told you to clarify, not ask questions. What? Just because the whole internet knew, she couldn't reinforce the message? Understood, President Luo. The meeting ended in collective bewilderment. The moment it adjourned, Wang Fang immediately called Liu Meng. Wang Ji, what's up? Liu Meng knew Wang Fang wouldn't call without good reason. Assistant Liu, just now, Wang Fang recounted the meeting's events. What should I do now? Wang Fang deeply respected Liu Meng, especially when it came to deciphering Lu Yao's intentions. Simple. Think. What does President Luo love most? Scaring people. A brief silence from Liu Meng's end. I meant, what is she most invested in? Wang Fang pondered. Probably young Master Lin. Not probably, definitely. She loves him, and she loves flaunting it. She wants to claim him openly at every opportunity. So, play into that. Give her the emotional satisfaction. Wang Fang had an epiphany. Thank you, Assistant Liu. I know what to do now. Liu Meng added. One more thing, President Luo doesn't like scaring people. If you think she's just bluffing, you might already be in real danger. Wang Fang stiffened. What did that mean? After a moment, her pupils shrank in realization. So that's how it is. I've survived this long purely on luck. Grumbling, she got to work. Under Luo Corporation's official banner, she announced young Master Lin and President Luo's wedding date and repackaged clips from Lin Ran's Duanyan videos for a grand re-release. The internet exploded. Again. Wait, didn't young Master Lin just post this? Now Luo Corp's official account is doing it too? Are they targeting single people like me on purpose? Holy hell, just when I'd forgotten about this, it comes back to sucker punch me. Is being single a crime? If it is, arrest me. Don't torture me with this couple's fluff. Am I the only one melting? Their fairy tale romance is everything. No shame. I'm a full-blown Luo descends upon Lin shipper. Should they really be hogging public resources like this? Oh look, another sewer rat. Who asked you? What resources are they hogging? Meanwhile, at Nuanyao Group, Lin Ran had just left when Zhang Yinyan rushed in with the news. President Wu, look at this. Wu Zhisheng scanned the updates and froze. Should we do something similar? Zhang Xinyan asked. She'd completely revised her opinion of Lin Ran lately, even joining his fan club as a senior member. We're here to work, not indulge in nonsense. Understood, but this is work-related. Post something. Just keep it low-key. Don't overshadow Luo Corporation. Got it. Nuanyao Group followed suit, nearly copy-pasting Luo Corp's announcement. None of this had reached the two leads yet. When Lin Ran arrived at Luo Corporation, he noticed everyone's sneaking glances at him. This was odd. He'd visited many times before. People knew him. Why the secrecy, and why was no one greeting him? Young Master Lin, you're here? Security guard Old Lu approached. But before he could say more, a hulking figure cut him off. Old Lu bristled. He'd been the first to befriend Lin Ran here, who dared disrespect him. Then he met the man's bone-chilling stare and gulped, instantly backing down. Old Lu, why's everyone staring? This was Lin Ran's first visit to Luo Corporation since returning to the capital, and his first during working hours. He couldn't figure out the strange atmosphere. Old Lu hesitated, now too afraid to get close. Young Master Lin, you don't know. At our company, you've been labeled the ruinous beauty. The what? The one who? Old Lu glanced around and whispered, the seductive distraction leading President Luo astray. Lin Ran frowned. Where'd that come from? He wasn't having it. Sure, he and Luo Yao were clingy, but they never interfered with her work. Take Last Life, for example. Without him, Luo Yao spent 7 days in Shanghai. This life, with him by her side? Still 7 days in Shanghai, but she accomplished far more. That was the difference. But of course these people wouldn't know. Old Lu didn't answer directly but tactfully said, Young Master Lin, you should check the news yourself. You've gone viral, not just Lu Corporation, but Nuanyao Group too. What does Nuanyao Group have to do with this? Puzzled, Lin Ran opened his phone to check and was stunned. Well, this is exactly something Luo Yao would do. But what the heck is Nuanyao Group? And Suran Group? Huh? Suran Group's post went up just half a minute ago. As the boss, his own company had publicly handled PR without him knowing. He was the last to find out? Ridiculous. So that's how it is. Your employees must hate me, right? After all, a CEO who neglects his duties holds back the team from making money. No, they're thrilled. Lin Ran. But it didn't matter. Lin Ran didn't care about these things anyway. As for Luo Yao, meanwhile, on the 88th floor in Luo Yao's office, Wang Fang stood with her head lowered. Who told you to post that? Naturally, Wang Fang wouldn't reveal that it was Lu Meng's suggestion that would be throwing her under the bus. Right now, Luo Yao's expression was unreadable, clearly furious. Better to take the fall herself. I'm sorry, President Luo. I acted on my own. Luo Yao nodded. On your own? You knew it was unauthorized, yet you still made such a major PR move without my approval. You've got some nerve. Wang Fang nearly collapsed in fear, genuinely regretting her decision. And why didn't you include what Ran said to me in the post? Wang Fang. Hita, Henhershi, Luo Yao. The part where he said, I never want to escape your grasp for the rest of my life. So that's why President Luo was angry? Wang Fang immediately caught on. I'll have it republished right away. Forget it. Reposting would make it seem like I'm showing off. Since you didn't make any major mistakes this time, I'll let it slide. But if there's a next time, don't expect leniency. Wang Fang nearly cried with relief. She'd been prepared for the worst, only to escape unscathed. President Luo, does this mean you actually approve of what I did? Luo Yao shot her a cold glance. Acting without permission is still wrong. 1 month's bonus deduction. Wang Fang wilted like frost-bitten eggplant. She'd rather have been fired, but I did like the content you posted. Go collect 2 months bonus. Life instantly brightened again. She nearly burst into tears of joy. Thank you, President Luo. Thank you. I'll never be able to repay your kindness, your guidance, your trust. Dismissed. Just as Wang Fang was about to leave, she seemed to remember something. Oh, President Luo, Nuanyao Group and Suran Group copied our PR statement. What should we do? Luo Yao paused, then smirked after reading the content. Give them 2 projects. This time, Wang Fang was utterly dumbfounded. Truly, a CEO's thoughts are unfathomable. No matter how hard you try, you'll never guess them. At that moment, Lin Ran pushed open the office door. Yao Yao, you really do love me. Ha ha ha. His laughter rang out before he even entered. Ran, you're here. Just as Lin Ran stepped inside, he turned back to Abu. Wait for me here. There's a lounge area. You can sit or lie down. Abu glanced into the office, saw Luo Yao, and nodded in relief. His job was to be Lin Ran's personal bodyguard. Since returning to the estate, he hadn't left Lin Ran's side except when he slept, when he'd switch shifts with Wang Bao and Little Tong. But even then, he stayed in the room closest to Lin Ran. To put it simply, Lin Ran goes out, Abu drives. Lin Ran eats, Abu guards the table. The only time he wasn't around was when Lin Ran and Luo Yao were playing games. At first, Lin Ran wasn't used to it, but after about 2 days, he accepted it. With his status now, this level of protection was only natural. Lin Ran walked into the office, and Luo Yao leaped into his arms. They embraced tightly. Lin Ran lifted Luo Yao high above his head, letting her look down at his smiling face. Yao Yao, such a bold declaration of love will make everyone jealous. Luo Yao naturally wouldn't admit that the PR post was her assistant's unauthorized move. Instead, she leaned down and kissed him. When the kiss ended, she murmured, "I don't care what they think. I want the whole world to know you belong to me." Her eyes brimmed with endless affection. "And didn't you have Nguyen Yao Group and Suran Group copy my PR statement too?" Lin Ran froze, then immediately understood. The posts from Nguyen Yao Group and Suran Group weren't orchestrated by Luo Yao. They were Old Wu and Ku Liang acting on their own. Well played. But he wouldn't admit it was his subordinates doing either. Why ruin the moment when it made his Yao Yao so happy? Who posted it didn't matter. It was posted, wasn't it? "You're my wife. I want the world to know too." As they gazed into each other's eyes, both silently thought, sometimes the underlings really do understand. Ran, let's, got it, the usual. 81 minutes later, Luo Yao nestled against Lin Ran's chest. "Ran, is there anything you'd like to do lately?" Lin Ran found the question odd. "Why do you ask? The new year isn't far off. I'll be dead soon." Lin Ran was startled but quickly realized Luo Yao meant her fake death. What I want most is to be with you." Luo Yao adored this side of him. She believed this was Lin Ran at his best. Sometimes, she even wondered if she'd molded him into this. But then she'd dismiss the thought. After all, his transformation had been sudden. Besides being with me, anything else? Lin Ran thought carefully. Wasn't his life already the epitome of happiness? A car, a home, wealth, and the person he loved most loved him back. What more could he ask for? Though he'd lost family, he'd gained love and fortune. Who didn't have some regrets in life? If you're asking if there's something I want to do, well, yes and no. But if I had to say, there are a few things. Like making money in my free time while being with you, giving the Lin family troublemakers a hard time, and planning our wedding. Luo Yao's eyes sparkled. She wasn't good at these things, but Lin Ran was. "And I still have to take you to see the stars in every corner of the world," Luo Yao said. "All right, it's a promise then." Lin Ran now held over 200 million in his hands and wanted to throw Luo Yao the most extravagant wedding imaginable. Some might ask, why bother with such grand gestures when two people are already so deeply in love? But those who think that way are doomed never to see their lover's radiant smile. Even couples who've spent a lifetime together need to surprise each other now and then. It's a necessary ritual. And given how wealthy Lin Ran was, there was no excuse for holding back. Whatever other girls had, Luo Yao would have it all, and more. Bigger, better. Lin Ran's words sent Luo Yao's heart soaring, and she couldn't help but tease him again. "Irene, when you go after Lin Tianba, do you even know where he's staying now?" "Of course. I've had people keeping tabs on him. He's probably at his brother-in-law's place." The term brother-in-law here referred to Lin Tianba's relationship with Lev Renqi. "I never would have guessed that Lin Zhen and Li Zhen were actually half-brothers, sharing the same mother. No wonder I once saw traces of Lin Zhen and Li Zhen." Hearing the word brother-in-law, Luo Yao couldn't help but chuckle. "Just be careful when you go. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall." Lin Ran nodded. His thoughts aligned perfectly with Luo Yao's. His life might not be worth much, but if anything happened to him, it would break Yao Yao's heart, so he had to protect himself at all costs. As for the 5 scum of Levi Lin, he'd make them suffer whenever he had the time. Otherwise, life would feel dull. It wasn't that Lin Ran was scheming or cruel. It was the lessons from his past hardships. If he came back reborn only to act like a saint, he might as well jump off a building right now. Saints aren't always the most miserable, but sometimes they're the most pitiful. Ran, the Luo Corporation's annual gala is coming up. Should Nguyen Yao and Su Ran attend too? Lin Ran thought for a moment, then nodded. Sure, let them experience the atmosphere of a major conglomerate. The Luo Corporation's annual gala was no ordinary event. It would pack the national stadium to the brim. Let's head home for now. Luo Yao could tell Lin Ran was tired and wanted to take him back to rest. Most people assumed Luo Yao's life was glamorous, but in reality, it was painfully simple. Work and home, that was it. Without Lin Ran, her life would be unbearably monotonous. All right. On their way back, netizens were once again hit with a wave of envy. After Nguyen Yao and Su Ran made their announcement, many influencers began reposting and analyzing it. At first, only 2 streamers dared to share it. But when no legal threats came, others grew bolder and jumped on the bandwagon. The original two, Zhang Xiaolong and Shen Jingbing, gained the most followers. Lin Ran and Luo Yao shot back to the top of trending topics. I'm tired of saying I'm jealous. I wish I had a boyfriend who loved me like this. Mine's broke and just plays dead. I despise this kind of wasteful extravagance and public resource hogging. What kind of dog is this guy? It's not like they're spending your money. You're such a Lin Jian. By the time they returned to the estate, night had fallen. After dinner, instead of resting immediately, they strolled outside to aid digestion. 100 steps after a meal, and you'll live to 99. Lin Ran and Luo Yao still had a long, happy life ahead of them. Health management was non-negotiable. Lately, Lin Ran had even started taking health supplements. Selenium, vitamins, small molecule peptides, you name it. Every morning, along with his chi-boosting tonic, he downed a handful of pills. Sometimes, it felt like he could get full just from swallowing them all. It reminded him of certain movie scenes and commercials. An elderly Chinese man pops a handful of medication in the morning, then hobbles to the bus stop with his cane. An elderly man from a developed country pops a handful of supplements in the morning, then hops on his bike and rides off. Maybe that's the difference. Hard to admit, but undeniable. But enough digression. Back to Lin Ran and Luo Yao, strolling through the estate, admiring the scenery. It was oddly enjoyable. They walked much farther than usual without feeling tired. That's what love does, he supposed. If he were alone, he'd have been exhausted long ago, especially in winter. Southerners might not get it, but Northerners would understand. Walking 2 miles in winter is nothing like 2 miles in summer. People assume summer heat is more draining, but winter is the real endurance test. Before they knew it, they reached the amusement park under construction. Yao, hate to say it, but this park feels like a bit of a waste. Not at all. If Aran likes it, then it's not wasted. But how often will we even use it? Save it for our kids. Lin Ran didn't mention children by accident. It was deliberate. He wasn't fond of kids, but if he and Luo Yao had one, it might not be so bad. This was his way of testing the waters. Not that they'd have one right away. Maybe by the end of the story. Who knows? The kid might even become the protagonist of the next book. Even a Yandere needs a successor. Aran wants a child? Luo Yao wasn't keen on kids either, but if it was with Lin Ran, she wouldn't object. Her only worry was that a child might steal his affection. Well, how do I put this? I don't want one, but this amusement park needs someone to enjoy it, right? Luo Yao murmured. This is for Aran. How could anyone else play here? If we have a child, we'll build another one just for them. Lin Ran suddenly felt like posting a message online. Attention, aspiring reincarnators. When I'm ready for kids, line up on the rooftop. First come, first served. I'm not a child. Yes, you are. We're all children. You're just a 300-month-old baby. Lin Ran flushed at her words. Even though Luo Yao was older, that didn't give her the right to treat him like a son. He was plenty manly, thank you very much. Fine. A 300-month-old baby, though technically I'm not even 300 months yet. You're the 300-month-old baby. Luo Yao threw herself into his arms. Then I'll always be your baby. Holding his little demon close, Lin Ran laughed. You always call me unpredictable, but you're the real chameleon. Luo Yao could be sweet or sassy, domineering or gentle, icy or tender. She showed the world her coldest, sharpest edges, but all her warmth was reserved for him. As long as Aran is happy. Honestly? Right now, I'd rather be curled up in a warm bed. Such a simple request. How could he refuse? The next day arrived, and Luo Yao went off to work again. When Lin Ran woke up, he felt as though an eternity had passed. With his wife not at home, he was once again alone in the manor. Missing her, this kind of life felt both familiar and strange. Familiar because of his rebirth, strange because of the life before it. But one thing Lin Ran was certain of was that not only was Luo Yao indulging in pleasures to the point of neglecting her ambitions, but he too was starting to fall into the same trap. Yet, wasn't this the very meaning of his life? At this thought, Lin Ran suddenly smiled. Last night had been quite exhausting, so today he needed to recuperate. Walking downstairs, he spotted Uncle Fu and couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. Look at this. Both were men, yet he could afford to indulge in leisure while Uncle Fu, despite his age, still had to work diligently. Such was the difference between them. Young Master Lin, you're awake? Yes, Uncle Fu. Any advice for me? Advice? I wouldn't dare, but I do have something to ask you. Lin Ran was surprised. He hadn't expected this seemingly omnipotent old butler to ever seek his counsel. Go ahead. Uncle Fu glanced at Zhang Feihua in the distance, ensuring she was too far to overhear, then lowered his voice anyway. Young Master Lin, as you know, I've been thinking of proposing to Dahua. Could you give me some ideas? Lin Ran shook his head. No, matters of love should be handled by oneself. But last time, I helped you plan that snowy mountain birthday proposal. Lin Ran looked at him matter-of-factly. That was part of your job, and I gave you a bonus for it. What, don't want it anymore? At the mention of the bonus, the old man quickly shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. I'll figure it out myself. Young Master Lin, please don't mention this to Dahua. Lin Ran nodded. Don't worry. If I were to tell Granny Wang, my son Lin Tianba would be a cuckold every day. Speaking of Lin Tianba, could you check what they're up to now? Right away. Watching Lin Jian's antics had become one of Uncle Fu's pastimes, so he had no objections. After Uncle Fu left, Lin Ran took out his phone and sent a message. Granny Wang, I've got news for you. Old Zhang wants to propose to you. Be prepared. Young Master Lin, how have you and Miss Luao been these past couple of days? I'm planning to return to work soon. As for that old man, I really don't know what to do. Could you talk him out of it? At his age, isn't it embarrassing? All right, I'll try to persuade him. No need to rush back to work. Spending time with family is more important. The word family struck a chord in Lin Ran again. Right now, his only family seemed to be Luo Yao. The Chen family could count as 0.1 of 1. Young Master Lin, care to guess what Lin Jian is up to now? Lin Ran gave him a deadpan look. What, is he causing trouble again? Uncle Fu nodded and filled him in. To call Lin Jian a genius wouldn't be an exaggeration. He'd come up with a way to make money. With his live stream running, Lin Jian had entered a frenzy of PK battles, setting punishments for himself every time he lost. Handstands while drinking water, slapping himself 100 times, repeating "I'm a dog" 100 times. Standing at attention for 10 minutes, his creativity knew no bounds. Live-stream PK battles were a normal part of the process, but logically, no one would gift Lin Jian or let him win, and that's exactly what happened. Lin Jian lost every single PK, enduring increasingly harsh self-inflicted punishments. Viewers, eager to see him lose, would flood the opposing streamer's channel with gifts to ensure Lin Jian's defeat. The harsher Lin Jian's punishments, the more gifts the other side received. Hahaha, why torture yourself like this? I almost feel bad for Lin Jian. Thought about gifting him, but then I checked my wallet. Well, free hearts will have to do. I bet Lin Ran enjoys this too, like tossing a powered by love to a novelist. Poor kid. Why treat him like this? What's wrong with gifting him? What are you babbling about? I'm having a blast watching this. If you feel bad, go gift him instead of just running your mouth. Why don't you gift him then? Losing every PK. But what did that have to do with Lin Jian? Everything. Because the opposing streamers were all in on it with him, the gifts they received were split with Lin Jian. This was Lin Jian's master plan. An ordinary person wouldn't even think of something like this. At first, even Uncle Fu hadn't caught on. But the more he watched, the stranger it seemed. So he had someone investigate, and sure enough, they uncovered the scheme. Too bad the viewers were still in the dark. Uncle Fu asked worriedly, should I have someone shut down his live stream? Lin Ran immediately objected. Why shut it down? That'd just take away half the fun. This is how he makes a living now. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. You don't want to be a murderer, do you? Uncle Fu was baffled. Oh, Lin Ran. Leak a photo of them. Damn, and here I thought I was the ruthless one you're sending people to camp their spawn point. Why didn't Lin Ran go himself? Because he couldn't be bothered. Last time at the hotel, he'd barged in under the pretense of being the owner. But showing up at someone's private residence would count as trespassing. Given his status, even if he did break in, he wouldn't face consequences, but he had no interest in breaking the law. No need for that. Uncle Fu voiced his concern. Young Master Lin, will a photo really be enough for netizens to track them down? Shouldn't we just reveal the address directly? Lin Ran shook his head. Have faith in netizens. This generation can find anything, except a significant other. Uncle Fu thought about it and had to admit it made sense, so he followed Lin Ran's plan. Soon, an anonymous exposé surfaced. Meanwhile, Lin Jian remained blissfully unaware. That morning, he and Lev Jian had tested each other's limits. Lev Jian hated sharing a room with another man, even if that man was his own brother. But the moment Lin Jian arrived, he'd claimed half the bedroom, much to Lev Jian's discomfort. At breakfast, LV Jian brought up moving out. "Dad, I want to rent a place of my own." LV Renki looked at him in confusion. "Why? I don't want Lin Jin to feel pressured living here. This is all my fault, not his." LV Renki paused, immediately picking up on the subtext. His expression darkened as he turned to Lin Jian. Lin Jian was also taken aback. He hadn't expected that in a room with just 4.5 people, there'd be someone competing with him for attention. "Maybe I should be the one to move out. I don't blame my brother for hating me. After all, the whole country hates me right now. He's just like everyone else. These past few days, I've finally experienced what family and a father's love feel like. I'm satisfied." As he spoke, Lin Jian began packing his things to leave. Lin Tianba, lying on the floor, let out a disdainful snort. LV Renki was stunned again, a wave of guilt rising in his heart. This son must have suffered so much over the years. "LV Jin, apologize to your brother." LV Jian was shocked. He hadn't expected Lin Jian to challenge him like this. Naturally, he refused to apologize and stormed out in anger. Seeing this, Levi Renki realized he might have shown favoritism. He'd never been good at balancing things, so it wasn't something he was skilled at. Watching his eldest son leave, another pang of guilt hit him. "Xiao Zhen, your brother." "I know, Dad. He's just angry. Don't worry, I'll apologize when he comes back." LV Renki smiled. Over the past few days, he'd found himself growing quite fond of this son. Who said this son was no good? He was absolutely amazing, understanding, kind, and considerate. After dinner, Lin Jin returned to his bedroom, his face dark as he plotted how to kick Love Jin out for good next time. Checking the time, he saw it was his scheduled live stream hour, so he set aside his grudge and turned on the broadcast. As the stream went on, Lin Jian kept receiving transfers from rival streamers, and finally, a happy smile spread across his face. Huh? What's he smiling about? Is he addicted to beating himself up? Does he not know his location's already been exposed? Maybe the kid's just dumb? 10 minutes later, frantic knocking, glass shattering, and curses erupted in Lin Jian's live stream. His bewildered face appeared on the screen, much to the amusement of the viewers. "No way, no way. Is this dumb streamer not reading the chat? Does he still not know his address is out? If I weren't outside the capital, I'd go block his spawn point myself. Never seen a trash dad, scum mom, and incestuous son combo in real life before. What you're doing is wrong. This crosses legal and moral boundaries. I've already reported it to the cops. Guess I'm just too kind. Some people I don't even want to insult because it dirty my mouth, but I'll say it anyway. Hey, upstairs, I'm a locksmith with all kinds of keys. You match?" Lin Jian's confusion lasted only seconds before a loud crash echoed through the stream. "Who are you?" At the same time, the live stream was cut off. Lin Ran was pleased. The law couldn't punish the masses. He knew those netizens would likely face no consequences, maybe a fine, or a few days in detention at worst. Of course, that was assuming the Lin family didn't get beaten to death. The world wasn't short of saints, nor was it lacking in angry youths. The Lin family's actions had trampled over these youths' moral compasses. They'd been itching to teach this family a lesson for a long time. Though Lin Jian's stream ended, the chaos continued. Lin Jin stared in disbelief at the swarm of netizens rushing in, his head spinning. This was his first time meeting fans in person, and he had no idea how to handle it. "Are you, my fans? We're your dads." The netizens barged in, some even pulling out their phones to live stream the scene. Lin Ran found another stream to keep watching the spectacle. Then, his eyes widened, and his lips curled into a Nike swoosh of shock once more, followed by, "Ha ha ha." In the bedroom, Lin Tianba was tied to a chair, covered in bruises, clearly subjected to inhuman abuse. His eyes were vacant, his spirit broken, like a corpse with its eyes open. Meanwhile, Lu Yumei and Lu Renqi sat up in bed, staring in shock at the intruders. The excitement from a minute ago was gone, replaced only by confusion and fear. "Who are you people?" Amid the chaotic noise, Lin Ran could no longer make out the visuals, so he switched to another stream to check on Lin Jin. Lin Jin was cornered in another bedroom, and netizens had even discovered his transaction records with other streamers. This revelation broke countless viewers. So what the hell is even real? Why fake a PK battle? I thought I was contributing to Lin Jin's self-harm career. Technically, you did contribute. just to an even more Lin Jan-esque streamer. I kinda saw it coming, but damn, Lin Tianba's got it rough. Looks like he got beaten beyond recognition. And were they just acting out some artsy drama earlier? Almost feel bad for him. Even Lin Ran started pitying Lin Tianba. He tried putting himself in those shoes. 3 seconds later, he nearly lost it. Damn, Lin Tianba, you're a real legend. I salute you. It was just too brutal. He could practically see Lu Yumei and Lev Renshi going at it right in front of Lin Tianba. Ew, so twisted, so disgusting, so delightfully entertaining. Within minutes, the cops arrived, and the netizens scattered like roaches. The officers didn't bother stopping them, citing understaffing, though in reality, they just couldn't be bothered. They had 2 goals. First, to disperse the crowd and prevent major incidents. Second, to make arrests. The netizens had reported the stream, but the cops weren't there for them. They were there for Lin Tianba's family and Lev Renqi. Officers, help! Arrest those people and execute them. They broke in and assaulted us. The cops looked at LV Renqi, still sprawled on the floor, with disdain. We've received reports of illegal obscenity, unlawful confinement, abuse, illicit streaming, debt evasion, and other offenses. You're under arrest. LV Renqi was stunned. Liu Yumei was stunned. Lin Zhen was stunned. Lin Tianba, lying on the floor, giggled mindlessly. Karma's here. As the 4 were hauled away by the police, Lin Ran finally relaxed on the sofa, exhausted but satisfied. Sipping the tea prepared by Uncle Fu, he reflected. Lin Jin and the others were involved in unlawful confinement, abuse, domestic violence, group obscenity, debt evasion. Lin Ran tallied the charges, then paused. Seems like the only victim here was Lin Tianba. Well, that's awkward. Young Master Lin, do you need anything done? Yeah, get them a good legal team. Uncle Fu, I've got plans for the end of the year. Let them stay in there for a few more days. At least don't let them bother me before the new year. Understood. Lin Ran was in a pretty good mood, feeling like he could add a little more spice before they got locked up. Help me get in touch with someone. I'm planning to give them a few mental attack skills. Got it. As the situation briefly escalated, the Lin family was voted the most explosive family of the modern era. All that was left was to wait for the official results. At this point, Lin Ran finally glanced at Uncle Fu, his eyes brimming with amusement. The reason he had snitched to Granny Wang earlier wasn't because he was actually a blabbermouth. He just wanted to create a little misunderstanding between the two. Earlier, I helped you tell Granny Wang about your proposal plans, she replied. Uncle Fu froze for a second. He knew Lin Ran would snitch, but he hadn't expected it to happen so fast. And what did he mean by helped you tell her? Why did he know Lin Ran would snitch? Because when Lin Ran swore earlier, he did it in Lin Tianba's name. And the oath was scarily accurate. Green hats were handed out on the spot. Luckily, Uncle Fu didn't care much about that. Even if Lin Ran didn't say it, someone else would, and he'd say it himself too. Lin Ran knew this, which was why he acted so brazenly. Otherwise, Lin Ran wouldn't have snitched. After all, he wasn't some Wang Fang or Lu Meng type. What did she say? Lin Ran flashed a meaningful smile, revealing a row of perfectly white teeth at Uncle Fu. Granny Wang said that even though you two aren't young anymore, the formalities can't be skipped. Not only does she want a dowry of 10 million, but all the jewelry and gifts must be included. She also wants to be married off in a grand procession with 8 aircraft carriers, and the wedding venue has to be luxurious, with all the guests. Confusion slowly spread across Uncle Fu's face. He asked skeptically, "Did Granny Wang really say that? Or are you making this up, young Master Lin?" Lin Ran immediately got angry and pulled out his phone. "You don't believe me? Zero trust, huh? Fine, I'll call Granny Wang right now and let her tell you herself. If you don't want to prepare, you can explain it to her." He dialed the number. Uncle Fu stayed silent for a moment but didn't stop him, because he was 100% sure Lin Ran was just spouting nonsense. "Young Master Lin, you needed something?" Lin Ran glanced at Uncle Fu, noticing the old man still looked completely unfazed. "All right, let's see how smug you stay after this, old man." "Granny Wang, I called to talk about Uncle Fu's proposal to you." A puzzled voice came through. "Didn't we just discuss this? Young Master Lin, did you tell him what I said?" The call was on speaker, and Uncle Fu was listening intently. Hearing this, he was stunned. Lin Ran had actually talked to Granny Wang about this earlier. Lin Ran sighed. "I told him, but Uncle Fu doesn't agree. He has his own ideas. It's my fault for not convincing him. Granny Wang, don't blame him. He's had a hard life." Uncle Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. Why did this tone sound so familiar? And wasn't young Master Lin just throwing him under the bus? On the other end, Granny Wang fell silent. Truthfully, she was happy inside. Even though she had told Uncle Fu not to propose and to skip the formalities, what woman wouldn't care about these things? Even if she was older, Granny Wang had lived a simple life and had never experienced romance. Young Master Lin, if he doesn't agree, then forget it. Just try to persuade him for me. I can understand why he's acting this way. Her voice trembled slightly with joy. Lin Ran, should I let him talk to you directly? No need. I'm a little embarrassed to speak to him right now. I don't even know what attitude to take. Thank you, young Master Lin. Lin Ran hung up. Uncle Fu stood there, completely dumbfounded. Granny Wang's words had been normal, but in his ears they took on a whole new meaning under the context of Lin Ran's earlier conditions. He had refused Granny Wang's demands. She got upset. She said forget it, and she even cried. I'm the worst. Uncle Fu wanted to slap himself. Lin Ran patted his shoulder. No matter how old a woman is, she still wants some security. If you're not even willing to provide that, how can Granny Wang trust you with the rest of her life? I was wrong. I'll start preparing right away. Even if the conditions are tough, I won't give up. At worst, I'll ask the young mistress to advance me 10 years' salary. Lin Ran gave him a strange look, wondering if Uncle Fu even had 10 more working years in him. Wasn't his biggest dream to retire ASAP and enjoy his golden years? Uncle Fu stormed off in a hurry, leaving Lin Ran grinning from ear to ear. He had created a beautiful misunderstanding. Whether they could make the most of it was up to them. When people are happy, they might sing. Lin Ran improvised a song on the spot and belted it out. Wife's not at home. Hubby's so bored, tilde teasing an old man. Haha. Life's so fun, tilde wife. Come back soon. Hubby'll tell you jokes, tilde. Listening to Lin Ran's nonsensical, made-up lyrics, several servants nearly burst out laughing, biting their lips and trembling as they held it in. A while later, Uncle Fu returned to report the contacts he had reached out to. Abu, let's go. Lin Ran checked the time. It was still early, and stood up. Abu didn't say a word. Being a bodyguard was his job, after all. An hour later, at the detention center in the capital, the first person Lin Ran met was Lin Jian, the little T-boy who had once used his T-skills to backstab him. Brother, are you here to save me? I knew you wouldn't abandon me. My love for you is the same as your love for me. The moment Lin Jian saw Lin Ran, these were the first words that slipped out. Honestly, Lin Ran almost gagged on the spot. He scoffed. You think that's possible? Lin Jian realized his mistake. It was just a habit he'd developed over the years, something he blurted out without thinking. Seeing Lin Ran's mocking smile, he quickly understood. Lin Ran was here to gloat. He shouldn't have gotten his hopes up. Lin Ran, I know you've always hated me, for stealing your father, for everything I did to you, but I've realized my mistakes now. Lin Ran looked at him in surprise. Lin Jian, you're actually admitting fault? Not bad. Then let me tell you something from the heart too. He put on an appreciative expression. Truthfully, I kinda admire you, really. Especially some of your abilities. I could never catch up. As for stealing my family, don't worry, I don't blame you. In fact, I should thank you. You helped me see Lin Tianba for who he really is. At this point, Lin Ran hadn't let go of his hatred. Hatred is something one never truly releases. Today, his main goal was psychological warfare. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Lin Jian shook his head with a bitter smile, mourning his own past naivety. Lin Ran, if from the very beginning I had truly treated you as an older brother, would things have turned out differently? Lin Ran couldn't answer that question because he didn't know. You said it yourself. If. That means it was never possible. I can't tell you what might have been, but I can tell you what comes next. At the very least, you'll be spending the new year behind bars. After all, what you did to Lin Tianba falls under criminal charges. But don't worry, you won't be in there for too long. Your crimes aren't that severe. Just a few months, I'd guess. As he said this, Lin Ran flashed a smile that made Lin Jian's heart drop. You've called me brother for so many years. As your elder brother, it's only right that I take care of you. Consider this my gift. I've arranged for someone to keep you company inside. Lin Jian's eyes widened. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. You know I have plenty of connections. I've handpicked one of my bodyguards for you. His name is Jia Laoban. Remember, when you see him inside, treat him with the same respect you'd show me. See you later. Once you're out, we'll have plenty of time to play. As the guards led Lin Jian away, he was still shouting, I'm already ruined. Why won't you just let me go? Lin Ran shook his head with a bitter smile. In our past lives, did you ever let me go? The second person he met was Lu Yumei. Their crimes had already been thoroughly investigated, leaving no room for excuses. They were simply awaiting trial. Lin Tianba, unwilling to endure further humiliation, had chosen to expose himself. Xiaoran, are you here to save me? Oh, thank goodness. All these years. The moment she saw Lin Ran, Liu Yumei instinctively began her usual act, but halfway through, she realized her mistake. Lin Ran shook his head. No, I'm here to give you a heads up so you don't die of shock when you see Lu Ruxu inside. The more cryptic Lin Ran was, the more uneasy Liu Yumei became. What do you mean? Nothing much. My wife gouged out your niece's eyes and she's being tortured daily. You'll likely get the same treatment, just a friendly warning. After all, I was your obedient dog for so many years, brainwashed by your manipulation. But now, this dog has turned into a wolf, and he's come back to bite. Hearing Lin Ran's analogy, Liu Yumei stared at him in disbelief. You're lying, aren't you? The coldness in Lin Ran's eyes sent chills down her spine. Do I look like I'm joking? Liu Ruxui's eyeballs are in my bedroom. Should I bring them here to show you? Meanwhile, in Luo Yao's office at Luo Corporation, she stiffened, stunned by the words coming through her earpiece. She had never told Lin Ran about what happened to Lu Ruxu. So, Ran knew all along? Luo Yao was both shocked and uneasy. Then, the conversation continued in her ear. No, you're lying. No one would keep someone's eyes in their bedroom. That's psychotic. Oh, that. Simple. Because my wife likes it. If she's happy, I'm happy. I don't care if Luo Yao is a psychopath or a lunatic, she's my woman, and she'll always come first with me. Hearing this, Luo Yao's lips curled into a smile. Ran really doesn't blame me. No, no! Xiaoran, I was wrong. Please, save me. Liu Yumei's mind shattered. The meeting ended. Ha ha ha. Lin Ran, you'll get what's coming to you. Luo Yao doesn't love you. Once she's had her fun, she'll end you. Lin Ran waved goodbye. Give Lu Ruxu my regards when you see her. Tell her I'll be waiting to send her off to Southeast Asia when she gets out. As for my wife ending me, well, I'll gladly offer my neck. Isn't that just our usual dynamic? What's the problem? If you understood that, go face the wall for 10 minutes. The last person he met was the ungrateful son, Lin Tianba. Lin Ran marveled at how composed he felt now. Unlike before, when just seeing Lin Jian or Liu Yumei made him want to throw punches, he could now speak to them calmly. Psychological warfare was actually kind of fun. Lin Tianba was wheeled out. The authorities had shown some humanity. Despite being a suspect, they'd arranged basic medical care, but his limbs had been broken for too long. Full recovery was impossible, and after Lin Jian's recent abuse, the chances of him ever walking again were slim. When he saw Lin Ran, Lin Tianba finally shed tears of regret. Son, are you here to kneel and apologize to your father? Lin Ran. Lin couldn't hold it in. Fuck. Bang. Lin ran through a punch without hesitation. He'd cleared the room beforehand, leaving only Abu beside him. Even if someone saw, it didn't matter. Money could fix 99% of problems. The remaining 1%? That was up to luck. Lin Ran hadn't expected this. He'd stayed calm, facing Liu Yumei and Lin Jian. Yet Lin Tianba broke his composure with one sentence. Guess I still need to work on my self-control. Lin Tianba, if your brain exploded, the universe would tremble. If your cerebellum's rotting, go take your meds. Stop talking like a sewage truck passing by, spewing nonsense without tasting your own filth. Lin Tianba didn't blame him. If he were in Lin Ran's place, he'd be angrier. I'm sorry, son, but it wasn't my fault. I was deceived. You and Xiao Jian were both treasures in my hands. How could I ever hurt you? They say a father's love is as steady as a mountain. I only wanted the best for you both. I never imagined things would turn out like this. Treasures in your hands? Lin Ran couldn't take it anymore. More like you trained in iron palm. Your hand was just a slab of rock slamming into me. And now you're playing the victim. Your fatherly love was like a public toilet during rush hour. Always occupied, never available. Lin Tianba tried to argue. I wasn't biased. I just raised you and Lin Jian differently. Oh, you weren't biased, because Lin Jian wasn't even your son. All that affection you wasted on him was just feeding a bastard. And don't you dare talk about fatherly love. You're not worthy. Your so-called love was just you standing over me like a mountain, shielding that bastard from the storm. Then, Lin Ran remembered a popular internet meme. Honestly, you're such a Lin Jin. Lin Ran had also learned how to use this meme and found it quite amusing. Lin Tianba stared blankly at Lin Ran, unable to comprehend why Lin Ran wasn't clinging to his leg, weeping and pouring out his longing for his father. Instead, Lin Ran kept verbally attacking him. No matter what, we're still father and son. I was good to you once. After your mother left, I was the one who raised you. At the mention of mother, Lin Ran sighed. What saddens me now isn't for you, but for my mother, who's long gone. It's tragic that she met a beast like you, the one who ended her life with his own hands. Lin Tianba's eyes widened as long-buried memories resurfaced in his mind. Back then, he was alone and struggling, having finally graduated and secured a stable job, only to offend his boss, get sidelined, and blacklisted in the industry. With no other choice, he ended up laboring at a construction site, surviving on plain steamed buns, when a beautiful figure stepped into his path. Lin Tianba, hello. Let's get acquainted. My name is Su Yanyan. Would you like to join my team? At the time, Lin Tianba was deeply grateful to this woman, believing her to be his benefactor, his angel. Later, he realized he had fallen in love with her and pursued her relentlessly. To his surprise, his boss actually reciprocated his feelings. But one day, Lin Tianba discovered a horrifying truth. Su Yanyan's possessiveness became suffocating, driving Lin Tianba to seek escape. It was during this time that he took notice of Liu Yumei, this beautiful, kind, and gentle woman. The two of them soon began an affair, something Su Yanyan remained unaware of, especially since she was pregnant at the time. Then, one day, Su Yanyan said something that shattered him completely. Tianba, remember this. If you ever betray me, I'll kill you first, then myself. I'll hunt you down for eternity. Terrified, Lin Tianba decided to strike first. Over the years, he orchestrated Su Yanyan's slow, deliberate demise. Of course, Liu Yumei knew about it, though she wasn't the mastermind. After Su Yanyan's death, Lin Tianba grew to despise Lin Ran more and more because the boy resembled his late wife too much, a constant source of discomfort. He began beating Lin Ran, berating him, allowing his wife and other children to bully him. But how did Lin Ran know all this? Lin Ran glared hatefully at Lin Tianba. This was a wound he had never intended to reopen. After all these years, he had no proof. In his previous life, just before he fell from the rooftop, Liu Yumei had confessed it herself. Your mother, that wretched woman, was killed by your father. And you, little bastard, were pushed by the person you loved most. You and your mother are both fools in love, doomed by the wrong people. Before Lin Ran plummeted, his fingers clung to the rooftop's edge as he stared at Lu Rukshu in disbelief. He couldn't believe this fragile girl could do such a thing, especially after he had just signed the equity transfer agreement. But when he saw the viciousness in Lu Rukshu's eyes, even felt her stomp on his clinging fingers in panic, his heart turned to ice. All will to survive vanished, and he fell. He had no evidence, and too much time had passed. So, apart from a brief mention in chapter 36, he had never spoken of it again. He didn't want to dishonor his mother. His mother may have been blind in love, but she had never wronged him. He too had been blind and had wronged Luo Yao. That was why, even though Lin Tianba wasn't the direct cause of his death, Lin Ran hated him most of all. Lin Tianba had killed his mother with his own hands and indirectly caused his own demise. How could Lin Ran let him die so easily? Lin Tianba wasn't suffering enough yet. Lin Ran wanted him to live in torment for the rest of his life. You're lying. Lin Ran stood up. You know the truth, Lin Tianba. I will never let you go, not in this life or the next. Lin Ran turned to leave. He had planned Lin Tianba's fate years in advance. He had even prepaid Lin Tianba's taxes up to 2050. All Lin Ran hoped for now was that Lin Tianba would live long, very, very long. Seeing Lin Ran about to leave, Lin Tianba panicked. Son, I won't make you kneel and apologize anymore. Take me with you. Lin Ran paused. Lin Tianba thought he had a chance. Abu, leave him breathing. Don't kill him. Today, Abu felt like he'd truly seen it all. A father so despicable, it defied belief. So, with no tools at hand, he employed the most effective method of torture he knew on Lin Tianba. One hand muffled Lin Tianba's screams while the other, using just 2 fingers, snapped his minor joints one by one, rendering him a complete cripple. Even if the entire Yi family intervened, he'd never recover. With this matter settled, Lin Ran felt refreshed. Gazing at the sky, he wore an expression of longing for the first time since his rebirth. Mom, are you watching? I've avenged you. Lin Ran knew Lin Tianba wouldn't stay locked up for long. Whether it was abuse, unlawful confinement, or illicit activities, he was the victim in all of them. As for other charges, Lin Ran had no intention of pursuing them. That would keep Lin Tianba imprisoned for life. Prison food might be terrible, but it was still edible. Lin Ran wanted him to taste something far worse. A broken man, a penniless deadbeat. What could he do after his release? Maybe begging on the streets would earn him some pity, assuming no one recognized him. Young Master Lin, it's done. Lin Tianba is finished. Lin Ran nodded. Right now, he just wanted to say to any bleeding hearts out there, if this made you uncomfortable, you still read it all, so spare me the lectures. A quick death was never what Lin Ran wanted. Otherwise, he could have stormed the Lin family with Luo Yao on the first day of his rebirth. Abu reminded him, young Master Lin, what about that LV Renki? He's a nobody, not worth my time. Besides, I'm almost grateful to him. Let him be. But he's got a son, Livy Jean. Now that's someone I can't stand. Next time I'll take you to get acquainted. Understood. Lin Ran noticed Abu seemed to enjoy this kind of work. Was this really the mindset of someone who claimed to be a role model? Back at the estate, Luo Yao was already waiting for him. She seemed to be in a good mood. When Lin Ran saw Luo Yao, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected her to return home so early today, but the feeling of having his wife waiting for him at home was undeniably heartwarming. How did that saying go again? Among countless glowing windows, one is lit just for me. Yao Yao. Luo Yao walked straight up to Lin Ran, who leaned down and gently kissed her. A kiss for you is never late. Hearing Lin Ran's usual sweet talk, Luo Yao felt utterly blissful. Ah Ran, I really love you. I want you inside me forever. Every servant in the villa blushed furiously. The young mistress's words were far too blunt. She didn't even bother hiding them. I love you too. Ever since learning that Lin Ran already knew about Lu Ruxu's matter, Luo had spent the entire day as if floating in a pool of honey. The reason she hadn't told Lin Ran before was simply fear. Lin Ran had seen her gentleness, her indifference, her cruelty, even her madness, and now he'd seen her twisted side too. So there was nothing left to fear him knowing. Every flaw others might judge had already been laid bare before her Ah Ran. Yet he hadn't run away. That meant he never would. The only thing that still worried her was whether Lin Ran might suddenly vanish. But her Ah Ran had promised her countless times that he'd stay by her side forever. Surely he wouldn't disappear again? Ah Ran, I'm so happy you love me this much. Lin Ran. Why bring this up so suddenly? But it didn't matter. He loved Luo Yao to the marrow of his bones. As long as you're happy. Oh, it's almost time. Then why don't we make the most of it and go a few more rounds? Once things get busy, opportunities might be scarce. Yes, time flew by, and soon it was the day of the annual gala. The year-end gala was a staple for many companies, and the massive Luo Yao group was no exception. Employees from all over the country had gathered in the capital to attend, while those still on duty could participate via live stream. Though it was an internal broadcast, the viewer count had already surpassed 100,000, and that wasn't even the full workforce. Just how many employees did Luo Corporation have? Yet no one could have predicted how monumental today would become. With coordinated official arrangements, the entire national stadium took 2 hours just to fill, with lines forming from noon. Meanwhile, the live stream audience swelled rapidly, though it remained exclusive to Luo Corporation staff, reserved for those unable to travel to the capital. Even the streaming platform was developed in-house by Luo Corporation. Every employee was required to use it upon joining, with accounts deactivated upon resignation. As the gala officially began, upbeat opening music blared while several trucks rolled onto the specially constructed stage. When their dump beds tilted, cascades of 100 yuan bills poured out, filling the entire prize pool. Then every screen in the stadium lit up with a breathtaking yet icy close-up of Luo Yao's face. Greetings, partners of Luo Corporation. Today is our annual review meeting, though as tradition dictates, it's really just about bonuses and recognition. This year's prize pool holds 1 billion yuan. Every Luo Corporation employee, online or offline, can participate. 10 first-place winners will receive 20 million each, 100 second-place winners get 2 million, 1,000 third-place winners take 200,000, 10,000 fourth-place winners earn 20,000, and 100,000 fifth-place winners win 2,000. In other words, even if you've contributed nothing to Luo Corporation, you might still strike it rich overnight. Good luck. The crowd erupted. This year's prize pool was indeed staggering. While not everyone would win, at least half would walk away with something. Just then, the camera panned to reveal Lin Ran. Ran, say a few words too. Lin Ran blinked. No one had told him he'd be speaking. Honestly, even he was stunned by the spectacle of 10 truckloads of cash dumped into the prize pool. Hello everyone, I'm your boss's husband. The line drew laughter across the venue and live stream. Not much to say, just enjoy yourselves today. I've heard plenty of bosses preach we're family, but today I'm genuinely envious of Luo Corporation. Only my wife truly treats you all as family. I've never even seen this much money in one place. Lin Ran truly hadn't witnessed such a mountain of cash before. The boss's husband is right. The boss is my family. Luo Corp is our home. Its growth depends on us. With that, Lin Ran and Luo Yao stepped out of frame, heading toward the main venue through the backstage lounge. Meanwhile, the National Stadium's MC officially kicked things off. The agenda was fairly traditional. Opening performances by A-list singers, followed by the host's formalities and prize draws. The first draw was for 5th place, 100,000 winners. As screens displayed rolling numbers, countless Luo Corporation employees received winning notifications on their phones, their faces lighting up with joy. At least the baseline was secured. Winners could be drawn multiple times, and some inevitably would. No one suspected foul play. This was Luo Corporation's unique annual tradition. Every employee registered their phone number beforehand, with draws being completely randomized. More performances followed, interspersed with prize draws, bonus distributions, and occasional speeches by subsidiary executives. Finally, it was time for Lin Ran and Luo Yao to take the stage again, this time to present awards before Luo Yao's closing address. For the 10 first-place winners, 3 were present on site, while 7 appeared via screens. One winner gave Lin Ran pause, an employee from Nuanyao Group. Not someone he knew well, but familiar. The receptionist from Nuanyao Group. Xiao, was it? Luo Yao personally handed her the 20 million yuan award plaque with a simple, "Congratulations." Of the 3 on-site winners, 2 were grassroots employees who immediately broke down sobbing. The third was the receptionist, who neither cried nor cheered. She'd fainted from sheer excitement. Such scenes were annual occurrences, and medics swiftly carried her off for treatment. The 7 online winners were similarly overcome, weeping tears of joy. The rush of overnight wealth was simply too overwhelming. Even those who'd mentally prepared for this life-changing moment found few could withstand its actual arrival. With the awards concluded, Luo Yao took Lin Ran's arm and returned to the stage. As the helm of Luo Corporation, she naturally had to deliver a final summary and motivate the hard-working workforce. Since this was an internal corporate event, photography was strictly prohibited. Even the live stream had screen recording disabled.